legends of memory and storage. Crucial brings you the ultimate performance in gaming. Legendary products. Precision engineered. For speed and stability. Crucial ballistics.
Welcome everyone to the grand finals of the Esports Club Valorant Community Cup, presented by LG Ultragear, our broadcast partner Loco, and powered by Crucial and Intel. Built for the next generation of gaming, you can play, chat, browse, stream, edit, and record. You can do it all without skipping a beat. Those are the 12th gen Intel Core processors for you, because gaming happens with Intel and gaming happens here at the Esports Club as well. It is the grand finals, ladies and gentlemen. We had an entire month of thrilling Valorant action, and now we are here. We had over 100 teams registering for the Community Cup. Now it is just down to 2. So Universe, grand finals day, best of 5. How are you feeling?
Well, I'm feeling amazing. I can't wait for this. I kind of expected this to happen, way back when the quarterfinals came in itself. I kind of went for the prediction that, we will be seeing these two teams face off against each other in the upper brackets and again in the final as well. That is kind of what I was, hoping it would be. And it is exactly that.
Right.
And while there's a lot of, high tension between both of these teams at the moment, given that Revenant were beaten pretty, excruciatingly on that bind map in that best of 3, which they played in the upper bracket final. And today they're coming back and they are going to be hoping for that revenge, which, by the way, was shown on stream by Knight Rider, who said that there is definitely going to be some badla today.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, look at the brackets. Everything is set up for that Badla, for that revenge arc for the side of Revenant. We see the upper bracket journeys these teams had, and they started off relatively comfortably. Lethal, 2-0 win over Prime 5, 2-0 win over Medal, already into the upper bracket finals. Revenant, 2-0 Paradise, 2-0 Only Friends, again in the upper bracket finals. That is where the teams had their first encounter against each other. It went to that decider map of Bind, like you mentioned, Universe, and Lethal end up defeating Revenant 13-5 with a very intriguing composition that they had with 2 initiators and double duelist as well. It was quite interesting, and it definitely worked in the favor of Lethal. It caught Revenant 100% off guard, and they just weren't able to recover from it. They lost the map 5-13. And now, Revenant, they still bounced back in the lower finals, and now they're here in the grand finale. Once more, we have Lethal against Revenant. The previous encounter, let's have a look at the head-to-head, between the players as well, and how their performances have been. And Marzel and Wimp, yeah, these two guys, they have been, in my opinion, I like to call both of them just clutch ministers right here, because so many times the amount of clutches these guys have pulled is insane, and the amount of times they have come in clutch for their team is also an astronomical figure. These are the people the teams can rely on. And when you have your rosters built around people like Marzel and Wimp, who are always consistent, who are always delivering, you know that your team is bound for success, just like Revenant and Lethal are right here, being in the grand finals.
Yeah, well, let's have a look at what is going to be the battleground, though, because I believe that is going to be the most important. And okay, it having let it go to bind, Revenant have let it slip through. And
Mm-hmm.
why I'm gonna be, excited about this is, you know, little bit up and down because I thought Revenant would probably get bind out given how the situation was against Lethal.
Yeah.
Here we've got Fracture, Ascent, Breeze, Split. So it's a pretty, let's just say it starts off on a high, goes, keep going higher. And then there's a small little low in Ascent, and yet again, instant spike back up to Breeze. And then it stays constant on to Split. That is if we go there. I do not expect this to end in three maps, though, CCV. I think this definitely will be
Oh,
going to that fourth
absolutely.
as a minimum,
Mm-hmm.
to the fourth, and if at all,
Yep.
we're lucky, we see that fifth. But yeah,
Yes.
I this is a very interesting map pool here.
Oh, 100%. Yeah, the maps, the previous like instances and the histories these teams have had with certain maps has been quite polarizing. The best example of that has to be, Lethal and Bind, the ways in which they have been picking up their victories there. So keeping that in mind, Revenant as well and Lethal to an extent, both of them know some maps just aren't going to be theirs, but that doesn't mean necessarily that the best of five isn't going to go their way. But for the time being, let's talk about Bind. The agent selection screen is already in front of us. Are Lethal going to go for the same play? Well, from the looks of it, they may just Sensei is back on the jet. Marzel is playing the Fade. The Nightfall will be brought out. Android on the Yoru, and Rafa will confirm the Sky. Yes, Lethal Esports are not changing anything. They are going to be repeating what they did in the upper bracket finals. They are looking to repeat this map and to have a carbon copy of the previous time they played against Revenant here, win it out 13-5. As for Revenant, any changes being made from their side, I think that is what we have to wait and watch out for, because Revenant definitely, after their loss in the upper bracket finals, they must have gone back to this and they must have seen that exactly what went wrong. And for the time being, yeah, one major change is there. Revenant have shook up their primary controller. Earlier, Logista was playing the Astra. Last we saw RNT on Bind. This time he has already selected the Viper. And again, yes, Viper on Bind can be played out. She has a lot of potency on defense, 100%. Even on attack, the toxic screen can
Select your
help you, can
agent.
assist your team. But it's the other agents I'm looking forward to, because you are going for Sage, you are going for Viper, you are picking up a Sentinel. And what is the full composition looking like?
Well, this does look like a composition that I am pretty, interested in when it comes to
Yeah.
Little Esports. I love it. I told this before. I
Mm-hmm.
think that's a very, unique and very, upfront, forefront attacking kind of setup, which I really love from Lethal, excuse me. But on the
Yes.
side of Revenant, they've had a little bit of a change, come back and forth. Their first, bind venture, which was against Lethal, didn't really go the way that they expected it to. They had a neon, they had a chamber, they had a single controller. They tried to shift it up against Prime 5 and it worked for them. Not towards the best of directions. They did pick it up in the second half
Yeah.
against Prime 5, but in the first half they were struggling on the defense, having a Viper, an Astra, a
Astra,
Raze,
Sage.
utility gods who
Mm-hmm.
are defensively very, very well equipped, right? So
Exactly.
Lethal
Exactly.
having their informational carriers as well as their duelists. Let's find out how it goes. To the game we go, ladies and gentlemen. We're just about seconds away from finding out who is going to be the champion of the Esports Club Community Cup. And we've got two major contenders for it. Let's figure out how it's going to go all for these people.
All right, and it's a go. Already Blackhawk. Wait, what happened to Blackhawk? Oh, unfortunate. Even Paradox looks AFK. It seems like something has. Yeah. I don't think
Trying to hide.
Revenant. Yeah, from the looks of it, they are definitely encountering a couple of tech issues, because a lot of their members were just AFK. And Knight Rider also seems to have stopped. So, not really sure exactly what's going to happen about this round. Whether Revenant were encountering problems from the start or not. But from the looks of it, we may replay, we may not. Just looking,
One
I
enemy
mean,
is
exactly.
standing.
Everyone is looking into it. Back-end administrators also, like talking to the players. Exactly what happened. First of all, are Revenant right now here completely back in the game? Like, are they joined in, or are they still going through a couple of issues? Because this was very, very um, well, against the grain is like is what I'd like to say. It usually never happens, and yeah, everyone in Revenant seems to be AFK, all but one. So definitely there has been a problem that has gone on the side of RNT. I think maybe it has to do something with the internet or electricity in their boot camp, but we're looking into it. As for the side, as for the first round, we'll give updates about that as well. But Lethal, from the looks of it, they seem to be ready. They're like, whatever happened in the first round, that's fine. It counts, it doesn't count, it's all good. They know what to do, they know how to play, and it's amazing. We can see all of their players lethal already in their boot camp. They are repping the lethal colors as well, and everyone is just in the zone from the looks of it.
Yeah, they most certainly are. Not the best of starts that we thought would be coming to the grand final, but
Yeah.
unfortunately, we've had Revenant disconnect. And I think
Hmm.
that the way that Revenant should be approaching this instantly is by not letting this, wither them out even by 1%. Because usually, when you start off something like this, there's a little bit of superstition that comes and goes into their minds.
Hmm.
That, oh my god, disconnection just before the game starts, great, this is not what we wanted, and this is what we have at hand. But it's all right. I think Revenant should be okay, and we should be getting back into the game pretty damn soon. Whilst
Yep.
we do have Knight Rider still available, who is the only one who I think is not in the boot camp at the moment. He
Boot
is
camp.
at home.
Yeah.
He will be playing and he will be visible on the screen, but everybody else, unfortunately, has disconnected. So we're just going to wait for all of them to come back. And yeah.
And that's it from the side of lethal members. Okay, it seems like something really funny was said. I think they must have been hearing my past broadcast and listening to some of my amazing jokes. Definitely from the looks of it. But regardless of that, all terrible jokes aside from my side, yeah, lethal are in the zone, and this is one of the advantages you always have being in the boot camp is that as we can see, all the players are together. They're fine even after whatever happens in the first couple of maps. There's going to be a major communication advantage for the side of lethal esports. All of them can physically just huddle together, can talk to each other in person exactly what was going wrong, and try and solve their problems there in there out in the couple of minutes they will have between every single map. Because once more, ladies and gentlemen watching, this is a best of 5. This is going to be a long affair between both of these rosters. Universe, you mentioned at the very least we are going to 4 maps. I have to agree with you. At the very least, 4 maps are going to be seen, and we may go to the decider map as well. So yeah, keeping that in mind, these teams, they have to prepare themselves for the long haul. And I mean,
Yeah.
for the betterment of their teams, they have a lot of experienced players. I mean, all 10 of the players in the lobby, there is no denying that they are extremely experienced. They know how to deal with lengthy matches every single day. They play a lot of Valorant ranked and their scrims, but this is still different because the amount of mental and even physical energy you exhaust in a best of 5 at this level in a grand finale is far more and outweighs a lot more than what you would use in terms of your mental energy if you're
Mhm.
just playing ranked matches and whatnot, or just your competitive pugs. There you don't have to think a lot, not much is on the line. If you lose a ranked match, big whoop, you're going to lose a couple of your ranked points. But otherwise, there isn't much here. If you lose the best of 5, you'll be
Mhm.
losing half of your winnings. Again, the runners up, they'll be going home with 50,000 rupees. The winners, they will be getting 1 lakh rupees. That is the split. No other team will be going home with anything. It is just down to the final 2 teams, and good for Lethal and Revenant. They have at least managed to secure some cash prize. Now they just
Yep.
like to extend it even more. And it's also about the glory. For Revenant, it is about Badla. Yeah.
Yeah, it most certainly is about that Badla. But I still, I really hope that they've been able to find a counter for this
Mm-hmm.
situation that is Lethal Esports' lineup, which I believe is really important for them to find. Which I think that is a pretty good lineup to counter it. I think the Sage will make a difference. That wall is going to be you know. Uh, very important in certain situations where they're going to have the Yoru jump in or the Rays, jump in, and they're going to have only the duelists come out at different angles. The initiators are going to have to wait on the back to first give information, then have them run in. But the one good thing that works out for Lethal is their pure aggression. If they're able to, not give two damns about what walls throw up or what, slow orbs are put into their way, or even, the Astra, utility, or the grenade of the Rays and the Boombot and stuff. I think that they are going to have issues for sure. Lethal are going to have a little bit of a difficult time getting comfortable with what this lineup is going to throw at them, because there's a lot of utility, especially throwable utility, that will keep them at bay, which is the slow orb. Combine that with the snake bite, you have even the grenade. The Boombot also gives damage, information. Astra's pull and the Nova, which stuns them. Excuse me, and also gets them to stop moving for a bit. And of course, we've got the Sky, who will be all around the place, flashing, having informational peaks, as well as the Seekers to help them. So this is a lot of utility against the players of Lethal, who are going to
Yes.
be a little bit more dependent upon the Fade combining with the Jet and the Yoru, right?
Yeah, yeah,
And
yeah.
while I believe that Lethal really have good control over this lineup, with the amount of utility that Revenant are going to throw in, I think this could be a little bit more of a difficult fight than it was last time, that's for sure. And as I
Definitely.
am looking into it, as I've heard, ladies and gentlemen, everybody's coming back. We've got all the Revenant players reconnecting. So we
Mhm.
should be starting off the game pretty darn quickly. Wimp is already here. I think Paradox has joined in as well. We should be starting off with the game in just about a couple of minutes. And yes, the round will be replayed. The pistol round does not count because they disconnected just before the
Yeah,
barrier
the
of
round
were
commenced.
lifted up. Yeah.
Exactly, exactly. Yeah, before the action phase started, and yeah, so unfortunately, it was like electricity issue in the side of their boot camp. That's why Knight Rider was still there because he is playing, sorry, from a remote
Mm-hmm.
location from his house. So keeping that in mind, everything's back up and running. Unfortunate for Revenant it happened, but still there is a silver lining. They disconnected right before the action phase, so the round will be replayed. It's still 0-0. I mean, officially we haven't started the match, but yes, it's going to be the same agent compositions. None of that is going to be changing. It is still going to be Lethal on the side of attack, still going to be
Mm-hmm.
Revenant, who have chosen defense as their starting, as their starting side. And it makes sense with Astra, Viper, Sage, why you want to go for that defense. And I have to agree with
Yep.
you, Universe, that this is going to be a lot of utility heavy map. Bind is already such a restricted map. Close quarter combat is the name of the game. And when you're already adding two initiators, the flashes from Yoru, you've got the Fade, you've got the Sky, you've got the Prowler, you've got the
Mm-hmm.
Trailblazer, and then on the defense side, you've got Astra, Viper, the Slow Orbs, the Wall, you've got Brimstones as well. It is going to be a major utility dump. This will be a lot more of Clash of Clans than just Valorant. So keeping that in mind, for the side of Lethal Esports, dealing with all of that utility will cost them their own
Mm-hmm.
utility. So it's like, how much are you willing to invest is a question.
Yep.
If your opponents are going for a Sage Wall, and if they are going for the Viper Poison Orb as well, the smoke and all that, are you willing to invest your own Yoru self flash to check that corner? Are you willing to invest the Yoru clone to go in and try to clear some corner and whatnot? How much of an investment are you looking to make? And then obviously my favorite question is going to be, as soon as the side swap happens, what takes
Mm-hmm.
place then? Because we have to talk about Revenant with such a defensive composition on attack, and Lethal
Yep.
with an attacking dominant composition on defense. Without a sentinel, you're going to be defending. It's not impossible, but certainly makes things a whole lot more difficult. And these are the questions
Yep.
I'm looking to get answered as soon as possible. And I mean, exactly like all of us watching as well, even I'm waiting for the lobby to get started back up, for us to join back in, round one to commence, because map one for sure is going to be a banger, and it's going to set the precedent as to what can we expect from this BO5 finale.
Yeah, I think that we should be expecting a whole lot of firepower on all five maps, because I think that these two teams are
Mm-hmm.
very closely matched up. The last time itself went to three maps, and I don't think that it's going to be any lesser right
Yeah.
now. I think the 3 maps is a minimum, and the 4 maps. I mean, 3 maps is a minimum in the sense that we are going to see a fourth, and yeah, we should be heading into the game now, ladies and gentlemen. The players are back from Revenant. Everybody's on the server. The round is going to be replayed. Let's just assume that the last 10 minutes did not happen, and this is where we start fresh with the grand finals. We've got Revenant loaded, locked, filled with electricity. Hopefully for the entirety of this matchup left, as well as Lethal. Here's the grand final coming up to you. Let's dive in.
All right, that's it. Round one back up and running. Still, it is going to be Lethal Esports on attack. And from the looks of it, yeah, what happened in the previous round, Lethal are not going to be changing their theory. They want to clear out showers. This time, though, Blackhawk is not AFK. Instead, he gets the first shot of the map. He gets a head down onto Sensei, down to 74 HP. That's a jet tag, just the slightest bit, but information has been given. And Revenant are fighting back against Lethal Esports, but it has costed them the entirety of Shower's control. Knight Rider as well goes down, and Wimp is so low on HP, he can do nothing but retreat into safety. Logista, though, is the final man. Excellent headshot onto the shorty, onto 10 HP. Lethal Esports clean up from their side. Lethal took every single gunfight out there that Revenant offered them, and they ended up winning almost all but one. And you can see, again, happy faces on the side of Lethal Esports. This pistol round could not have gone better with how they managed to win it.
Yep, it is that pure force going straight into the faces of their defense that they love to execute Lethal. And they do it very, very well. They've practiced and they have done so much. And it looks like they're going to be loving it a lot more. Yet again, it's going to be Lethal in the charge as they have sent Rafa to do a little bit of damage control towards B. Find a little bit of control himself, while the rest of the team is moving towards the A side. And oh, Sensei will get the look onto 2 people, but not being able to find any kills as of yet. It's just pistols, so they're just waiting for this Viper wall to, get out of their way as they can find themselves a couple of kills. There's Blackhawk being detained, and Android's going to take him out, and Revenant are running into the site here. And with that, it's going to be Lethal pretty much taking control of what they wanted to and expected that to happen. There we go. Flawless victory for them. Not too much resistance at all, even though they had a little bit of patience. It's exactly how they would have wanted to play. And we go with the side of Lethal in the lead with the pistol and the follow-up. Can they triple up on this is the question. Or will the buy round be good enough to hit back immediately?
Yeah, now for the side of Revenant, they need to strike back because once more, Bind has not gone off to the start they wanted. And again, for the side of Revenant, this is their defense. They're not able to slow down the attacks of Lethal, which in theory is the one thing their competition should be looking to do, slow down the attack. Once more, Wimp is marked and Sensei has no fear going into this gunfight. Knight Rider is isolated on the B-bomb side. The Trailblazer, the Prowler working in unison. Knight Rider can do nothing because he is against 3 players. And even if you have rifles, nah man, 3 players is just a tad too much. Revenant are forced into a retake. Spike's gonna go down. It costs Lethal a bit of their HP, but still, Lethal have total side control. Revenant are the ones who have to fight for this retake because all 3 of their members are going to be pushing from the hall side, are going to be pushing from the defender spawn. Lethal lets them get side control. Their line of sight is blocked off, but the attackers have plenty of utility to work with. Sensei right swings, another shot, and Paradox is now the only one alive. That's it. Another near flawless round. Universe, in the 3 rounds that we have witnessed, in the first round, Lethal Esports took a win with 4 members surviving. The second round was flawless. In their bonus round, they ended up winning with 4 members surviving. For Revenant, this is economically, pretty bad. I can't sugarcoat it. Revenant are struggling. And again, they haven't been able to get off with the strongest foot forward. Lethal are just rolling away with their performance.
Yeah, it is the start though, so I'm going to give them a little bit of, cutting slack. But Lethal have been on the best foot already, given that, that round was so brilliantly executed thanks to the Fade and Sky towards that B side. They expected only 2 members to be there, and they found themselves pretty much every single duel going in their favor. And now Revenant on the back end of things will be trying to hold off as many lines as possible with their scrappy buy. It's a semi buy for them. They don't really want to, let Lethal get away with everything. They do want to get a couple of frags before they do, get into the site. That's what they're hoping for. But Revenant are currently at a little bit of a confused state. They don't know what's happening right now. No information whatsoever per se, because everybody from Lethal is actually playing very, very passive. Look at where they are. They've got absolutely no control, and they're not worried about this. They just know that this could, be a possibility, because Wimp has constantly gotten some value of sound towards that B long position. And now with the side dog coming towards the hookah side and Marcel sending his power towards B long, this should be exactly what they're hoping for. Information, but with the weapons that they have, can only hope for so much, and it's going to be Knight Rider with just the one. Paradox has a weapon that needs to work in close ranges, but the satchel cannot pop out for him to go through. And now Rafa, he's got the easiest job, keeping up the Stranglers, which is going to be in the form of Blackhawk and Loki, but only the one he's going to find. Loki actually takes on two. So that's a good amount of damage that they've done, but not completely going to be harming Lethal, because they've got money for days right now. They won 4 rounds in a row. They don't care if they lose 3-4 players. They are just happy to win these rounds.
Yeah, the side of Lethal Esports, they want to build. Sorry. They want to build as much of a lead as possible because of the fact that, yeah, as soon as the side swap happens, their defense may not be their strongest point. So if they can build a tremendous advantage in their attacking half, all the more advantage to them. And Revenant, now they're employing really hard tactics in order to slowly pull down. The Viper Spit is there, you have the stage wall, and Blackhawk with an excellent shot onto Showers denies the entry. Marzel even with the Prowler cannot move forward. He is splashed, and most importantly, he's all alone because his duo was already killed in an isolated gunfight. These are good tactics being employed by Revenant. Actually, great. What I like to say, compared with the crispy aim that they have, they are able to delay Lethal Esports. Finally, Revenant have some sort of advantage. Wimp gets another headshot, drops the spike, drops the body, and that's the third he drops. Alongside picking up the first round for Revenant Esports in this grand finale.
Well, as much as the good use of abilities were coming out of Lethal Esports, that peak towards Showers should have probably come with 2 in number instead of 1. Only the one man went up, and that was Sensei, and Marzel just kept them busy with his utilities, staying on the back end to, keep himself safe and alive. But while his teammates were trying to come up towards a shot, Wimp put a stop to everything, and so did Paradox. And now Revenant, they might have lost their Viper's ultimate for no good use, but still works out. Blackhawk instantly taking a bit of spare fire, as he is hoping to pull off the same ability yet again, stop them in their tracks, while he does have support to his left. Wimp and Blackhawk, 2 very, very experienced players here, trying to hold off the young blood of Lethal. A little bit of experience themselves. Marzel, of course, right there. As Sensei is... Oh, that actually did not give them any sort of value. They don't know that these players are here. Now they know that both of them are there. That dog does give it away. And while the grenade also pops in to give them a little bit of more commitment towards the shower region, it's up to Blackhawk, who has been perfectly baited for both these kills. He held on to his ground for years almost to get himself that. And now, even if they try to enter the A side, there's Loki to a shower to stop them up. Paradox will get a kill with his satchel. Revenant immediately find 2. Quick succession. And they do a brilliant job of telling Lethal that we are nowhere, out of this game. We're right here.
Yeah, I mean, Revenant, so much has changed in the past 2 rounds. This is what we want to see from Astra Viper Sage. The utility dump is present, and Lethal are the ones now having a difficult time dealing with the utility on the side of Revenant Esports. This is how the defense should have been from round number 1, but still, for Revenant and for all of their supporters, better late than never, I guess. You know, they are back into it, they're fighting against Lethal, and Lethal themselves are going to be disposing a lot of the utility early on. You can see Sensei this time pushing in, but even he can't do a lot. Android has snuck his way past through when everyone was distracted with Sensei. Android goes into B. Hey, Heaven. Sorry, but again, his location is given away. Paradox is just holding the angle. The rest of the teammates of this Yoru are falling, and now the Yoru goes down as well. This seems to be a flawless round. As a matter of fact, it will be. Lethal Esports and whatever they were trying isn't going to work anymore. They need a new strategy, because Revenant Esports have figured out how to deal with the storm, and boy, are they countering it brilliantly. Lethal went for a shake-up. They still targeted the A-bomb side, but they went from A shot. They disposed the utility once more, but the Revenant still dealt with it. And now Revenant only have to deal with a single more round before they can equalize the score.
4 and 3 now.
Get out of my way.
Lethal instantly giving up their lead, unfortunately, with a lot of their forces being constantly targeted towards that A side. And this time again, Sensei will not find himself kills that he wants. The blades do not connect, and again that utility dump is helping them so well. Revenant have learned how to counter this team, stop them in their tracks. And with that, Lethal, just a couple of pistols to work with, waiting that wall breaks down and they hear that Sage, if at all she's sitting on top of it, drop down. That's not the case. Wimp has made his way here. They expect this well. They know that Sensei could have been just a bait to play along with, and that flash will confirm it. There goes a Prowler, did not detect anybody, but Android gets into the side, unnoticed from B long, who will kill him. Alpha with 2 actually has a Vandal to work with, and he's putting it to good use. There is an ultimate though that Paradox could instantly make work of. He will get it, but it's a 1 versus 2 now, and I don't think they know exactly where this man is. Alpha could be playing this to perfection, but Blackhawk will make sure that he does not do anything cheeky here. A lot of damage being done, ultimates being pulled out, but it still works out in the favor of Revenant as they level the score lines. And Lethal might have just done enough damage.
I mean, Lethal definitely had an improved round compared to, you know, how their rounds were going for the past 2 or 3. They weren't shut down entirely. Still a loss to them nonetheless. But yeah, like you said, they have dealt damage to Revenant. Both of the teams, though, overall, their credits, for the time being, Lethal are still on the better end of things. But if they lose this round, then yeah, I'm not really sure if the credit loss bonus of 2900 is going to allow them to buy Righteous Llama again. Not to mention, Revenant have got the operator, Knight Rider, be it Sage, be it Chamber, he always gets the opening kill, and once more, he does, and he falls back. Very safe, very effective. Lethal know it's a B-take. Knight Rider is ready for it again. This time though, he can't run out of the situation, but he can absolutely win gunfights. Right before the flash pops, he pops the head of Sensei, gets another kill, and allows Revenant an even better push into this round. Not to mention, he has his teammates to rely on, and Lethal Esports, before they can even move into the bomb side, before they can even move into B-long or Hooker, they are down to only 2.
Yeah, and it looks like they're going to lose their lead here. Wimp is in the perfect off angle to get both of them, but he will find at least one and damage the other down to 30 HP. Utility popping out. Paradox wants to get this kill, but Lucia, a little quick on his aim. He shot him down, but he does not have space, time, or power to work this one. And he will have to rely on his pure aim. It is not going to work out against Blackhawk when he's up on that metal box. 5 and 4. Revenant take the lead. And what a turnaround, winning 5 rounds in a row. And this is much, much better from Revenant here.
Oh, a whole lot. Leagues better than what we saw from their side in, first of all, the past 4 rounds and the previous time they played against Lethal Esports on the map of Vine in the upper brackets finals. This time, for Revenant, not just their utility, but feels like the people and their confidence in their gunfights has improved so much. Already we're seeing Logista, 9 kills he has. Wimp was also unafraid of taking those duels. And Revenant know that if they have the advantage, they can take those gunfights and they have the confidence to win in them. Again, Wimp is waiting and watching towards showers. He knows the Yoru's there at the very least, spots 3 members, and now Revenant are like, okay, let's play this a little bit on the back foot. We can't move forward just yet. We have to wait for them, and they're calling in the reinforcements. Knight Rider is back from the V-bomb site. Logista's the only one alone on B, but that's not the problem. The problem is how do you deal with the execution, because Rafa gets the opener. Yes, Rafa goes down, but alongside him, more members of Lethal do so. And Revenant are all down to Logista, who in the midst of the orbital strike, in the midst of the nightfall, went for the teleport. They don't know about him. Excellent first kill. Can he continue on with this 1v2 retake?
Well, he has an operator to worry about that Lucia's holding, and Lucia will make it work perfectly. 5 and 5. Immediate hit back from the side of Lethal as they very much required it. And they will be keeping the scores humble. You know, the one thing that I do want to see, though, you know, that I think we've not seen so far at all from anybody, especially the people who play that Yoru. Why is nobody faking the decoy? Double fake the decoy. You become the decoy. Why? Sometimes Revenant have let it pass by. They've let the decoy pass by.
One clip. You have seen that one clip on Haven that everyone has seen, and I know which clip. I mean, I think everyone knows which clip. Is it gonna work? I agree with you, Universe. They may, but it's the grand finals. Are they gonna take the risk? I mean, fake teleport happened just now, but I don't think Lethal will go for it just yet. Who knows if they are up a lot of rounds. But this time, Lethal strike. And they strike fear in the minds of Revenant Esports, because Revenant still have to deal with the shower stake. Although Lethal have made a big mistake, isolating these gunfights and having a disconnected attack against Paradox, who is great at finding these individual kills. Again, look at the race. Paradox may be low on HP. He is still unafraid to take those angles. This time, Lucia shuts him down, and we are back to a 2 versus 2 scenario. Make that 3 versus 2. The race is back up and running. Lethal Esports can do nothing to quiet Paradox. Well, for the time being, he's there. He is present. And for the side of Revenant Esports, yeah, they dealt with the initial wave of attackers, but they've got to do it again. This time, major difference is there is a few amount of utility on both the teams.
30 seconds
Well,
left.
he hears all of them, all of the footsteps, and he is moving up. There goes the teleport, and they're going to be able to run away. Those Astra Stars not going to work. Nobody is alive to take care of those gravitational pulls, so they give them time. Plant will go down. And a little bit of trouble being offered. Lucia might have just done enough. One pops out, does so. There's the second. Paradox with the fourth. And Rafa yet again runs towards that elbow position. And he's holding on. He just needs to hit that shot, and there it is. Well done by Paradox. Finds the ace, as Revenant will have to thank him for his heroics.
Last round in the half.
Oh, yeah, thank Paradox, thank Knight Rider for the stage, for the resurrection, but Lethal Esports, they won't be thanking, they'll be praying to the gods right now that if they are able to equalize this half 6-6, and yeah, we can see still for the side of Revenant, they should, I don't think they'll be very satisfied with how this half has gone, rather they'll be content with it. They'll be like, okay, we were a lot worse off earlier. We were down 0-4, and we may equalize this like 6-6, potentially 7-5. So Revenant, they'll be fine with how the half has gone. Could it have been better? Yeah, it could have been better from both the rosters. No one is denying that. But for the time being, from the side of Lethal Esports and Revenant, they have to focus on the side swap. They have to focus on what happens once a very attacking sided composition goes on defense and a pretty defender sided comp chooses to go on the attack and go on the aggressive. How do you deal with that? You know, a Sage on attack, how does that work? You've got 2 controllers as well, but problem is there is only a single duelist. So where do you put that raise to clear out the corners? Do you put Paradox in towards like Hooker to use the paint shells and the boom bot to clear those corners, or kind of like what's happening right now with Sensei and Marzel? Do they play towards showers and clear those angles near there? Questions like those are going to be passed back and forth a lot between the teams, especially in tactical timeouts like these. I'm pretty sure they must have thought about it beforehand as well. Is that if Bind is going to be chosen in a best of 5, chances are it must have been. Is that how do they play on their weaker half? And with the match being so level, almost being neutral, if Lethal manage to take this round, how do you deal with that? Knight Rider, walls or showers, denies the Prowler, and again denies Lethal Esports the opportunity.
Oh wait, that Prowler's still alive though.
Very rapidly.
Okay, never mind. Oh, the Seekers from Revenant, they're so good. The value is insanely good. And they're going to find these players coming on the backstab, but is it a little too late? The Skies are exchanging flashes at the moment. And Paradox is supporting him to the best of his abilities as well. They've knackered off the side of Lethal onto the A side. And they've pincered them. It was sandwich movement. Back and forth they go. They've got players everywhere to worry about. Lethal are trying to fight their way through towards spawn as well. But Wimp on the backstab with Paradox is causing a lot of damage. And now it's up to Android to find himself and his team a little bit of value. Picks up the spike at the bare minimum. And now they're going to plant for the spawn region. And Logi could stop it all.
Oh.
Wait, what?
Huh? Huh?
Spike.
What? Yeah, exactly. How?
30 seconds
What's
left.
that? How did Sensei map? Nah. This is just map 1. If this is map 1 and these are the kind of flicks we are seeing, how do we predict what's going to happen when we jump into map number 5? Because that is for certain happening. Sensei!
Alright.
Another! Can he get the 4th? Come on. He needs to clutch this out. It is his destiny to get this 70 HP. He's got the blades, 9 bullets in the magazine, and he's just waiting for Logista. Logista as well, he knows exactly the sound cue is skip, and oh no! Sensei cannot, and Logista knows how much this 1v1 meant in the grand scheme of things. The 70 HP that Sensei had, the 30 that Logista remains, and the 100 is what I would rate this round with how it went. Revenant Esports, they end the first half, 75 lead after being down 0-4.
Well, that was quite a round. Sensei could have just upturned things, and this shot right here, what he just hit, I don't know how. Look at that. What the hell was that? How? That's not supposed to be possible. I don't even know, man. That has to be the nuttiest shot in the entire tournament.
Absolutely, I agree with you. I mean, you know what? Follow the Esports Club on our Instagram. We may host a poll, like which was the best shot, and chances are this one is going to take the cake. Even if you're not a fan of Lethal, it doesn't matter. You have to respect what just happened. But anyways, we're back. Pistol round, second half. The side swap is here. Both the teams, how do they cope up with the changes that will be taking place in the composition from this point forward? That's how we watch. Because for the side of Revenant, well, they are looking to converge onto a shot, and Android has to fall back. Sensei already has taken so much damage. So Revenant, it's not like they are not applying the pressure. The smokes prevent nothing from going through. Android has to physically break the stage wall towards U-Halls. Lucia has got the support of his teammate. He is still playing there alongside the ghost. Wimp jumps into the gunfight. Head first, he's his head alongside the body. That's blown off. But Android and Lucia are still on cleanup duty. And it is Blackhawk now, the final man alive.
Yeah, and I don't think he's going to be able to do anything. He does not have that much time, I believe. The stars will not work out because Android is just taking that defuse. The stars are a little bit too centric towards the defusal circle. And Android will just take it through. They win the defense. Pistol. That's something I honestly did not expect. I really thought that Revenant are going to be able to take it back off their utility. They pushed up towards U-Hall, but that one decoy, they shot it, they got blinded because they didn't know that there's a player coming right behind it, actually 2. And they were focused upon how they could not blind themselves. They turned around for a second, but Logi got completely blind because Nitrata shot that decoy and Logi did not expect it.
It's a force buy. Alright, in this round that we have right here, you know, Revenant Esports, they're gonna go for a force buy. against Lethal after losing the pistol. High risk, high reward strategy. More often than not, it gets punished if you're going into the force buy, but with so much utility, with 2 controllers being on board, they may be able to overpower Lethal Esports. Again, the smokes, Astra, Viper, they prevent Lethal from seeing anything, but still Android manages one and another before he goes down. The spike is yet to be planted. Lethal still have control of the bomb side. The Sage wall is broken, so you can't safely plant the spike just yet without extra control. Yes, Revenant have members towards truck, towards U-Haul, and towards showers. What they don't have is all of their angles covered, which is why they're just going to choose different scenery. They're going to teleport away into the B-bomb site, but Marzel awaits them with open hands and the barrel of his Spectre pointed right towards Hoka. And again, Revenant have repositioned themselves, trying to sell the fake. Lethal are still aware about it. Rafa and Sensei holding a shot.
Oh, Sensei perfectly positioned and allows Rafa to get the trade as well. And now it's only onto one person, and the spike has already been taken in control of by Lethal thanks to Marzel's backstab. The information of the sound that came in through Sensei's comms when he heard the players coming in from that rotation after the teleporter allowed Marzel to push up from his B-side hold to get himself the spike in his hands and the final kill as well. 7 and 7 instantly. It is turned back around, but we've seen what happens after Lethal get the first 2 rounds. And even though they've got 2 initiators and 2 duelists, they're making this defense work. But how far can they take this and go is the question. Thankfully, the force round from Revenant was completely shut down. Hence, they are on pistol. So Revenant will be falling back yet again, I believe, because clearly Lethal have got everything in their bag. That was a beautiful haunt lineup from Marzel. As Lethal have got Sensei doing pretty much all of the, good stuff towards the A-shot position. Wimp wanting to try and maybe taking him off of his sniper's nest on top of that AMB van. Oh, hey, Android gets absolutely smothered in the face as Sensei wants a piece of the cake again.
Well, Sensei is ready for it. But yeah, from the side of Revenant, like I said in the previous round, they took a major gamble. After losing their pistol, going for a force buy means that if you lose that round, you are on 0 credits, practically more or less. You have no money in the bank whatsoever. You spent all of it in your force buy, and that's also gone. Yeah, you need to save, and that's what Revenant have to do. So they took a chance. They took a chance that if we win our first round, we can extend the lead we have against Lethal. We can make it an 8-6, maybe 9-6. But now Lethal will definitely get their own 8th round on board,
30
win
seconds
against
left.
Revenant, and the next round is where we can see the rifles getting pulled up from both the rosters. But still, let's see and let's wait and watch how this round goes. RNT still have 3 of their members. The heal is present from Sage, and in close proximity, these sheriffs, they can be dangerous. Sensei just has that Marshall. Lucia's already gone down. The time pressure
10
may be
seconds
getting
left.
to Revenant. They got it on spike. There is still Sensei present. No, Sensei's also gone down. Rafa does have the Phantom, and the Phantom can work its magic. Yeah, it's going to be Rafa with the final kill of the round. Lethal Esports still managed to pull it back, and next round is going to be their bonus. They have once again taken the lead after losing it briefly after the events of the first half.
Well, Lethal are going to be happy with these 3 rounds, but not too much of a celebration should go into this. There's still a lot of work, and Revenant know that they can hit back, especially after what we saw coming after that 4-0 down they were, to come back and win the half 7-5, which has instantly been broken. Lethal have made good reservations in terms of how they want to work this, as Android has a judge up his sleeve, and he is in towards U-Haul, expecting Paradox to maybe fly in there. Not going to be the case, though, as Sensei pulls out his knives. Now, this is going to be a bonus round for the side of Lethal, as Marzel was not really expecting Paradox to be that up close. Gets a free kill almost, Paradox, and he's going to run away. As Revenant try to find value towards the A side. Lucia takes out the dog, does not give away any sort of information except for the fact that there are players available here. And Revenant want to challenge them with the Seekers. They know only two's on the site now. They've got another ultimate popping in as well. And Android's going to keep it alive with the classic being the main job for him to use as a bait. Blackhawk gets one. Now it's up to Android. He needs to find these kills. There he goes. That's the one. And now it's on to Rafa. And Rafa's got a pretty good situational read here. Will he get the kills? Is the question. No, he spams it. But he does not get the kill. He spams him down only for a little bit of damage as Revenant will find themselves in a good post-plant position. 2 versus 4. Time is ticking. Lucia will not be able to win his duels as Android is going to go down to Logi towards Showers. 8 and 8. And Bind is looking very, very competitive.
Can I get a job?
Truly competitive from both the rosters. They are giving it. The Revenant came back into it with this round with their full buy, lost only one player, successful spike. The cosmic divide as well helped them so much in getting that side control and most importantly falling back after they went for the plant. So the streak of domination on the side of Lethal Esports, it's come to an end. The second half is now truly equal. Lethal though, they are going in for that operator. This time it's Sensei. We saw Knight Rider hone this weapon. It's going to be his arch nemesis for this best of 5. It is Sensei on the jet. He is not afraid. He is dealing with the Trailblazer, with the guiding light. Whatever is thrown his way, he will still peek the angle. Never will he retreat, and never will Rafa retreat, because Paradox, he wanted to aggress forward. However, it's pushed his team a little more back. You can see them falling back as well. That's their spearhead of the attack gone. That's their only duelist off the board. Lucia's got the judge. Close proximity. Logista has no clue. And we are just waiting for the smokes to dissipate. Molly goes to Lucia.
Oh no!
Viper. Nah, it's going to be Logista with the opener. Sensei still has showers control. Toxic String prevents anything from being seen. Android again in U-Halls, not to the judge with a vandal. Wimp though, this time he wins the gunfight. And this time again, the spike is going to go down in favor of RNT.
Spike planted.
Well, Mars has come up with a teleporter and he will be taken care of. But before that, Whip has put a shut to Sensei's opping abilities. As Marzil is hoping that Rafa is able to find some value. That's not going to be the case. It's just working out in Revenant's favor. Round after round again. The second one. The minute the buys come up after those 3 or 4 rounds that they kind of slip up, Revenant find their ground somehow. Even though they lost an initial man, Paradox was, gone untraded.
Yeah,
Which I really think shouldn't have been the case, because Blackhawk was in that smoke right behind him and Rafa was well supported, but Paradox wasn't. And Blackhawk just had to move back, and that trade fight there should have probably worked out in Revenant's favor, but it just didn't. And because of which, they were forced to go to the A side, which did work out in the favor eventually. And Lethal need to find... Oh, that's brilliant. That was a great find from Marzil, but is it going to give them value?
Yeah. Sensei this time. He doesn't have the operator. He's got the sheriff. Oh, he was concussed by that Trailblazer. And Vim takes him down. Still a desperate round from the side of Lethal. They don't have the best of guns on board. Honestly, for their side, they just want to get over with it. Try and pick up a rifle, but things are not going their way. Absolutely not. Revenant have total control. And Revenant, for their side, they are literally alt-harvesting this round. With the amount of kills they're getting, with the fact that they can pick up the ultimate orbs on B, on A showers as well, they can pick it up later on. So Lethal finally a bit of blowback, mainly from Lucia, who is retaliating. But aren't you aware that, yeah, okay, it's just one man. He's on the A-bomb side. Guess what? He takes down 2 of our members. He takes down 2 of our rifles. We'll get a little bit more extra credits for the next round. And we can buy those rifles again. We can let our players who died get their full armor back up and running. And unfortunately for Lucia, he is the one who is just isolated. He cannot move forward. He doesn't know. There's a Sage watching the corner. If he pushes, he dies. If he stays, he dies. What to do? is a conundrum. The Brimstone is in,
Paradox.
Paradox doing Paradox things, treading lightly, but yeah, that's it. Lethal Esports. Still fair play to Lucia. He took down 2 members of Revenant, but Revenant managed to reach double digits, and this is where Lethal really start to sweat that, boys, we should not be giving away our own map choice. The map which is our home ground, we cannot give it to RNT just yet.
Well, Lethal, not exactly how they expected Bind was going to go down. Never were Revenant going to let it happen the way it did the last time. And they're playing pretty well. Let's find out if Lethal are going to be able to make their way back into this. They do have a bit of a desperate buy here. They need to win this or else it's going to be trouble. And trouble brewed in the wrong ways. It is towards the A side that they seem to focus their Seekers to go. And they will find out that there's 3 players here. Stars pulling down, Seekers coming out. Now it's on to Sensei. Does not connect his shot. Blinded, chased by the Seekers. They will move back offside, but will they be able to stop this is the question. There comes Paradox with the ultimate that will find Android. Brilliant stuff. As the plant will go down, U-Haul has been taken control of, and there is going to be a Brimstone ult to try and force them out. The Nightfall comes through as well, as Lafa comes from the back end to find the players who run away from the Brimstone's orbital strike. Blackhawk tries to surprise from showers, but Mars will take out Logi, and that's the cover gone. Lafa will find Paradox towards the backstab, as Blackhawk, desperate to take out the diffuser, will not check his corners. With a lot of ultimates being committed, Revenant will have to concede the round to Lethal.
Yeah. Boy, what a retake from the side of Lethal Esports. You had that backstab from Rafa, you had the orbital strike from Lucia as well. And then you had just kills going their way. And the Seekers as well at the start gave a lot of information. So really good stuff. Now, seems like, the coach of Revenant HBK, he has taken a tactical timeout. And again, this is such a close map universe. This is just map number 1. Already, we are nearing both of the teams reaching double digits at the very least. That is, we may even see an overtime for all who knows. These are the kind of possibilities that are there already. And this is the start of the best of 5. Now, this excites me, and also it makes me a bit I wouldn't say scared, but a bit worrisome for all 10 of the players, is because if they have to go all in on the first map, then it is going to hit them like a wall. The tiredness going into maps 4 and 5. If map number 1 is so mentally demanding and physically demanding on the players, their conditions by the time we see the final few maps will be a lot worsened off. And how do you, as a player, prepare yourself for such a long haul? Because after all, this is going to be a marathon. The rounds, they may go by like a sprint, but this is a marathon. So again, we are here. Timeout is done. And once more, Lethal are back looking to fight off Revenant on the front lines. They're not going to back off. They are peeking these angles.
Well, Android's in a pretty good position actually, and he will be able to find Paradox if he does choose to peek out from the back of sight. But Lucia's got that covered as well. The ball goes up, and now Knight Rider, he is in a very good position himself to find a kill and then fall off, and that's exactly what he's going to do. Marcel dropped, and that's information being ripped out of their hands. 4 versus 4 now. There is a revive available, which they might or might not go for because it is out in the center of the side where the spike has been planted. As Revenant are trying to keep their opponents at bay as much as possible. The blind comes out. The teleporter goes the decoy's way. Decoy goes the teleporter's way, excuse me. But Android will find Loki. Times of the essence here. Paradox trying to keep it alive. But nobody's on the defuse just as of yet because of the utility from Blackhawk. And now as they try to stick it, Android's trying to keep it alive. He's going to try and stick it, but it's not going to happen. Android with the 4. Last time, but he doesn't have the life. Blackhawk.
No
Survives
way.
by an inch as well as secures the round for his team.
No way. Did Blackhawk manage, alongside Paradox, they managed to delay Lethal long enough, even with the man disadvantage. Even with Paradox trying to kill them with a judge in like medium range, they still took it. And Revenant now have 11 rounds. One more match point is theirs. Lethal are struggling economically. They don't have a lot of ultimates, just Yoru's there. Revenant, they've got the Resurrection, they've got the Cosmic Divide. In terms of the guns as well, Spectres, half armor on the side of Lethal. This is do or die, honestly, universe. If Lethal lose this round, then winning 3 consecutively is a big ask from any team, especially in a scenario like the grand finals. There's best of 5 lives on the line. Now Marzel all alone, very risky play. There's a high chance he's going to die. Knight Rider spots the barrel of the gun, and now there is no way Marzel can be revived. There's no way he can be resurrected. That's one man gone. That's your fade off the board already without any trades whatsoever. Revenant are still taking it slowly. Rafa also pushing the same angle, leaving the B bomb site completely empty temporarily. Yeah, he has to fall back. There is no other choice. And Revenant Esports, now that they've lost a member on B, they're gonna commit to... once they've lost a member on the A bomb side, they're gonna commit to B. Already Paradox is present. Android shuts him down. Android keeping the hopes alive. He's got the trade ready.
30 seconds
And Revenant, can they push into the bomb side still?
Well, they're trying to keep it as close as possible. 2 versus 2 right now. The Cosmic Divide goes up as Blackhawk wants to make sure that the plant goes down safely. Players looking to pop out together, but it's going to be a trade-off game. Sensei will find it, and now he's coming on the back end of where Blackhawk is. He's heard him. He could expect him on top of the box as Blackhawk is slowly trying to maneuver across this site. And he's got such a good read of what's happening, but because he's so damn low, one bullet from Sensei's flicking Phantom will find them round number 10.
Man, again, Sensei with that flick. He has been like MVP for the side of Lethal Esports. He is like the clutch master for their side. But yeah, so far, Lethal Esports still in it. Weaker round, doesn't matter. They get it done. And they keep their hopes alive. They keep themselves alive on the map of Bind. Again, Revenant just need one more round to get match point to secure overtime at the very least. Sensei, though, he has other plans. He doesn't want to give Revenant that luxury. He wants to give them death by blades. He is ready for it. Android once more close for the angle. Trailblazer disorients him. He's got to fall back. Paradox will again go for that satchel play. Yes, he does. Pushes in towards U-Halls. Still pushing forward. That's the opener gone. The spike going to be planted. Can Android deny it? No, he can't. Sensei's on the back lines, and again, Revenant Esports have the control of the bomb site. They are in better post-gun positions. Lethal have to act with their utility right now. They need to take these gunfights. They are taking set gunfights, but still, they are not going their way just yet. Sensei gets shut down. That's another for him in that corner with the Bulldog. Only now are we seeing retaliation from the team in blue, and now they may overpower Revenant. Who knows? Oh.
Wow. Wow. Match point up. Ladies and gentlemen, this is it. Revenant, this is where their badla, their revenge starts from. They were shattered on Bind, and here they are giving it back to the side of Lethal, who had such a strong competition in their favor for so long with that comp that they've got. Double duelist, double initiator, and single controller comp. And now they're at the bare end of losing it all. The first map of the grand final. And they're heading into Fracture next as well. And that's a map that they haven't been historically favored in, especially against Revenant. And there goes the first. Lucia trying to hold on for dear life, but can he do more? No was the answer as Logi takes him out. And now, as Android juggles his weapons with him, the Seekers from the defense come out. Nitra trying to take out all of them. He's managed to take out two. And maybe the third. Nah, does not spot it.
Okay.
Would we get one piece of information?
Yeah. Knight Rider hopefully doesn't have to encounter Neon soon. But anyways, alright, jokes aside. Revenant Esports, they're still ready for that take. We can see the toxic screen alongside the Astral Stars as well. They're not looking for a short take, rather they want to move in and plant near the triple boxes. Paradox is also ready. Satchel goes through, showstopper in hand, one shot towards the U-Haul. Gonna go for it. Does he get a kill? Tags Android significantly, and Android's teammate Marzel goes down. This can be the end for Lethal Esports.
Welcome to my world.
It is very
enemy
soon
remaining.
going to be, yeah, it's going to be Android all by himself, and Blackhawk with the final two kills. That's a headshot not to the members of Lethal Esports, but a headshot to their entire team. 2 bullets, and that's the entire team disintegrated. The map that Lethal Esports chose, the map where Revenant lost 3-13 a couple of days ago. Well, they have taken temporarily, definitely, they have taken their revenge. They're still in the long haul. You can see a big face of relief on the face of most of their players. Paradox, Knight Rider, they know this was a big victory in of itself.
Yep.
You know, this is a war after all, but this battle means a lot.
It indeed does. After getting, that 3-13 scoreline against them way back when they played the upper bracket final, to come here and win this 13-10 gives them a lot of confidence, that's for sure. They have put themselves in a little bit of that work mode, practice mode, whatever it is. They went through it all and allowed themselves to get a little bit of comfort on this map with the lineup that they wanted to change up. The Neon didn't work for them. They got in the race, they got in the double controller, and they made it work perfectly. Utility was on point,
Absolutely.
especially by the controllers. I think that they did a brilliant job. Logi and Blackhawk were on point, as well as Paradox jumping in and out, finding himself the kills. This brilliant stuff overall from the entire team, and what a win this is going to be. They're going to be very happy with this. And going into Fracture, Lethal need to be a little concerned, because I can already see this being a 2-0 in the first two maps itself instead of being a 1-1.
Yes and no. I can see it being a 2-0 because, yeah, Lethal Esports, what they were vouching for on the map of Bineo, those rapid, completely like bullet speed executes, is exactly what Revenant plan on the map of Fracture when you've got, Para on the Neon and whatnot. So keeping that in mind, do Lethal have a counter for it? I'm not really sure. There is a strong chance Revenant will have an advantage. There's a chance they'll win it as well. But I'm banking on the fact that Lethal have done their homework. It is the grand finals after all. It is a best of 5. You do not want to mess this up. As we talked about for the side of Revenant Esports, the fact that they lost the map of Bind in the upper bracket finals, Lethal had also lost Fracture. Keeping that in mind,
Yeah.
they must have studied the ward. They must have been like, okay, these are our problems. Let's fix them, and let's rectify our mistakes, refine our game overall, and then head back into like the next map in the grand finals.
Yeah, most certainly. And I think that they are going to go into Fracture with a lot more expectation to get this as a 3-0, if at all it does go there. And, take that 1 lakh rupee, first prize all for themselves without having any sort of retaliation, which I think Revenant's going to be, which is going to be Revenant's main focus. Let's go to the highlights, though, as we talk about this, because Revenant might have had a slow start to the game, but the way they picked it up was brilliant. It was evident in both halves, right? The first 4 rounds in the
Right.
first and second half, both
First and
were
second.
taken by Lethal pretty convincingly. And then when it came to the later half of both the halves, Revenant immediately found themselves settling into the game. They took a while to settle, but once they did, they knew exactly what to do.
Absolutely. Yeah, Revenant, they took their time, they studied the opponent, they got into the flow, into the mojo of that entire map, and only when they were ready is when they started accelerating. And once they did, there was nothing on the side of Lethal Esports that could pump the brakes. There was nothing on the side of Lethal Esports that halted the progress of Revenant. Revenant ended up taking the advantage in the first half. They ended up securing the entire map overall as well. And no matter the performances on the side of Lethal Esports, excellent performances, all of their players definitely stepped up. All of them had their own moments. but still, Revenant were looking a lot more confident in these gunfights. I highlighted this in the first half. Once Revenant started picking up so many of those rounds, like you had mentioned, once they got their like 4 round winning streak, is that Revenant just are not afraid of taking these gunfights anymore, and it's a major change as to what was taking place in the initial couple of rounds. Keeping that in mind, Revenant and their players, yeah, unafraid is one of the words I would use, or like one of the adjectives I'd use to describe their playstyle right now, with taking certain duels, with pushing into these angles. They did not care. Even if they died, it didn't matter who the person we are talking about. Even if it's someone like Paradox who's on the front line, or someone like Knight Rider who has the Sage, has to play that particularly safer kind of role. Revenant and their members, they were fearless with those engagements. They did not have a care in the world with where Lethal Esports were going to peak from, and it ended up favoring them more often than not. There were also times where Revenant struggled. Absolutely, this wasn't an easy match under any stretch of imagination. Lethal Esports had their own moments. They had their, winning streaks as well. But Revenant, if you're looking in a summary, if you're looking to make a summary, overall Revenant had more control than the members of Lethal did on the map of Bind, which is a big change compared to what we saw from RNT a couple of days ago.
Yeah. Now we're gonna just have to wait and see how Lethal are gonna, shift up things on Fracture. Is it gonna go the other way, exactly how this happened on Bind? Like Revenant had Fracture in their hand. Forgive me, had thought they had Bind in their hand, but they lost out on Bind. Lethal thought they had Fracture in their hand, but they lost out on Fracture. Is it going to be the opposite case today? Are Lethal gonna make this 1-1? Or are we going to see Revenant run away? Because Revenant have been particularly brilliant on Fracture. And while Android, I think, does make a great Neon, last time he played that map, he wasn't really having the best
Yeah,
of time individually. And Paradox
agreed,
is
agreed.
just on top of things right now. He's loving, everything that's working around him, with the way his teammates are supporting him, and of course his individual brilliance as well, which we will see once the stats come up. But this has been Revenant Esports at their best in terms of, recouping what happened previously and making sure that they stand true to their words of getting themselves that, badla. And as we talk about the stats, we've got Paradox on 22, of course, Logista on 20, Blackhawk on 19, Wimp on 17. Such a well-rounded team effort. Knight Rider did not have the most, shiniest of games because he was on the Sage. He was playing the support role. He only picked up the Operator maybe 2 times across the entire situation of the Bind map itself. So I wouldn't really say
Yeah.
that he hasn't done anything. He has been a very helpful player for his team. But today's show was stolen by Paradox, Logista, Blackhawk, and Wimp. Whilst on the other side of things, it was pretty close. Android was making all the difference as the Yoru, but Lucia, Mazel, Sensei had kind of a little bit of a lower end game today. They kind of were looking out for the team play, but when it came to the individual prowess, it wasn't there as much today. And let's have a look at the match MVP,
Exactly.
because I don't see it anybody else apart from Paradox.
Yeah, the last time, we saw the likes of Lethal Esports, excellent performance they had on the map of Bind. Mazel, someone like Mazel, he had like 20 kills and all this time on the lower end, but Paradox definitely wasn't. Every single time he's on screen, he turns up the heat and he gives value for everyone to tune into the broadcast. This time as well, no different. 22 kills, 18 deaths. Once more, I'll repeat this. Yes, he has a high amount of deaths. His KD ratio may not be much, but this man is playing the duelist after all. That is the problem so many duelists have to run into. It is a part of their job. You kill a lot, you die a lot. Plain and simple. That's their theory. But this time still, Paradox had such a huge effect. And map
Yep.
one was already so intense, double digits and whatnot, and so close towards the end. Already, I'm looking forward to map two. Entertainment was there through and through. And if you, the person as well, you want to be energized for the entirety of this best of five, because trust me, it's going to be a lengthy one. And the QR code just came in. Once again, once it pops up, scan it, get some Red Bull delivered to your doorstep. Go in the description, get yourself some cutting edge monitors from LG Ultragear. Of course, you can get yourself the best peripherals from the side of Crucial as well. You have the best gaming platform out there, Loco, to give you the entertainment, and then you have the processors from Intel, built for the next generation of gaming. With Intel processors, you can play, you can chat, browse, stream, edit, record, do it all without even skipping a beat. Those are the 12th gen Intel core processors for you, because after all, gaming happens with Intel, and very, very soon, gaming will be happening here as well. We will be back with the second map in this grand final. Till then, stay tuned, keep watching.
If you would keep me waiting, I would wait a lifetime. In tricky situations, I will be a lifeline. Nobody's meant to be fighting alone. That's why I'm taking you home. I never felt something like this before, no. Keep coming back for you time after time. Maybe I'm losing my mind, but I know I'll never leave you behind, no. Baby, I got you. When you feel like falling, I'll be there to prove, yeah, that baby, I got you. No matter the distance, no matter the hoops, yeah, baby, I got you. When you feel like falling, I'll be there to prove, yeah, that baby, I got you. No matter the distance, no matter the hoops, yeah, baby, I got you. 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 Baby, I got you. I got you. I got you. I got you. Ocean in between us, still I feel your heartbeat. There's something about you, baby, that makes me feel complete. Nobody's meant to be fighting alone. That's why I'm taking you home. I never felt something like this before, no. Keep coming back for you time after time. Maybe I'm losing my mind, but I know I'll never leave you behind, no. Baby, I got you. When you feel like falling, I'll be there to prove, yeah, that baby I got you. No matter the distance, no matter the route, yeah, baby I got you. When you feel like falling, I'll be there to prove, yeah, that baby I got you. No matter the distance, no matter the route, yeah, baby I got you. I got you. I got you. I got you. I got.
Welcome back everyone to the grand finals of the Esports Club Valorant Community Cup presented by LG Ultragear. We have our broadcast partner Loco and we are powered by Crucial and Intel. Built for the next generation of gaming with Intel processors. You can play, chat, browse, stream, edit and record. You can do it all without skipping a beat. Those are the latest Intel processors for you, because of course gaming happens with Intel. And right here as well for the grand finale, everything is ready. Map number 2 will be in front of us. This time I'm joined by OG as well. And OG, you saw what happened in map number 1. You saw what happened, on the map of Bind. Let's bring up the veto and let's see what our next map is. And let's have your opinions on how you see this best of 5 going.
Darn, I mean, with map 1, like you said, it got heated off the bat, right? Some individuals from Lethal were popping off, but with Revenant taking map 1, kind of puts me in a spot of bother because Fracture hasn't really been the best of grounds for Lethal. And in the course of this best of 5, if Revenant do take map 2, you have to consider that they'll just be 1 map away from then grabbing the crown. So Lethal, I feel like it's very crucial for them, at least if not taking a dub here, putting a very good showing. Make Revenant sweat it out, make them work for it. Maybe then you'd stand a chance. Because in my mind, I feel like Fracture is going the way of Revenant. But again, in all honesty, we thought Bind's going the way of Lethal, right? So sometimes it's hard to make sense of this, especially in a best of 5, when you have the tendency that you can just trade each other's map and then take it the full distance, which also could happen. It'd be a very, very nice farewell to Split if you do get the chance to see it go all 5 maps. Although Revenant, I have to give it to them. They're looking strong on Fracture recently, and at least that trend of them looking strong has me giving them the edge. What about you, CCV? Do you think that Lethal now stand a chance? They had map 1 to maybe warm their blood up, since I obviously look real hot, but players like Marcel and Lucia saw them make a couple of clutch plays, although in the grander scheme of things, Revenant, a couple of those rounds just felt like a steamroll, especially with Paradox just popping the hell off, even on that defense duty.
Yeah, major differences. The last time we saw the 3 and 13 Bind, the members of Revenant, they were playing an entirely different strategy. They had brought out like double initiator and stuff. This time they went ultra defensive, what they did in the lower finals as well against Prime 5, Astra, Viper, Sage. Very, very defensive. But on the map of Fracture, the last time we saw Fracture between both of these teams, it was a 13 and 5 win for Revenant. Or back there, Lethal Esports, they went for the same strategy as they are doing right now. Their composition hasn't changed. So unless Lethal have changed a lot in their mechanical skills or the way in which they'll be taking their gunfights, something tells me this may be favoring Revenant as well. But there is a weak point in the map of Fracture for Revenant, in my opinion. We were discussing this just now as well, before we went live, that Revenant always, they brute force their way in. And again, they are on attack. So I'll give this an example. You've got someone like Paradox, who is going to be on the Neon once more. Wimp is ready, and again Revenant, they've gotten the smokes in towards towers. Paradox goes for the Neon wall. He tries to evade the dash, he can't, but Knight Rider on backup secures the kill. And again, Revenant want to brute force their way in, but once more they have been denied that opportunity from the side of Lethal Esports. They still had their fake as a backup plan ready, but you have members in the bomb site. Sensei was present, now he's taken out. RNT can still plant the spike, but dealing with this man disadvantages, it's going to be a lot more difficult. Oh,
If that would work, that could have been very, very crucial for Revenant to turn this table around. It's all left on Logi. So where's the pillar? He can just dance around these angles, but he needs to use the surprise element to his detriment, and it's not gonna help him. Lucia with the triple. Marcel, perfect timing on the rotation there. He found himself towards defender spawn at the best possible second as that hit was in full force. And I think you mentioned this, CC. Revenant, one of their tendencies is to just go from 0 to 100 in a matter of 10 seconds, right? They are not a sports car. They are a Valorant team. And sometimes when you do make these kind of plays, the utility from Lethal will be set up in such a way where you can dismantle that fast play and then make use of your foes being out in the open. Boy, this is going to be a long one, ain't it? I'm going to just crack this kind of Red Bull. And so should you at home.
I mean, everyone should, not just for this best of 5 grand finale, but in your own rank matches as well. Android in the meanwhile, oh, it's the fog line, the Spectre, and the concussion. Oh boy, oh boy. It's all down to Knight Rider. He gets another, this time the classic, he's gotta go. There's a Shawshank Redemption for him. He escapes out of the crosshairs of Wim, but lands in the crosshairs of Lucia. He gets that final kill. And yeah, it's going to be another round win for the side of Lethal Esports. Revenant took a major gamble, kind of like what they did in the second half on the map of Bind, where they went for that, they went for that force buy after losing their pistol. They end up losing back then, and even here, it's the same consequence to force buying after losing a pistol round. Revenant are going to be down in terms of the round count. The economy as well is struggling. They need to pick it back up. And for that, they need to essentially sacrifice another round. Round number 3. This is another sacrificial lamb given to Lethal Esports in order for Revenant's economy to improve. They are on sheriffs, they are on just upgraded pistols, barely, from what we can see, half armor on a couple of their members. Not the strongest fight. Lethal as well, they're not looking to invest a lot. Spectres on their side as well, but still far better guns than what Revenant can afford for this time. And Lethal Esports, they're ready for another successful round. I'm not sure if Android spotted that many players or if he was temporarily flashed. No matter what happened, IND still don't want to push from drop. They don't want to get bottlenecked through this small corner in towards the A-bomb side. But they may just go for it if things are looking as desperate as they are.
Yep, Android dodges that flash, jumps close range, and it should just shred them like that cheese. One finds only a frag on an Android, and that's a round well played by Lethal Esports. Mind you, Lucius still has that orbital strike, and it's just gonna be round 3. The ability for them now to play bonus, commit for that retake, flush out people from awkward angles, you can see that it's pretty lethal, right? Cough cough, because they have the aftershock from the breach, they have the orbital strike and the molotov from the brimstone, they have the fragment from the KO. The amount of flush utility that's present on Lethal Esports is just so overwhelming that Revenant might need to go for gun deals before they commit to a site.
I mean, Revenant may just have to go for that. Revenant need those kills to go in their favor, those duels to favor them. Then again, Lethal are looking to deny that opportunity. They need to shut down Revenant as soon as possible. Rock off, pop, flash. No! Cannot get the shots working. Sensei as well with the Marshal now. This time the opposition. They've got full armor. Revenant, they've dealt a major dent to the side of Lethal Esports. And now the round is practically over. I mean, it's Lucia all by himself. And that's that. So finally, around one side of Revenant Esports, flawless nonetheless. Logista got very dicey, which was second right there. Still managed to take the win, and Revenant are back into it after again losing the pistol, losing a force by having that eco around. Revenant struggled their way, but if this is anything to go by what happened on the map of Bind, this can be their homecoming. This can be the time where Revenant shine the brightest and eventually start taking the lead against Lethal Esports and make that hard-hitting comeback that Lethal just cannot recover from no matter what they try. Exactly what happened on Bind.
Yep, not a Esports, their economy is going to be worse for wear. And Paradox finds that early frag on Sensei Rafa, peek from tower. And with that 0 point, he might get a little bit of information. Here's a couple of shots being whiffed out. Although, they've heavily invested in towards this B side, haven't they? All 4 players present. When the hits towards A, they try to make a fast rotate. And they know it's not A-okay. They've lost a lot of control. Still, Revenant haven't committed to the site just yet. It buys a little bit of time for Lethal Esports to maybe position a defense that might hold towards this A side. Cool, but it's another fake. It's a bamboozle that Revenant are looking to pull yet again, and it's on Rafa to find the line and hold it. Not only does he hold it, but also gets a frag. A little bit of an overcommitment there, I presume. They have the orbital strike here. But to counter that, not only did they have the revive on Revenant, but they also have the rolling thunder. So they can try denying the aggression that's going to be on the back of that orbital strike. The Molotov to go on par with it, but Androids found a little space, and Wims just spammed them down to oblivion from the Gen. The rolling thunder on Wim, and it does immaculate stuff. 1v3, and this round, it doesn't seem to be Lethal Esports. So unfortunate. It felt like they almost had control of it. Rafa overcommitting there, understandable to some extent. Oh, but Wimp's silent position. His off angle, nobody cleared it. And you just think that if they cleared that one angle and Android could have had a little more information, that round would have been something completely different. The rolling thunder on the back of that kill completely swayed around the other way.
Exactly. Android was in such an aggressive position that unfortunately other members of Lethal, they tried to play catch up. They just couldn't hold out to where Wimp got the angle from, and at that time the orbital strike hit as well. Members were already busy, and once more orbital strike in full force again. Android's got the neon ult. Revenant have the opening kill, go their way. No Sage on the side of Lethal Esports, no resurrection whatsoever. Brimstone gone. Neon ult, from the looks of it, is going to be essentially exhausted away. So from the side of Lethal, they had invested early into this round to tackle against Revenant, and their hard-hitting execute. And to be fair, they achieved to slow down the execute from the side of Revenant, but still in doing so, they are taking hits. And Rafa is still alive in a very open yet vulnerable position. Blackhawk gets the third, and now Revenant can easily take the bomb side. It's up for grabs. Android, he's got the Spectre, and that's it. It's down to the Neon, and Blackhawk is on par for an ace, and I think Revenant are just going to let him have his way with it. Android swings wide. Oh, Brimstone denied the opportunity for a 5k, but still Revenant can get their third very well and very rapidly.
Sure. Android might be looking to do just a little more damage if they do end up chasing. Can play close to this fridge angle. Knight Rider though. Well, knows exactly what's up. Gets dinked, but equalize out 3-3. Now, how does the ultimate games fare out? They have the Toad Force. They have the ultimate on Paradox as well.
Need a drop.
I've not been able to witness that rolling thunder from Marcel, and that's gonna be present in this round, you'd have to assume, because Lethal Esports are gonna invest down to the last penny. They have the operator on Sensei as well. Rafa, he will have his ultimate synced up with Marzel, and that could be perfectly used in tandem, right? Not only does the rolling thunder enable you to get into sight, but if Rafa uses his ultimate at the perfect moment, you can also deny a lot of counter utility coming your way, which makes that retake hella more easier.
It does. Like, you do get a lot more of that help in your retake with all of them. And then, I mean, essentially, once you get in the help, you can shape the retake your own way and you can move forward. But regardless of that, still, the teams, the pressure has to be during the early round. So many of these rounds, they're swinging back and forth with how the early rounds are going. We are seeing teams lose out a lot of their members early on, and they just cannot recover from it. In the previous round, it affected Lethal Esports to a great extent. The fact that they lost out 2 of their members, they went for that Neon ult as well with Android, so much investment, but it still didn't go their way. Now, Operator in the hands of Sensei, who still hasn't gotten a kill. Oh, alright, that went by unnoticed in my radar. It's been 6 rounds. Sensei, who is supposed to be a Mr. Consistent, who had a good enough day on the map, fine. Hasn't started off with the best foot forward, on towards A dish. Trade occurs, and already Marzel falls back. So, yeah, Revenant have lost their solo. That's Knight Rider gone as well, and now Execute is going to get a whole lot difficult. Paradox may just have to go for that Neon ult. He needs to find openings. and that's the problem. Logista also isn't with his teammates right now. And is he choosing to push the smoke, or is he just... Nah, he's still holding the angle. Yeah, Revenant, they've got 60 seconds on the clock to work with. Problem is, where do they commit, and how do they find these members?
Yep. Does seem like Marzel's position and his timing are so on point. And that needs to continue, because Revenant are just waiting for some kind of information, some kind of overstep on this A-side defense, which Logi might be able to bait a reaction, considering his position. Rafa, perfect job. Now, Legally Sports know what's up. 20 seconds. This needs to be a fast commitment. And Marcel is just waiting at the perfect position because the Rolling Thunder isn't going to affect him whatsoever. Paradox finding his way down. They get it clear towards the top of the side, and Rafa instantly eliminated. Although he is doing a good job at denying them a lot of utility. The plan denied! No! They're able to push. They're able to find these frags. They isolate every single one. Lethal Esports. Perfectly played this round. They orchestrated this brilliantly. Marcel, yet again, his positioning, he knew that he was the difference maker, and he made the difference.
Yeah, I mean, Marcel had to, it was a tough decision for him, because by going back near defender spawn, he essentially left Rafa to the gods. He was like, okay, look, Rafa, I know you went for the ultimate, I knew you went for the suppress, but you will be all alone in the bomb side. And Marcel had no other choice, because had he stayed in the bomb side, he risked his own life alongside the KO, and then the Rolling Thunder may not have happened, and it would have spilled out of control for Lethal Esports. But yeah, even if the KO was gone, Marcel waited for the reinforcements, he waited for the rotations from defender spawn, from B, and only then did he go for the Rolling Thunder. Then in unison, everyone went forward. So really good, retake from the side of Lethal. It was calculated, it was methodical, and it worked. And again, Revenant Esports, they're just messing around with Sensei. Now his Flash has to rendezvous back. And that's a little bit of map control that Revenant have managed to gather against Lethal. But you see the amount of infantry Lethal have deployed on the B bomb side. Even the Breach is making the rotation there. It's all down to Android on A. Revenant, big gamble. Did they commit with B, or did they move on over? The spike is going away. Rafa still looking for that info. Lot of time. How do Revenant get the opener as the team on attack? Lethal just need to wait out the clock.
I think they got revealed by that suppress there. Sensei has the opportunity to regress with that operated. No! Sensei just not been having his day. Knight Rider removes him from the battlefield. That orbital strike pushes Lucian with a loving embrace of Loki. And instantly, Revenant, they make their advantage count. And they double up on it. The wall, Loki looking to play ultra aggressive towards Canteen. This is a nice off angle that he has to watch over the entirety of this retake effort. Although he's almost flirting with death there.
How?
Please, the gap.
How?
And boy, oh boy, Revenant. If Logi would have gone down there, it could have gotten a little sweaty. Although with a double control in towards side, they always had the ability to fight back. Oh, a lot of this has to be on Sensei. A lot of this needs his contribution. He needs to come back alive in map 2. Because Lethal Esports, they're in desperate need of some light at the end of the tunnel. And things start to get darker and darker. You can see that Revenant, they might be equal in the scoreline, but the momentum is going their way. And that's what they're looking for. Paradox finds himself the double opener yet again. This man, the MVP for his team so far. And we need to see the MVP from Lethal Esports step up as well. Revenant, they're putting on quite a show for the grand final.
Paradox as well has been having a bit of a quieter day, at the bottom of the table right now. But still, this would help his confidence a lot. Although Lethal Esports, they're swinging back into the round. Android with the Phantom.
He's trying to escape
away.
Get deleted.
No. He's denied. He goes into the upside down, goes into the shadow realm, drops down, and now Revenant once more they have the advantage. And you've got the Brimstone towards the attacker spawn, so the spike is going to be planted very easily. But in terms of utility, there's not much utility for Revenant to work with. But Lucia, he has the Stim Beacon, most
Strike
importantly,
as well.
Lucia, yes, Lucia has the orbital strike. Now, if he can isolate a gunfight, then he can use the ult. And this is very much clutchable. Let's have a look at the
Yep.
Brimstone. Walking and waiting and watching. Wings wide.
Nice.
Paradox gets the third really crisp shot right there. That's the third headshot, and it's the one that mattered the most. Revenant Esports, finally, after a streak of losses at the start of this half, they take the lead away from the hands of Lethal.
Revenant Esports, they have so much to work with at this point. We mentioned that they have good momentum, right? Now they have good utility to aid that momentum. They have the Rolling Thunder themselves. The 31st has been in the back pocket of Knight Rider for quite a while. And Paradox hasn't found the reason to pop Assault just yet. The longer this happens, the more problematic it gets for Lethal, right? They need to find a way to force these ultimates out. They need to find a way to even get a couple more rounds on the board. Because let's remember, Revenant, they have Logi. Now, fundamentally, the difference between a Chamber and a Sage on the map is the Chamber helps you get information that you can play aggressive on the back of, but the Sage tries to deny certain map control and also tries to deliver more of a slow as the hit commences. So,
Yes.
defensive-wise, Revenant are to some extent sorted because they have both the Chamber and the Sage. Strike, finally!
Right now, on their offense that they have to figure out. Paradox is shut
No,
down, but you can
Rafa.
see the other members of Revenant are still flooding the bomb site. Register goes back. Where's the spike? Still in the bomb site. Can be retrieved very quickly. It will. Although, Wimp goes down, and the Rolling Thunder affects Blackhawk. And he falls by safety, but no, he has been shut down again. It's all down to Logista. He's got to play it very carefully. Previous round was a 1 versus 2, where it was Revenant in the advantage. Now it's Lethal who have all the cards in the deck favoring their hand. Logista swing. He knows nothing about the position. Behind. Oh, Marcel gets the better end of that deal. And Lethal Esports, even if they lose a round, they swing back twice as hard and they deal the blow to Revenant, no matter what it costed them, no matter the lives, no matter the ults, the orbital strike, the rolling thunder. They had the Torre force on Sensei as well. This round costed them 3 ultimates, but it is very, very important. After all, we are nearing the end of the first half. Ult economy, credit economy, all of that will be reset very shortly. It's just about how many rounds you can put up on the board from this point forward.
A very
You want
crucial
to
round
play? Let's play.
for
A gift.
Lethal, as they did manage to force a couple of ults, but more crucially Revenant, right? Look at the slow play that they can now go for. They don't have to worry about orbital strikes. They don't have to worry about rolling thunders. They don't have to worry about the overload. This is a round where Revenant can dictate the pace. They can draw the narrative. And they've opted to play it very slow. In fact, they're all grouped up towards A main. You'd assume in a round like this, they might favor a little bit of split control. Since I just forced off the angle for a second, and that's enough for Knight Rider to find him. Paradox gets the other in tandem, and it's all on Rafa yet again towards this top side, but he needs to deliver big stuff, and so far he's pulling off the big plays. He gets himself the double. But the man advantage still on the side of Revenant, and it's on Android to claw this round back.
Oh no.
It just sways the other way yet again. Revenant having so much in terms of these gunfights go their way. At the end, it doesn't matter what you do with your utility. You need to win these fights if you are to win the round, and that's exactly what Revenant are doing. Even in that positions where they're disadvantaged, they find these small plays like that flash and the re-aggression alongside the fast play with Paradox. That is something that's hard to deal with in the context of one player. And you could see that with how Sensei was trying to approach it but still didn't get nada.
For the entirety of the half, I mean, we are nearing 12 rounds. Sensei needs to get back on his feet.
08.
We saw the potentially the best flick of this entire tournament in the previous map from his side.
Yeah, that was sick.
Now that was something, dude. But yeah, now Sensei, he needs to step up for his team, and when a player is having this kind of performance, it affects the entire team morale as well. And obviously, Sensei knows he's got to step up. You know, he knows he's got to get back into it. It's just a matter of actually doing it. Now, Revenant, though, they get practically a free bomb site to their name. Lethal Esports, they just have the null command to work with for this retake. The gunfight still will be favoring them. The Jista goes down. That's the resurrection wasted. Sage is gone away.
Okay.
Null command will go through. There is a chance. Yes, there is an opportunity for Lethal to make a comeback, but it's all dependent on the next skill now.
A lot of utility that Rafa threw down the barrel, but this round is equally important. Rafa in the midst of the crossfire, and Paradox swings at the perfect moment. Still though, a 1v2. Paradox needs to pull off the biggest play of his career.
Here we go.
He's gotten the double already, looking for the quad, and right now, he's missed
And don't come.
every single chance.
Switching
But
sides.
against this crucial round, they missed their chance here, Lethal. That was their opportunity. How? They threw everything at him. All the utility that Rafa had. All
Yep.
the numbers. All the sense. I don't know what to say at this moment. Dude. This is
In 6 rounds, Paradox has gone from being the bottom-most player in the roster when it comes to like kills and statistics to the top fragger. In just 6 rounds. Goes to show
Focus now.
that as soon as players can get momentum going for their side, they can improve. And again,
Go, go, go.
Lethal, all of their fans, Sensei is just looking for that momentum. Maybe the side swap is the best instigator there can be for, you know, Sensei to do that. Let's see. Let's wait and watch what the plan of Lethal Esports is. The spike still on the A-bomb side. They are preparing for a fake on B. And a Revenant, they may be falling for it. Yes, they are. Look at Revenant. All of them huddled up towards the B-bomb side. Android still gets the kill. The spike is still on A. Can they get it? Can they get it planted? Yes, they can. Revenant Esports, they fell for the fake, but now it's time for the retake.
Spike planted.
Yeah. Logi, close range, they heard the door, and Lucia up close with the classic. He has Marzel support, luckily. Lucia was on 7 HP, and he finds Knight Rider? Wimp should know Marzel's whereabouts. He needs to find this frag fast. Blackhawk's making his way from drop. In this position, might be a kind of for considering the positioning towards the top of the side, although he still gets that first frag. And Marzel is just doing a beautiful job at buying time, isn't he? We're not allowed to go any further, and it's all on Rafa's hands. The fragment dropped, and now he needs to force this fight, trying to isolate this 1v1. Wimp pushes out the smoke, and that's exactly what Rafa's looking for. But now they start playing this together, and this is problem for Rafa. He gets the diffuser, and that is the play. Time is no with Wimp. Lethal Esports finally having a little bit of luck, and Rafa with a whole lot of skill to dance what looked like a tango of death. You realize that Rafa was just playing them. He wanted that 1v1, did a lot of damage when he did get that, and at the end of the day, went for that right play. Got the diffuser, and that was time well played, both by Rafa and Marzel, crucially, towards main.
Absolutely. The replay from Rafa. 8 bullets. Oh, and in the final 4, I think, he got that headshot. Excellent stuff. The entire pistol round, a very influential round, was won on the base of that, because now very easily Lethal can make a comeback. Yeah, Rafa again, the MVP of the previous round, denies Para any opportunity to swing by, retaliate against the members of Lethal Esports. Just sheer massacre from this point forward. Revenant, I mean, more or less, they have to accept their fate in round number 14. This is their eco after all. They haven't invested. They're ready for the next round. And the next round will be in front of our screens very, very shortly. So, bonus done. Flawless round for Lethal. Really helpful for them. They can save their credits. They can go for the Spectres again. Revenant can finally swing back with the Phantoms, with the Vandals. However, this round needs to be theirs. This round needs to go the way of R&D. Otherwise, Lethal are going to march on with the victory. Kind of like what we saw earlier on the map of Wine. But back then, the thing was that, yeah, again, Revenant, you know, they were able to stop them. Here, you never know. Different map, very different theory. Let's have a look at Knight Rider. This time, oh my god! How?
A mowdown! Brutal! Savage! Wrecked! The hell are we seeing?
We
One
need a
enemy
timeout
remaining.
for this. For what just happened? That was man, I don't even have an idea. It's yeah, I don't even have an analogy or like something to say about it. It just happened. Rafa, unfortunately, on the other side of the spectrum from what we saw from Knight Rider this time. Just with the Spectre in long range. Yeah, it's can't really do much now, can he? Flawless round win for Revenant Esports. Alright, that's that. Lethal. They can go for their own rifles. 1, 2, and they walked in, dude. They walked in, and his crosshair, it just, this bullet spread also didn't move. It, oh. Jesus.
Jesus Christ. I'm not even Christian. Dude, like, I don't know which god to look at after that. Is it Knight Rider? Is it what? Like, dude. Lethal Esports really down in the deep here. Need some good fortune coming their way, because it feels like fate's against them in this Best 5 Grand Final. Map 1 was a heartbreak. A lot of close runs that they could have grabbed and even potentially pushed it to overtime. And here, oh, it's like a story of heartbreak. They have the lead, Revenant, but not by much, right? They have momentum, sure. Close peek, Wimp. Certainly might want to use a little more utility for that kind of a play, but Knight Rider is here, and he is to fear. Rafa, he has no fear within him. He takes that white swing, and he takes it with perseverance. Lethal
Spike
Esports,
planted.
the fact
Last
that they were
player
gifted
standing.
so many 1v1s is not something that we saw Revenant do that easily. Sure, they play aggressive, but they play aggressively on the back of aggressive utility. That wasn't the case this round. They just gave away 1v1 deals.
Yeah, this time, like, from the side of Revenant, they were face-checking so many of the angles, which I get
Yeah.
it. Yes, of course, you know, there is no Sky, there is no Sova, there is no Fade as well without her Prowler. You have to, like, face-check for information. You don't have those kinds of agents anymore, you know, who can essentially drone out corners for you. But still, you gotta be a lot more careful, and double peeking is a crime. Especially when you're against and when you're amongst such a high caliber of a lobby, right, in your all 10 of these players. But still, Revenant Esports, they lost out the previous round. All is well for both of the rosters, but this round in front of us is going to be pretty influential, because both the teams, they've got 3 ultimates each. One of them already spent. Another goes away. Now the Null Command being instigated from the side of Lethal as well. So the Rolling Thunder and Null Command. But Revenant, they're getting the kills. 1 death, 1 down. Lethal Esports in the bomb side. Yes, they've got the spike. Yes, they can plant it. But they've got 2 of them in the A halls. And it's going to be a very difficult to retake and hold off from the side of Lethal. No, no, no.
Down
This
A.
is
They get
a
toasted.
massacre. This is nuclear showdown from the side of Revenant. Lucia goes for a bit of rebuttal, but 1 is all he gets. Android keeping the hopes alive, but it's going to be his life exhausted alongside the ultimate. Revenant Esports, they deny Lethal the opportunity to plant the spike, play the post plant. Nothing of those sorts could have happened, because Lethal, this was a bit of poor positioning on their end that costed them the round, and they just couldn't recover from it, unfortunately.
Holy hell. The utility sync on Revenant's delightful to watch. Rolling Thunder, the Orbital Strike. Now, with both the teams expending so much utility, Lethal Esports need to make a difficult decision. Android's now on that Bucky, but the force, or at least the investment, makes so much sense. They don't have to fight so much utility. They are almost on equal pegging. If you let someone like Rafa or Sensei take that initial duel when they have full shields, it shouldn't be as much of a problem for them to find these duels. And of course, 3 players on Revenant are fond of the Phantom, so not having head armor will have a slight impact on Lucia, especially on Android, considering he is the one thing point. It's also a little sad that he did expel his ulti the last round, right? If he'd have tried saving it, maybe you could have seen him invest a little more healthily into this round. Although, it does go into that full shield investment that I really love to see. This aggressive play from Paradox gives a little wiggle room for Revenant. They might not account for drop, but that's also considering the utility that's present. Android?
There.
Tickled, but not taken care of just yet. Double aggression! Android finds the first and the double! Lethal
Beautiful
Esports! This is the play that they've been requiring for a while. Knight Rider the Demon looking to rain hell! And yet again he comes in with the thunder! It doesn't strike twice, but it strikes thrice, baby! Double digits, Revenant looking stronger in map 2.
Knight Rider took that personally, man. This guy, he is having a tear of a map right now. Look at the performances, you know. If the previous 3k that he got towards A-Dish wasn't enough, if you thought that was just because all of them ended up in his crosshairs, well, this time he took 3 individual gunfights all alone. Vulnerable angle, all 3 of them headshots. When Knight Rider said Badla in the finals, I mean, he means it. There's no one in the world who can doubt him. And now his teammates are going to be just continuing his dream. Paradox swings wide, that's a double. And the chamber with one more. Look at Rafa completely blind as a bat. And Wimp just, you know, exploits that fact. So Lethal again, they're down in the ditches. Revenant Esports, they've got 4 members alive in this round. Lucia, time and time again, on Bind, on Fracture, we have seen this guy as the final member alive for his team. This time though, alright, Knight Rider. Maybe the operator, he needs a little more time to get used to the operator after what he's done with the Vandal. Still,
It was a warm-up shot, I think.
Yeah. It's like in gully cricket, you know. The first ball doesn't matter. That's null and void. It's the second one. But again, from Revenant, dude, OG, I don't think anyone can disagree with the fact they are mopping up the remains of Lethal Esports. Revenant are well on their way to get a 2-0 lead in this BO5.
Here's the thing though, Revenant, a lot of their big plays, you know, except for maybe that Knight Rider triple spray down, almost everything was in the back of brilliant utility setup.
Yes.
And that is the key here. When you're playing with that utility setup, the odds of you getting that play and doing it successfully increases by so much, unless Lethal have accounted for it. Sure, they might have accounted for it in the back of their brain, but really didn't do it on the server, did they? Knight Rider knows the play because the Rolling Thunder might be a threat. Plays that aggressive, although Android quick on the trade. They trade the Brim. That is the crucial part. Now, for Lethal Esports, there's no cover.
Go, go, go!
Yeah, I mean, Lethal Esports, you know, in terms of map control, they're not focusing on the arcade side of things. They want to enter from spawn. Excellent. Space transfer from Marzel towards the B-bomb side as well. Blackhawk, he drops the body that had the spike, and this can give a little bit of confidence to Revenant. Sensei swings wide. Oh, excellent headshot. He is still a Sensei. We all know he can still hit those flicks.
There we
He can
go.
still hit those flicks. And now, Lethal Esports once more. Like they had to prove on Bind, they are not out of it just yet. Is the same course of action they have undertaken right here against the members of Revenant. Only question is it a little too late? Because we saw the 13-10 scoreline on Bind, and we may see a repeat of that here as well. I mean, the score is 11-9, again, which was the score on Bind. So, Lethal, they need to equalize this. They need to get 11-11 as soon as possible. Otherwise, Revenant, as soon as these guys, they get match point,
You want
yeah,
to
you
play?
can't stop them,
Let's
sadly.
play.
Close play. They might just pop flash their way in. That's something that Paradox has already accounted for. The fact that he goes back is just crumbling. That is just unforgivable. Sensei, with the Story Force, I hope that he has a show to put on. His team needs some kind of
Opponent's
saving
killed.
grace. What a
enemy
setup!
Flawless.
Loki was just set up with the perfect position. As soon as that alarm bot made a little bit of
point.
noise, swings in with that cheeky head angle. Ay, ay, ay. Like, I love the plays that Revenant are doing here. Even in the round prior, when Knight Rider went aggressive through underground, usually you see that when the Rolling Thunder is there on the other side, but with Marshall not having that Rolling Thunder, I doubt they would have expected such an aggressive stance. It's so much about reading into your enemy's tendencies, isn't it?
Yeah. I mean, from the side of Revenant, they have been reading the play from Lethal towards A main every single time. Again, look at this. There's the fault line, Paradox swings, and then they've got the support of the Brimstone as well. Now, you have the Neon ult. Android, oh, he gets one. Now he has been shut down though. And
The double
Revenant
yet
again, they
again.
have dealt with Lethal Esports. All on the backs of Knight Rider again. Double with that operator. Still, he had tremendous support. Paradox was the lure that baited Android in. Android went for that. And now Android's gone, but Paradox is back into the mix. Lethal Esports, they've got Lucia, they've got Sensei, but both of these guys on the map of Fracture, it has just not been their days. You know, they have been struggling, Sensei especially. He's got to get back into the groove for map number 3, because after this, Lethal are on rope. They will be
Last
struggling.
player standing.
Lucia, in the meanwhile, encounters far too many. Sensei with one, but that
Defenders
is
win.
that. 13-10 on Bind, 13-9 on Fracture. It is going to be Revenant Esports taking a 2-0 lead in this best of 5.
Dude, I don't care how close the scorelines are, Revenant are looking like demons. The setup, the play, the players. Holy hell. This was an extravaganza, wasn't it? And in all honesty, nice try, Lethal, but I think that was
Yeah.
just about it. Every time, even if they had that advantage, somehow, someplace, they always had an ace up their sleeve, Revenant. And in a map like Fracture, you saw how visibly different it is, right? The anti-flash from Android, the aggression through Under Tunnel, a lot of places where they were able to make small variations and then pull off big plays on the back of it. Boy, oh boy, CCV. I think we have a lot of highlights just from this map, and I'm happy about it. This is something that I'm going to rewatch even right after this grand final.
You know what? Let's rewatch them right now as well. Let's bring up the highlights and let's have a look at exactly how the map of Fracture started, went, and ended. And through Revenant Esports, they may not have had the best of starts. I mean, the initial couple of rounds, again, just like Bind, Lethal were having their streak of domination. It felt like there was no stopping Lethal Esports whatsoever. But once Revenant got into the groove, once Revenant realized exactly how to work against the members on the side of Lethal Esports, that's when they shine the brightest. You know, be it their attack, be it their defense, Revenant were looking quite well. Yeah, it wasn't an easy journey. Just like what I had said for Bind as well, Revenant struggled for a couple of those rounds. Lethal were also looking strong. You know, look at these retakes on the side of Lethal. There were times, it absolutely wasn't the case of Lethal completely getting like outplayed or outsmarted by Revenant, but it happened
Yeah.
more often than not. Lethal definitely are a team of equal competition against the likes of Revenant. I mean, look at the upper bracket finals. Look at the journeys both of these teams have had. If both of these teams
Exactly.
are here in the grand finale, it goes to show that yes, they are well deserving of the spot in the grand finale. But in this instance, Revenant are just on another level. They have improved from every match they had previously, and they're taking their best qualities possible and they're defeating Lethal. That isn't to say it's perfect play from Revenant time and time again. No, there are plenty of chinks in their armor. There are plenty of times where even they slip up and can make a mistake, but it's the fact that they bounce back from it time and time again. Lethal, on the other
Yep.
hand, they still have to bounce back from the 0-2 deficit.
And here's the thing, I'm seeing a lot of people saying that, you know, Sensei might need a little more confidence. Lethal Esports just needed more confidence. Dude, it's not even about the confidence. The setup that Revenant Esports had both
Also,
early
yeah.
round and towards the post plant. screw the post plant. Even when they needed to re-aggress, like let's say they needed to re-aggress through A main or take an aggressive stance through B main, the utility was just so well put together. And it felt like they knew exactly the play Lethal Esports were going for. Of course, having this play, dude.
Oh man. Every time.
Disgusting.
It's a play that can end up in like those YouTube videos like top 10 satisfying moments or something, those compilations. It definitely is a well contender
100%.
to end up there. But
And see, like
I don't
plays
know
like
about-
these, Lethal Esports also went for setups, but I don't think we saw enough of that. If we had more prep from Lethal Esports to enable somebody like a Sensei or even an Android, you could have seen so much more of this in that second half. But yet again, a place like this where they know how to retake A main control, you have Paradox swinging, you have Wimp re-swinging with utility. These are fundamentals that build great teams, and right now, Revenant, if they manage to 3-0 Lethal, boy oh boy, will that be a statement considering the recent history both these teams have had.
Yeah. Oh, that's going to be the perfect like revenge arc for the side of Revenant Esports. I would love to hear what they have to say in the post-match interviews as well that we'll have later on with the winners of the grand finale. And even if Lethal win, I mean, if Lethal win from this point forward, then I would like to hear their views. That how did they manage to make a comeback after being 0-2 down in the best of 5? And only time can tell what happens. But the thing is, everyone watching that, yeah, Revenant Esports in the BO5, they hold a significant advantage because out of the 3 maps that we have in front of us, Revenant just need to win a single more. But still, this was the case on the map of Fracture. We saw the map in highlights. Now let's have a statistical view and a statistical point of view by taking a look at the scorecard. And again, Vim 19 kills, Night Rider 20 kills, sorry, Paradox 19. Overall, from Revenant, this was so much more of a team effort and the entire team putting in a lot more work than Lethal as well. Because on Lethal, you have Lucia, 21 kills, 252 average combat score, definitely a contender for that match MVP. But then his teammates didn't have a near enough or like a close enough performance. Rafa, Marzel, 13 and all, Android as well, 17. Whereas if you look at it on the Revenant bootcamp, you've got 19, 20, 19, 17, a lot more of that consistent play and, a lot more of that uniform play from the players. And of course, you have the support players as well. Just was on Sage. Yeah, granted, Sensei also didn't have the best of days. But still, overall, the team performance from Revenant really outshone the likes of Lethal.
Yeah, we've talked about the team. Now let's look at the individual as we head to the match MVP. It has to be either Knight Rider or Wimp in my opinion. Oh, it's Lucia. Okay.
Yeah.
Lucia, the Brim, if I'm not mistaken, of
Yes.
Lethal Esports.
Lethal.
The one
Yeah, yeah.
reason I assumed that it might be Wimp or Knight Rider I've already seen like a couple of his plays, and it's not going to go anywhere. Wimp primarily due to the fact that a lot of the aggression was heavily reliant on his utility and his utility landing and pitching at the right spot, which almost all the time it did. Every time the ball swung, every time the bat swung to the ball, it felt like it went a home run. Lethal Esports are gonna need to dig deep. Lucia balls out performance in map 2 where Sensei felt a little absent, didn't he? This is a very, very rude awakening, but it's an awakening nonetheless that Lethal Esports need to heed to because their life in this tournament, their ability to take the throne is now at risk, ladies and gentlemen. Backs against the wall, 2-0. If they manage to reverse sweep Revenant and make this comeback, like you said, CCV, there's nothing like it. It's gonna be an
it's gonna be a deal for the
extravaganza,
books.
and that is something that you at home, ladies and gentlemen, need to wait for. If you had to take one play out of all the plays that we've seen so far in this map 2, what would it be? For me personally, Knight Rider's triple. Nothing tops that.
I think for me, it was the Knight Rider, like the second triple kill that he had. Not the consecutive, like in a matter of 1 second, the kills, but the isolated
one at
gunfights
A main,
that he took
right?
on A-holes. Yeah, the A-holes one. But definitely, a lot of plays. Right now, we'll be going into break as well. You can relive all those moments. Get ready for map number 3. Scan the QR code, get yourself some Red Bull. Obviously, go down in the description, get yourself some cutting edge monitors from LG Ultragear, top of the line stuff, peripherals from Crucial, and of course, you've got the 12th gen latest Intel processors, which are built for the next generation, truly the next generation of gaming. You can play, you can browse, you can edit, record, do everything without even skipping a beat. Those are the 12th gen Intel Core processors for you, because gaming happens with Intel. Very, very soon, gaming will be happening here at the Esports Club as well. Stay tuned. We'll be right back after this short break.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the LG Ultragear presents the Esports Club Community Cup, powered by Crucial and, of course, Intel, who are built for the next generation of gaming. Play, chat, browse, edit, and record. Do it all without even skipping a single beat of your time. Those are what are powered by the 12th gen Intel Core processors. Because always and always, remember one thing, ladies and gentlemen, gaming happens with Intel. Welcome back. We are into pretty much, I would say, 3/4 of the way across the entire series. If at all this does end up in the next map, which we will have a look at as the map radar screen comes up, because this has been a beating up for the side of Lethal that I'm pretty sure they did not quite expect. Because once we saw that bind map go down, which honestly I really did not think was going to happen, I was, convinced that, okay, I think Revenant just have this in the bag, because Bind was the one map where I believe that Lethal could have gotten the confidence that they needed to maybe get themselves this victory. But the minute Bind went down, I was convinced that Fracture is not going to be Lethal's game, because Revenant have beaten them pretty convincingly the last time they faced them off. And now we're going to Ascent OG, and I can't somehow get my head around a 3-0 right now.
It's so understandable, man. Ascent's a map where Revenant have a decent track record as well. Play against some of South Asia's best in this very map, and considering the stakes, considering the revenge that's on the plate today, especially given recent history, they're wanting this as sweet as humanly possible. This is gonna be a very, very determined Revenant Esports who are gonna take this Ascent by force, is what my prediction is. I still sense this 3-0 like you, and the only thing that can change it is pure results, right? Let's see the draft now. Marcel, KJ, cool. A very good sentinel on this map. You have Lucia on the Omen, very important controller as well. You have Rafa playing the KO, and instead of that standard Sova, you're gonna get that Fade, which has been a little more prevalent on this map, although I still find the value from a Sova. And on the other end, we're not gonna get much with those small pieces of utility that buys you those few seconds. We've seen it go down to the wire before, Universe, and I feel like it's going to go down to the wire yet again. Even in Fracture, mind you, like you said, it wasn't the start that was an issue. Off the bat, it looked like Lethal Esports had that game plan covered. But as soon as the half started to heat up, you saw Revenant being able to cope with not only the pace that Lethal Esports have to throw, but also the curveballs that Lethal Esports try to incorporate in between. And when you talk about curveballs, there are two ways to deal with the curveball. Either you're prepared for it and you're going to be set up passively in hopes to counter it, or you throw curveball in yourself and then try to make order out of chaos, which chaos you're going to be providing considering the curveball you're going to be deploying their way. And the chaos is how you deal with that kind of a situation on a team-by-team basis. You have seen Wimp on Fracture be an absolute mad lad with that breach, who helps reinitiates those fights quite impressively. The amount of disruption he can bring to a hit is phenomenal, and with this triple initiator lineup, I think that's what we're expecting, right? The disruption of the flow that Lethal Esports are trying to bring in.
Yeah, while I do agree that, they have got this approach towards the defensive side where they want to go for the first picks. They've got, of course, 3 initiators to allow them to do so. You combine the Prowler with the fault line. There's a lot of things that's happening around the defense when you can isolate these fights. But the problem is you don't have an agent to dash in to get those fights, or throw in something like a grenade that, on early basis, except for the KO. But you have nobody to actually go in and take those fights. If a breach stuns, if a Fade has got a Prowler going, if she's got a Nightfall running, it's a little difficult, right? Because you don't have that jet. Night Rider is only good for the, tour de force and the operator, and he can only teleport away from holding angles, but not really dash in to get these fights done. So let's see how it works out for Revenant. How are they going to make this no duelist comp work? Because at the moment, not looking too pretty.
Not at all, my friend. Have a little bit of information outside B and Paradox. Wise not to give away his life, because he knows that it's a bait and switch setup. They're trying to just expel a little bit of utility from Lethal Esports, and the only thing they get in return is a Prowler. So, good on Lethal Esports to deny map control for Revenant Esports. They're not making any kind of small mistakes here initially. They're not giving any sense of comfort, and now Lethal Esports upping the pace by a notch. Blackhawk towards the backside. The paranoia kind of deters him from that close peek, and Wimp, that's all he could have done from a position like that. Knight Rider, we mentioned that this operator on the retake could be a problematic thing. And the close angle held by Sensei, he needs to fall back, and he has. Marzel, perfect timing on the lurk as he dispatches Logi, who was just a harmless rotator in the grander scheme of things. The numbers, they tumble, but we've seen 4 versus 2s convert into Revenant victory, and this might be the play yet again. Has the overload, your Paradox, but time is going to be of the essence. He needs to make sure he doesn't skip a beat. The fragment pushes Rafa just a little ahead, and Marzel with the swing, he gets punished. They're not in position, however, for making this retake work. And Paradox, I think the best thing he can do here is safe, because he already did a lot of economic damage on Lethal Esports. I just hope that Rafa gets to survive.
Yeah, Lucia. Oh, he goes to the fight.
By a notch. Blackhawk towards the backside. The paranoia kind of deters him from that close peek thing. And the close angle held by Sensei, he needs to fall back, and he has. Marzel, we've seen 4 versus 2s convert into Revenant victory, and this skip a beat. The fragment pushes Rafa just a little ahead, and Marzel with the swing.
Well,
Yeah, that's just reliving history, and I hope Revenant don't become history with that kind of a round, because you notice that this first half, it's kind of slowly fading away, isn't it? 5-1, and with that big W that Lethal Esports were able to claw out of their bag, they've finally come to a point where there's stability, and that's the important thing. It never looked like Lethal Esports were the stable team throughout this best of 5 affair so far, and we're close to 3 hours into this. So you just got to hope that this is something that Lethal Esports can carry forward. And Revenant Esports, it's a little surprising to see them fall for such a quick change in pace. I assume that this is the trademark of Revenant Esports, considering the few rounds that we got to see prior, both on map 1 and map 2, and what we've seen so far. It was something that Revenant were able to find answers in very little time. Are Revenant actually going for this buy? Okay, they have that operator. They have Paradox who's invested into that Vandal. Things could get interesting here. And Marzel, such a big player for Lethal Esports in this map 3. He's been in the making of the lurk on a Killjoy, which, yeah, I get it. It's a Sentinel, you can maybe lurk around with it, but he's made it work to such a pedigree, which I didn't assume was possible.
yeah, but talking about pedigrees, here comes the attack towards the A side, which they hope can pull in round number 6, but they are pretty short-staffed at the moment. Not too much, as Sensei will pull back the numbers into level zone, and now we've got a 3 versus 3 with 2 pretty good ultimates available, and Sensei down pretty low as well. There comes the Nightfall, but Lucia will take care of Blackhawk before anything else happens. It has to be Wimp to try and get him some value as one comes through. There's Rafa still on the backstab as well, who we still need to consider as he finds Wimp, and now it's on to just Logi, and he's been spotted, and he's going to be baited and played with here. There's no way he's looking to win both of these. He does just one, but the time is not his friend right now, and Rafa's called his bluff as he just jumped. Okay then.
Yep, it was down to the last few seconds. You couldn't even half stick it in a position like that, right? With him right over you, breathing down your shoulder. I think Lucia, there were so many positions that Lucia had in this post plan which was so vulnerable. The fact that he made it all the way towards the back of Jen and was able to buy so much time is what made all the difference. And these small plays are coming to haunt Revenant like there's no tomorrow. This first half is so abysmally bad for Revenant. And that early information, it's never been a problem of information. They still lose the gunfight. Marcel has just been so adaptive of the kind of aggression that's through B main. At some point, that story needs to change. Set up. Beautiful. This is exactly what Wimp was banking on. And Android, on the back of that aftershock, denied any chance to trade.
Spike down mid.
Lucia, the man who aided Lethal Esports to win the round prior, is now left with an ult to do. He used the fear from shadows, so they have no idea where he's repositioned. Has a good 50 seconds on the clock. With the spike being all the way out in mid though, there are a lot of angles that you need to account for, not only in the process of getting the spike, but also in the process of getting into a bomb site thereafter. This round seems so hard, and Paradox has that perfect angle held through mid link. Finally, Revenant, they take the fight to Lethal Esports and they're able to crunch towards mid. I feel like with how it's gone so far, main aggression is simply not working out for Revenant. Maybe they turn heads, contest mid a little more. You have you have what, Knight Rider, so you more or less could allow Knight Rider to alambot the A main position. You can allow Knight Rider to play A short. You can have somebody to play off that alambot at A. You can maybe let the Astra solo towards B to some extent, take that aggression towards mid. Knight Rider tries to take that fight alongside Paradox, but with him snapping away, Paradox is able to find that frag. They deny any possibility of getting a single kill and they get one in return. Cool. Now is where they try to play a little passive and play off information. Mind you, they have the Rolling Thunder, they have the Astral Wall, they have the Overload. Key ultimates that help you in the prospects of a retake, and having that numbers advantage certainly makes it a whole lot harder for Lethal Esports to claw their way back.
Oh, Android though, he will find one, and Sensei, while he's taken off a player towards shot, Wimp is now going to be cornered unless Knight Rider keeps it alive. Why were they going towards Heaven when they know there's a player there? This is a kind of a weird approach that I'm not even understand on the side of Lethal. I get that they maybe want to take Garden control, but A shot was smoked off by their own player. That door was smoked off by their own player, and they couldn't even, attack it that way. Nobody came in from main either, and now they're in no man's land. They don't know where to go, how to go, and the only thing that they can bank upon is the fact that if they are able to find Knight Rider here, which is not going to be the case, because for some reason, Usman does not even check that.
They're just maybe banking off rotations, trying to find if
I have the spike.
there's any possibility for them to catch one member off guard. And Revenant Esports are cold to their boot in positions like this. The play towards Heaven, to some extent understandable, but questionable still. The fact that Lucia did not swing for that trade is what made it questionable in the first place. Because if you're going to contest for control, contest it heavy-heartedly, man. Contest fully. If your member goes down, find that trade. Get the swing. And once you don't do that, the numbers elude you and it just starts becoming a counting game, doesn't it? Like from the start. Good setup. Oh, this is big. Oh, no!
Knight Rider.
That was the operator. How has it failed him so hard? Logi in a one and done position. He has himself that off angle to play from, but the double peek is in fruition, and Rafa, even though he might go down, there's possibilities for him to get back on his feet. Wimp. We mentioned how his utility has been key throughout this best of 5. This is where he needs to go above and beyond. Is he gonna make it in time? Nope.
Spike
Rafa
planted.
removed from the battlefield. And Wimp soon to follow his comrade. 7-3, Lethal finally looking lethal. Finally looking like themselves. Although a lot of this has to do with Revenant and close calls, with big opportunities being missed.
I should play some Astral Stars in this reality.
Oh boy. Well, 7-3 the scoreline, and unfortunately, there's one man who, while he had a pretty good game in the first 2 maps, he's just not been able to get off the mark here. Blackhawk, he is at 0, and we're about to finish the first half. And this time, oh, Knight Rider, he spotted him. He could have gotten that kill, but he did not fire. And now Mars has gotten away. Now Knight Rider has no idea. Again, how is that happening?
And
Spike down mid.
Come
Marcel
on,
is
that's
just
just...
finding success time and again. This is not feasible for Revenant. They need to find a way to put a cap on this. Paradox, very, very important fight that he took. Makes this a doable task. Although with the bomb, Android's gonna rotate all the way over to that ace side. They should expect this rotation. Wait, what? Bro, what? They didn't see this coming? Okay. Paradox has the small chance and he has the angle, but Android read that and
Last round
instantly.
in the half.
That is a heartbreaking turnaround. Revenant, they fought tooth and nail.
I got enough time to go into
And
the
that
Astro
instant
Star.
shutdown is heartbreaking because Revenant, to some extent, they're doing things right by the textbook, but again, like that aggression with Knight Rider, you can't allow Marzel to run away with double kills day in and day out. He's on 14 for crying out loud.
Well, this has turned out to be a nightmare so far for the side of Revenant, as they are trying to keep themselves in the zone, but it's just not working out for them. They're making very, very small, minor mistakes that actually, to be honest, shouldn't be made. That push from Knight Rider where he moves out, has no cover towards the back of that hut region where he saw that a player potentially could be there. Just does not work out for them. Paradox in this round will get himself the first kill, but there's a lot more work to be done, and Knight Rider is doing that as Logi with the judge will make sure that his team suffices for something, if not anything, and that's an 8-4 scoreline. And was that the first time we saw the Rolling Thunder in the entire first half by Wim?
Yep. That's what I was gonna say. You know, there were so many retake situations, but we didn't see these kind of utility. We didn't see the kind of utility play that we're expecting from Revenant.
Yeah.
Revenant are now on the attack though. They might not have a duelist, but a triple initiator helps you isolate fights, get advantages for those said fights. And if you're willing to play it slow, you have the opportunity to not only get information, but clear all these pesky angles. Although we might get to see something pretty W. Not win, but fast. W key is what I'm implying, because Revenant, they're all grouped up towards this A site. It's gonna be pure contact, isn't it?
Well, they seem to be going on the back of those utilities, as 4 of them have been discovered. And with that,
Got a flash.
Lethal have put them at a stop. They're not going to be challenging this, at least not for the next 10 seconds, as look at where Sensei's got himself positioned. They know that the B side is probably cleared up. The Prowler clears a little bit more space for Lucia to roam off. And now Revenant are in huge trouble. They have been discovered in their plans. And Knight Rider, while he's trying to keep a little bit of a clean backstab, it's just about time that one of them decides to go in for that. And both the players who are there towards that backstab area are not too keen on coming all the way, because they realize that they might need to hold for the rotation. Knight Rider has found the first kill, and those rotations might need to come back quickly, because Lethal are in trouble right now. Rafa does save them with a little bit of
Look at the
utility, and Marcel!
Triple! And the quad! The swarm grenades does all the heavy lifting, and all that Lethal need to do is lay back, relax, maybe sip on a kind of Red Bull, because that felt so very easy. And yeah, I mean, we say easy, nah, it's more reliant on the timing and how your teammates play around. Look at Lethal. The minute Revenant set foot within the site, they're not given a straightforward aim duel whatsoever.
Well, here we go. What do you got in store now, Revenant? You are being punished and pushed. And this is turning out to be a match that could go to 4. And Revenant will have work under their feet. A lot of work. For the moment, they're going to keep themselves a little bit positive-minded, I believe. As they need that very desperately. 10 and 4, they will go down, that's for sure. But they should be looking at making a comeback very confidently. Blackhawk even though he's having pretty much one of the worst games that he has ever had, doesn't mean that he cannot come back from this. We've seen some pretty good performances in the second halves when the first half has been absolutely terrifying. And with this full buy, Revenant should be looking at round number 5 and hopefully a couple more to follow.
Yep. With the investment from Lethal Esports, 3 Spectres, a Judge, and a Marshal.
Swarm grenade.
I feel like this is when you maybe opt in for mid control, increase the range a little bit, increase the control, deliver a harder choke. The push though, absolutely fearless. He has no utility backing him up, and he's still fighting. He's alone towards mid, ladies and gentlemen. Just letting you guys know. Lol. And look how split they are all of a sudden. Revenant, they have 2 towards B main. They have 1 guy towards B main, and Paradox is just watching for any kind of further mid aggression. Ooh.
Knight Rider will find Muzzle. And Wimp actually does get away from that Prowler, which means Android, he was expecting that, but he did not have the weapon that he probably could have finished that job off with. Logi will find Rafa, as Blackhawk's death will not go in vain. No controller, no problem it seems. They're going to be able to find everything, as Wimp, he is pretty far off, and Knight Rider should be able to solve this problem here. Lucia discovered and expecting that backstab to come in from Wimp, as he has actually smoked himself off, discovered towards B main even, and he's slowly walking towards that side. Now he's been pincered from 3 different points towards spawn, back of his B main, and of course the side itself, and it's only going to need 1 person to finish the job. Logi will get himself and his team round number 5, but they're still halfway across from where they need to be, and just a little bit more as well. Can they finish the job is the question. A lot of work has to go into this, and especially the revival of Blackhawk's form, which suddenly in this map of Ascent has gone, well, pretty much out of the map.
Yeah. They're playing this very split yet again. One presence towards A, another presence towards B. Mid slowly taking control off. And they've cleared a couple of those close angles using that Nightfall. So, the Prowler, this is going to reveal Rafa's position. No, this is the same position Paradox made that heads-up play in that pistol round. Rafa though, information given away, and Blackhawk still finds that kill. Lucia, crucial trade. Nobody to pincer from main, but that's Logi's call. Then played aggressive through switch. 2v3. Sensei, an absolutely standout player, but he wasn't pumping in map 2. Is his gun model on the left side? Didn't he spot the head? He didn't.
I think he did.
And they didn't spot the sniper. No, a nightmare. And he knows the close angle, but Logi still gets that frag. Ooh, that could have been the play. Sensei almost made it work, and that would have pushed Lethal Esports to 11. A step closer to forcing a map 3, but nah. Revenant now 4 rounds away from an equalizer of their own. And we know these boys, they're more than capable enough for this universe. It's an
Most certainly, yeah.
There's no
Yeah, it
money.
is an eco, of course. They have a little bit of money with which they will buy 2 Spectres and a Bucky, but not enough for them to work out maybe an entire round unless they're able to find 2 kills in pretty quick succession. But Knight Rider has found Muzzle at a very weird off angle and spams him across the wall. And Rafa loses his vision, but just enough to see Logi kill him. Android and the Bucky looking to make damage. Very unanimous for the side of Lethal as they find even Knight Rider in that long range, and he jumps out.
What's happening?
Oh, and Blackhawk is the one to die. He must be killing himself right now after what just happened. What was that from Lucia? Blackhawk is just honestly the unluckiest guy right now, man. He's just having such a bad game.
This has to be a big flash from Android. The flash almost pitch perfect, 10 HP. Both players not having the liberty of health. Android, though, taken early to his grave. Mind you, it wasn't a full investment from Lethal Esports. They managed to take 3 players down. All things said and done, a decent force buy. I could even call that a force buy. What, a half buy? Yeah, I think that would be more apt. So, they've taken 3 guns away. And the tang-on effect that it now has on Revenant is the fact that if they lose the next round, reinvesting is going to be a nightmare. Knight Rider is going to make this Tode Force come online.
You want to play? Let's play.
Quick play towards Immediate again.
Sensei might have just done enough, but he will get one before he goes down, Knight Rider. But Lucia is just a little too good on that trade game. Finds himself 2, and that's thrown the side of Revenant into a bit of a mix. Now they have no idea what to do. There is a KO ultimate available, and Paradox even actually finds one more on the elevated position. If he gets one more.
Oh, that's so clutch! That's so clutch! A small overcommitment from Lucia, and that's all it needed for this round to fall on the wayside yet again. This game, it keeps going to and fro, to and fro. The flash, and now the 1v1.
Oh!
Paradox
boy.
fights the round. Oh no, Lethal Esports. In the last game, in the pistol, it was a 2 versus 5. Now it's a 2 versus 4.
I need a drop.
No. I'm speechless. What do you even say to that, universe? There's just...
What a time
There's
from
just absolutely
Blackhawk to wake
no
up.
way Revenant should be able to do that.
Well, let's see if Revenant are able to replicate that yet again. Android did make a forward run, but Blackhawk will take a sensei elsewhere. Blackhawk finds 2, and he's getting himself everything. And while that is happening, Rafa's coming on his own to find all the kills, but he will not have more than 2.
Teleport's ready.
A little bit too aggressive towards that B and mid side as Lethal tried to pull something out of the bag with the residual money that they had.
Yeah.
Not going to work to the best, as I am so glad that Blackhawk has just turned it up in the last 2 rounds. The 3 in this round, 2 in the previous, and he's up to 7 already.
Jesus Christ, Lethal Esports, this is not how it's supposed to be. They had such a big lead walking into the second half, and now it's boiled down to the difference of 1 round that splits both these teams.
Yep.
Sheesh. The first half, okay? Marcel, an absolute god on that killjoy. The way he found timing, the way he made plays around his teammates' rotation was immaculate. That's the reason that Lethal Esports have such a big lead in the first place. But you quickly change the story, and in the second half, there has been a very, very crucial overlook, especially when you consider the fact that in 2 versus 4s, in 2 versus 5s, the tendency for Lethal Esports to try and play it a little ultra aggressive towards that mid round, it's come to punish them quite a bit.
Yep. That's true.
That needs to
I think,
change.
the one thing that I think, we could discuss in one of the post-game scenarios is how Marzel on the attack, he loves to lurk. He's played the Fade, he's played multiple different agents. But on the Killjoy, when it comes to defense, he knows that he has to keep his foot to the ground, right? Because he is that hard sentinel. He cannot leave. He cannot lurk. And I think that for him, maybe picking up that chamber could have made more sense because of his lurk tendencies, which could have been available even on the defense, which he could have done pretty well, thanks to his rendezvous. But here, we have Lethal taking in a lot of pressure. And as a result, Revenant have brought it down to a 9 and 10. And Revenant are looking very, very strong at the moment. The momentum is rising up pretty heavily. And finally, Wimp wants to use his Rolling Thunder. Here we go. And this time on a round and at a time where players are actually going to be affected by it. There goes the Rolling Thunder. The Haunt comes through. The Nightfall as well. So much utility being done, but nobody to make the use of it. Why is nobody run in yet?
Utility,
Another
my friend.
Nightfall.
Yeah, now
Oh,
Lethal Esports,
man.
their chance to throw the kitchen sink. Android gets himself the double. That swarm grenade from Marzel is what saved the skin of Lethal Esports in this round. And you mentioned that they don't have a jet, they don't have something that dives in. Exactly the problem. Nobody was able to make their way into the site. They walk in there, they're dead men because they're walking into a meat grinder. Ooh, he just spots the head. And he was right about to give a haircut. Lethal Esports. On a round like this, they find
no.
success. They have the opportunity now to put this map to a close. And Marzel with that lockdown, I feel like this is where Lethal changed their game plan. Their holds towards the sites have been pretty strong. Look at the utility that they now have. Rafa has himself that overload and Marcel has himself that lockdown. Now, I feel like this is prime retake opportunity for Lethal to not only play it safe, but play it by the textbook as well.
Oh boy, here we go. Towards B yet again, and this time, Sensei will hit his shots, and Nitrata will go down as soon as he finds a kill himself. 2 ultimates available for the defense. Yeah, they have lost him, which means that no lockdown available in case they want to go for a retake. They're going to have to, rely on that KO ultimate that Rafa will provide, the null command. If in case utilities do decide to drop through towards the A side, which looks pretty likely, as Revenant have got all of their players towards this split approach. And there comes the utility, and Luncia has been detained. No smokes coming out now, and it's up to just Rafa to keep them at bay. Just about a couple of more seconds, and there comes the kill. Android will find one in return, though, and Rafa will find 2 towards main. Forgive me, Android will find 2, and now that's left Wimp in a 1v2. They know exactly where he is. 2 Prowlers being sent to find his position as Android wants to pick up his teammate. Oh, this is getting a little too close for comfort. Wimp needs 1 kill.
He knows.
Not
30 seconds left.
the one who's on his knees, though. He's dinked down 1, but not going to be able to find the other. Number 12 up for the side of the defense. And Lethal finally looking at a map that they can take home.
It almost looked doable there. It almost was. I assume that Android might go for that revive. The double Prowler usage kind of gave him enough time to sell that fake completely. Just imagine if you had a Vandal there, this dink would have meant something different, right? Then would have maybe boiled down to that 1v1. There's a lot of if, buts, and maybe. And in the sense of Valorant, you can't have if, buts, or maybe. You can only have yes. Okay, this is that astral wall that we've been waiting for. It kind of isolates the defense, and yet again, the upfront defense is able to hold true. Lethal Esports, they changed the game, they changed the story, they changed the narrative, but they are still a step back in this best of 5 journey that they've embarked on. Revenant finally looking like they bleed blood. 13-9 though, and I felt like with the Revenant's draft, this attack was so underwhelming. It felt like with this triple initiator lineup, they might have a good chance of taking better map real estate and more importantly, do it in a more clinical fashion, but that never was the case, and Marcel still continues to be a menace.
Indeed, it has been quite a long coming for this one moment. They've waited for that one map, and Ascent does fall into their hands, and it is their map pick, and thankfully they're able to pull it off with the little bit of forgive me, the retaliation that came through from the Revenant boys. They came up to 9 and 10. It could have been a little bit more if they would have pulled off that one round with the Breach ultimate and the Nightfall as well, because I think that was a great combination. They threw in the hunt. Everything was perfect in that round, but just nobody to find the value. That was the problem with the no duelist thing. You have a Breach ultimate, you have a Nightfall, you've got even the Haunt going in. You go in with a Jet who has a smoke to dash into. She sees the form of that enemy come through with the Haunt, gets a kill. And that's exactly what they needed in that one particular round. Somebody to just get into that site, which I believe could have been either one of Paradox or Knight Rider, because they were the ones who had no point of throwing any utility after that knife was thrown, which they could have utilized the best. I think that Knight Rider should have been the entry point for that. If he even, he could have just thrown down the rendezvous and gone for a peek towards the left side, kill that guy, instantly snap himself away towards safety, and then that Paradox with the rest of the work. But did not happen, and as a result, Ascent does go to the side of Lethal, and they will be looking at map number 4 as a chance to still stay alive in this grand final, which is yet up for grabs. While we do know Revenant were looking pretty good right before Ascent, right now Lethal with this comeback look slightly stronger, and they should be heading into map 4 with a lot more confidence and thinking that, yeah, we can just take this 3-2.
Yeah, here's the thing though, and I think we're going to get a better visual representation of this via the highlights. There were so many moments where Revenant just seemed so absent in aim duels. There were a lot of duels, especially when Revenant were on the defense, when they try to get aggressive through B main, when they try to get aggressive through A short from time to time. It was read like a darn book. With Sensei's sensational performance in that attack, they were able to dissect this A side on so many occasions that it felt like Revenant Esports, their game plan was maybe to hold side with utility, but with such a split approach from Lethal Esports, Revenant were forced to take uncomfortable fights. And that, I think, was the catalyst to Lethal Esports winning so many of the gun deals, right? Revenant were never in a position where they were the ones dictating the gunplay or the fights whatsoever. Add to that the kind of teamwork that we got to see, not only between, like I'd say in this round, Lucia and Rafa, right? But also in the context of making these lurks work. The way Marzel was just able to creep in close to market, deny quick rotations, hold B main, hold mid, when his team were hitting sites. That is something that Revenant, I'm pretty sure they should have started accounting for it towards the first leg of that first half. That never was the situation though. And Marzel continued to be a menace that entire first half. If Marzel wasn't with such a heads-up play, this would have been a very, very different story.
Well, that is true. Marzel did have quite an impact in the first half. In the second half, he kind of, sludged off a bit in a couple of rounds. I think about 4 or 5 rounds where he just went without getting any kills, and that's when Revenant started hitting, the bat. And with the number 10 coming up, with the number 11 coming up for the side of Lethal, they instantly realized that, okay, we know what to do now. We know exactly how to stop them in their tracks, and they just hit back immediately. Did not let them get a single round on the back of it. And no matter who... Yeah, this was one of those rounds. The pistol itself. Marzel, value unprecedented from those nano swarms. It was a minefield. Nobody even moved forward. They did not move back. They were just moving left and right in that nano swarm. And the amount of damage they took was unreal.
Yeah, it's like you said, minefield, right? It feels like you're playing a game of Minesweeper when you're playing against Marzel. With Revenant on that attack, for a moment, it looked like they found a little bit of stability. Lethal Esports, the rounds that they gave away, though, I feel like that's going to make the difference. You see them give away 2v5s. You see them give away 2v4s. When they have to make such a big comeback, those are rounds that aren't forgiving. Those are rounds which, even when you go back in the drawing board, you can't find reasons why you lost it. It's just so much of in-the-moment thing, And the fact that Lucia got that double there is so astonishing in and of itself. Revenant, though, when they clawed this round back into their favor, that kind of broke Lethal. And like you mentioned, Blackhawk went out of his mind for this round and the round coming forth where they try crunching. Yeah, this one, where Rafa tried to crunch in from mid as his teammates pushed in B main. A lot of rounds that Revenant lost also were due to the fact that not only did they not account for Marzel's place, but also because of Sensei's resurgence after a disappointing map 2. I'm pretty sure that this is exactly what Sensei needs to get into his juices if he's in it to win it, if he's in it for the long run, because that's the way that Lethal Esports need to claw this crown. They're down in the deep. They fought back good on Ascent. The future, though, still lies in uncertainty.
Yeah, and the future is Breeze. Is it going to be ending there for the side of Revenant, or are we going to see the final map of Split come in for the final time?
Oh, that'd be delightful.
That would be. Yeah, we've got the numbers. Pretty much a well-rounded performance from the side of Lethal. Everybody was chipping in and doing the damage that was needed to be done, whereas on the other side of things, Blackhawk and Wimp, not really the games that they were hoping would come in through them, especially Blackhawk in that first half. Man had only, I think, about one kill, and it was heartbreaking to see that. And by the time we came towards the second half, it was him trying to put up a little bit of and pull his weight, but it wasn't good enough until the end because there was only so much Paradox, Knight Rider, and Logista could do. And yeah, that's about it. The story finishes right there as Lucia yet again will be finding himself to be the MVP. I'm pretty sure, given his stats, or it could be Paradox because his ACS is pretty much higher. So let's find out once the match MVP comes up. But for the moment, it is 2-1, ladies and gentlemen. A score that generally would have ended the game, but because this is a grand final, of course, we have got 2 more to go potentially, or 1 more to go. And yeah, I'm just really excited to see what Lethal have got coming up.
Oh, it's Paradox was the MVP.
Yeah, he had the higher ACS. So
He had the higher ACS, although I think in the back end there would have been a lot of discussion who could have gotten this. You can make a case for Lucia, you can make a case for Paradox, you can make a case for Sensei. Even though he didn't get as many kills, the resurgence is what is important. And more importantly, Marzel, the wise, old, experienced head, continues to show Lethal Esports the way towards the light. The only question is the tunnel going to close in before they make their way into the day? Because they are on the back foot, granted. Slowly, they have to build a little bit of morale. Momentum has been a big problem for them, and that is something that they've rectified on Ascent. That is something that it can be further rectified when they do hit the map of Breeze, but that is going to take a little time where both Revenant Esports and Lethal Esports can have a breather, they can relax, they can refocus, and more importantly, not only they, but also you can scan that QR code and get yourself a can of Red Bull, as we are going to be going off into a short break. This is going to be a grand finals that you, ladies and gentlemen, at home do not want to miss, because it might go all the way and we might be on the cusp of history, ladies and gentlemen. A huge shout out to our sponsors again, LG Ultragear, for some of the best monitors that you can find out there. Do go down in the description to find the links of not only LG, but also crucial to power in your game so that you load fast, you play fast, you win fast, and who knows, you might get out of Ascendant even faster, unlike us. Apart from that, we also have beautiful and brilliant gear from Intel. Intel has some of the best processors out there, as they are built for the next generation of gaming. You can play, chat, browse, stream, edit, record, and share clips at the same time with your friends as you're having the best experience. And you can do all that without skipping a beat. So that is a small hint at what the 12th gen Intel Core processor has packing in its bag. And you, as well as I, know that gaming happens with Intel, and gaming is going to be happening here at the Esports Club in the matter of moments, ladies and gentlemen. So if you are on YouTube, hit that subscribe. If you are on local, follow us at the Esports Club. And of course, map 4 is going to be here in 5 minutes. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the LGR 2K presents the Esports Club Community Cup, powered by Crucial and, of course, our broadcast partner Loco and Intel, who are built for the next generation of gaming. Play, chat, browse, stream, edit, and record. Do it all without even missing a skip or a beat. With the 12th gen Intel Core processors, that is what you get, and you all know that gaming happens with Intel. Welcome back to the fourth map of the best of five, which potentially could be the last one or could not be. We do have, what happened on the previous map still pretty fresh in our mind. So let's have a little bit of a look through of the map, because Lethal winning on that map was a very, very desperate, objective. They needed Ascent to try and keep themselves relevant. But now we go to a map which I really don't believe that Lethal have that much ground experience playing in, as not as much as Revenant at least. Revenant love Breeze. I don't know if it's evident or not, but Revenant love Breeze. Lethal are pretty good as well. Don't get me wrong. Lethal are pretty good on Breeze, but I'm not completely convinced that having watched the number of Breeze matches that I've seen Revenant play and the number of Breeze matches that I've watched Lethal play, that Lethal have got it as good on Breeze as Revenant. So this could be the last map, or if Lethal find themselves in a whole new zone of work, they will find themselves taking us to the final time we see probably in the South Asian region for Split.
Ooh, that's a heavy statement right there. Builds up even more the amp that Split may deserve, given it is going to be the decider map. What a proper send-off it will be. But before that, we have the map of Breeze. And to initiate the map of Breeze, we've got the agent selection screen. So, Lethal Esports, Marzel on, he's gone for the Chamber, Lucia Viper. Yeah, again, just very, very standard stuff. I wouldn't be surprised if Lethal go for like a very standard double initiator. We'll see Sova back up and running. Fade has been chosen as a secondary initiator. It's always a duel on the map of Breeze. Either you go for Sova Sky, Sova KO, or this time it's going to be Sova and Fade Android on that agent. Meanwhile, on the side of Revenant Esports, Logista will be locking in for that KO. And yeah, pretty much the same, compositions.
What?
With a big exception, that Paradox will not be playing a dive agent. Rather, he's opted for the Yoru, and it's going to be KO against Fade. Okay, Revenant are taking a big gamble right here. They are taking, a page out of the books of Lethal Esports on Bind, and it's going to be Yoru being played by Paradox.
This is very, very interesting. I am very interested in what just has happened here, what's transpired here. Having to see Paradox on the Yoru is, I have to agree, something pretty fresh, something new.
Yeah.
But Yoru as a single duelist, I'm not entirely convinced by that. Even if it is Paradox, I am not convinced that Yoru can serve as a single duelist. He is a secondary duelist in the name, out and out. He is the one who supports the other duelist with him. He's got flashes. He's got no movement ability per se. It's a teleporting ability. I'm not entirely convinced by this, but Revenant clearly seemed to have a game plan. I would have been very happy with the Neon. I think the Neon would have worked perfectly on this map, especially for Paradox. But let's see what they got in the bag, man. It looks like they're going to throw us a curveball and towards Lethal as well. Let's down to the game, ladies and gentlemen. The final map, potential final map of this best of five could be Breeze, or will Lethal push us to that famed, not so favorite of a lot of people map of Split. It is going to be quite an ecstatic battle between these two, and only one of them is going to go home with that 1 lakh prize pool.
All right, yep, the stage is set again. Map 4 is here, and by this time, the players, they may start to get a bit tired out, because after all, they have played 3 long and grueling maps of Valorant already. Now it's time for number 4. It's going to be Paradox with that teleport to get the opening into the bomb site. But Lethal Esports, their reply back is thrice as deadly because Revenant, they're down to 2. Not just one of their members surviving. Blackhawk all alone, gets 1, gets 2, gets a triple. Oh wait, this can be his time to shine. He tags Android significantly. Both these players very low on HP. No utility to work with. Absolutely nothing.
Oh, Blackhawk
with the clutch. 4K to start things off. Revenant Esports. They were down. They were desperate. But the Viper came in and saved the day for everyone.
I need a drop.
Wow, what a way for Blackhawk to turn up the heat in this map. He knew that the previous one was a disaster for him. But here, he just came up big in the pistol itself. A 1v4 clutch, one for the reels, one for the highlights, ladies and gentlemen, that he'll be posting. And so will we on our socials. Go ahead and follow us on TEC's Instagram.
Yes, sir. And Twitter as well. Again, Indian Esports, but right here, Sensei, he wants to be the homecoming on the side of Lethal. Unfortunately, he has been shut down. And from the side of Revenant, yeah, this should be a simple round. Rafa does have the Marshal. Can he get a kill? The big question. Nah, he's lit up from so many angles, so many avenues, out of bullets in the magazine. Gotta go for the reload. Paradox gets the kill, and from the side of Lethal Esports, yeah, this was just a little bit of a semi-buy on their end. They went for upgraded pistols. It wasn't a full-on eco, but it's the same result more or less. You know, Lethal Esports, they're saving for round number 3. Revenant, they'll be taking an easy round victory, saving their weaponry for the next round, having that bonus, keeping the Spectres and whatnot. So that's the round on. Android, I am pretty sure he has spotted Blackhawk, and there is a good chance he can get that exit frag if Blackhawk is not careful. Android lurking up. Oh, he still gets the headshot. Oh boy. When Android missed the first shot, I was like, oh god, no. But still, another round done. Paradox got a 4K as well. Went by a little bit unnoticed, but still, you know, first round you have Blackhawk with the 4K. Now it's Spara, Revenant, and their kill streak continue to dominate.
Yeah, that Euro is doing pretty good work in the first 2 rounds at least. He's been able to send that decoy, and as soon as it's broken, he teleports because he knows that the player is going to be slightly blinded, and he uses that 1 little second of slight blindness to his advantage because the wall covers up for him. That's come up from Blackhawk. And now Revenant, they've slowed down things as they wait for the side of the defense to make a push, because knowing that they are on the full buy, they don't really want to commit to the side blindly. But it looks like it is going to be towards the B side where their attack will finish.
Take flight.
As Revenant ask Wimp to try and find some information towards mid. That drone not going to stay alive for too long. Not any bit of information given to him. But Paradox has been discovered, and Nitro actually finds Marcel. Marcel was very much focused on trying to find where that flash was coming from. But unfortunately for him, was not able to find the kills that he needed. Android will take one back. Blackhawk takes one. Android with the second. He's on 8 HP and he's still keeping himself relevant and alive. Lucia 1.2 as well. And Knight Rider should have probably taken a little bit more in this round.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, not going to work out for them. Android surviving by a whisker will get his team round number 1, but my word, that could have gone wrong in so many different ways. If they had found Android, I think Revenant would have won that round.
Yeah, absolutely. I have to agree with you 100% on that. Android, he was there like an anchor when his team needed him as the Fate, and he bought himself so much time, and he bought his team so much time that Lucia was able to rotate from defender spawn. He jumped into the fight, he helped out Android, and the Fade still survived. Even on 8 HP, Android was one of the members on the front line of this defense, dealing with the RNT members head on, but he still tackled them, took them to the ground, and brilliant stuff from his side. Really helped his team secure the win. Now he's just got to do it again, and Lethal needs to do it 12 more times overall. This time though, Android, he is going to be the first casualty, and Paradox, same HP as Android was in the previous round, 8, a bit of poetry right there. But Lethal Esports, they are down by half from 8 to 4 is the number of people they've got on board. They still equalize the man count regardless of that. That's Chamber gone, and Revenant are in a bit of a conundrum. Where do you execute? They have chosen A as their bomb side. Lucia is still keeping the attackers at bay. He got one, he dropped the spike, and now Sensei can take his position with the support of Rafa.
And the only problem being that Sensei is still undetected, and he's gonna make the best use of that undetection. He will take out everybody remaining, and with that he even takes out the ultimate that Blackhawk was putting to use. The Viper Spit, which is a very strong ultimate on this map, by the way, taken out pretty early. By the time she could say the words that she does when she puts down the ultimate, Sensei did get in her way.
Yep. And again, Revenant now, they are struggling with getting the traction back on board. Lethal Esports, you know. Their kills are working in their favor. Again, look at this from Sensei. Another opening kill. Lucia with one more. Sensei is still in that corner, and Revenant, yeah, this round as well, economically, it's not their best. So moving forward, it is going to be difficult. They just have those upgraded pistols. Marzel is completely flashed, but he still survives the Sheriff of Paradox. And over towards A main, you have got the Sova. The Sova's all alone.
Come on, Sensei!
This just
How did he
happened out
not
of
hear
nowhere.
that? He thought it was gonna be a fake, but he could at least check that.
Yeah.
Now Paradox has a pretty great weapon to work with in the long range. As long as they don't close in on him. Yeah. They've spotted out one, and that should be the spam coming through. They don't know the backstab is coming in yet, but Marzel makes the best use of his timing. Finds the one, and while the headshot comes through from Wimp, not enough to get the complete kill, just 145 to the head. That's what happens on this map of Breeze with its big sized duels, long range duels. The Sheriff can only deliver so much.
Ah. For the side of Revenant Esports, you know, granted the fact they've got double initiator, they've got like one duelist only, it's still a well-rounded like com. So it's not a matter of one of the sides for these teams is strong, be it attack, be it defense, but Lethal Esports, definitely they are making the best out of their defense. And the question is the momentum going to shift as soon as the side swap takes place? Because look at Marzel! He just openly peeks from mid. Even Sensei has pushed up from pillars. So Lethal Esports have no fear whatsoever. The final two members on the side of Revenant, their position is given away on the A-bomb side. Wimp goes down. Again, it's down to this duo of Yoru and Sova. The spike is not with them. You still have a player with the flank. Paradox cannot escape. Lucia has that under control, and Lethal Esports, in an instant, they just shifted the entire like speed of this round by peeking practically every single angle out there, by pushing every single corner that there was, and defeating Revenant.
Well, 4-2 the scoreline as Lethal find themselves the groove that they needed on this map of Breeze. Take the lead, 4 in a row that they've put down. Will help them quite a bit. Sensei still keen on peeking this angle without his dash available to him, as Knight Rider only cares about the ultimate orb and will find his ultimate coming on the back of it. Oh, the flash comes out! Oh my god, Paradox! Okay. That was real close, and I don't think Lucia has been detected, has he? Knight Rider will take down Sensei. Rafa trades back. The Nightfall comes through. But Lucia's gonna be still alive to get one more. As Blackhawk is forced back. And Marzel's coming on a big, bad backstab. I don't think they've heard this. And Marzel's just ready for somebody to make a move here.
One enemy remaining.
Lucia's here as well. They could double peek this man right here because he's the only one surviving. And Lucia will find the kill. Lethal looking real strong right now, ladies and gentlemen, on the map of Breeze. And this Yoru comp might not be the best thing that's working out for them, and consequently, out comes the timeout.
Revenant need it. Revenant definitely need this timeout right now to discuss that exactly what has been going wrong and to go over all the changes that need to be made because they still can salvage this half. Like Lethal only have 5 rounds right now. Potentially the half can end like 7-5 favoring Lethal. That's still a
Yep.
realistic enough possibility. But Revenant definitely they've got to put the pedal to the metal right now. They cannot stop after what happened on Ascent. Momentum already resides with their opposition. The final few rounds, on Ascent, like every single time Revenant wanted to go for the execute, they were denied. Time and time and time again, the chaos suppress came in. There was the nightfall, there was the counter nightfall. No matter what happened, Revenant could just not move into the A bomb
Yep.
side. That was the case on Ascent. Even right now, the reason I mention all of that is because right now we are seeing similar fragments of that. We're seeing similar instances of that take place where Revenant are just dying by the plenty before we see those executes taking place. And the early rounds have been favoring Lethal Esports so much. Be it Sensei and the Operator, be it Lucia and the aggressive pixie goes, or just in general, everyone in the team in Bloom has been performing out of their minds, and Revenant definitely need to get back up and running.
Well, they seem to be ready. And now we will be getting into the game pretty soon, ladies and gentlemen. There is a small little tech issue. Seems like there is a bit of loss on Blackhawk.
Oh.
And he is going to be having, well, let's just say he's going to have a little bit of a more difficult time, if at all those losses continue. But I would say that with the way that Revenant are currently playing, their most valuable player right now needs to be Logi. But because Logi has shifted up his role and is playing you know, the KO,
Ew. Yeah.
and Blackhawk is the one playing the Viper, I think that's kind of the problem with what's being, affecting them. Because I believe that Logi is pretty good on Viper. He is the controller main of the team, apart from Blackhawk. But Blackhawk has the tendency to, shift in and out of roles between the initiator and the controller, right? And Logi not entirely used to that because he's more comfortable with the Viper, the Astra. So I can clearly see why he's struggling right now as well. He's 0 and
Yeah.
6. And last map it was Blackhawk. This map it's Logi. So I'm a little worried about how this is going to end up for them. And let's just hope that he's able to pick up his form just the same way Blackhawk did. But not in the second half. I hope it just happens right about now because they need this. Revenant cannot let this slip up because that 2-0 lead has been cut in half and it will be covered up completely if this first half ends anywhere between 8 and 4 or 9 and 3.
Absolutely, Lethal Esports, Look at
Oh,
the
Knight
place on their
Rider.
side, Revenant. They've got no reply whatsoever. Utility dump right here towards A halls. Now you've got
Oh, that's
Hunter
brilliant.
Series
Oh,
well.
that's
It has
brilliant.
gone. Blackhawk is also gone. And again, what I was saying about what happened on Ascent, Revenant Esports are getting denied the opportunity to push in before they can even execute. This is going to be a flawless round. It's all down to Logista. Can he really do anything? 55 HP, position given away, triple kill for Mazel. A flawless round win for Lethal Esports. Revenant, no matter what they're trying, they had a timeout right now as well. Things are still not going their way. The only thing Revenant and their fans can hope for is the side swap at this point. Because, yeah, the side swap is what matters, It can definitely shake things up. It always shakes things up one way or another. But so far, economically, tactically, Revenant are struggling. Their ult economy is still fine enough, I guess. Blackhawk one ultimate pip away from getting the Viper's fed. Paradox has it. You've got the Null command, but their credit economy is bad, and yeah, Revenant are not in the most optimal position right now. Again, let's wait and watch and see which team gets the opening frag in their favor.
Oh boy. Marcel, the hero of the previous round, this time yet again finds value. He might have been tagged down to 49 HP, but he's done enough and he's got more.
Down A.
And Rafa's here to support him.
Enemy remaining.
Rafa's
Shame you had
ultimate was the win condition of the last round, and Rafa's single kill was the condition for Marcel to trade him off in this round. The Sova has been very, very impactful, clearly, for one side at least. And on the other, they're just constantly taking up a beating on this map, which honestly, I really thought was Revenant's game to take, man. Attack or defense, especially the attack. Revenant have been amazing on Breeze in the past. I don't know what the hell is going on with them right now, but this is not the game that they were expecting.
who's next.
I mean, this kind of a scoreline is definitely not what anyone was expecting, but then again, we've seen those semi-comebacks happen on Ascent as well. So this time, it is going to be Android Sensei keeping the attack at bay. Sensei looking to get another close range shorty. No, the blade storm also gets wasted. Paradox with the double. And finally, Revenant get their grips on.
planted.
In the bomb side we go. The spike gets planted and Marzel's position is now given away. Can't do anything now, can this chamber, because, well, the Vipers will prevent him from seeing anything at all. Does he choose the path of the castle? Oh, Paradox tried to fake it. He tried to fake it, but no, next time Marzel will not be fooled for that. Easiest kill for Marzel, probably, of his life. Now, though, the hardest challenge that he's yet to face. He gets another, and hold on. This may just be possible. Enters the Viper's pit. Does he spot anyone? No, he doesn't. Checks the back. Again, nobody, and Marzel can do nothing. But wait and watch. Because if he can't go down, he better take down other members with him. And no, they still survive. Alright, so still, decent round from Revenant Esports. Doesn't matter how many members they lost to their side, they just needed a round win. And credit to them, they have got it.
Oh boy. Well, 7-3. Thanks to 3 ultimates being committed in that round. The Yoru's Dimensional Rift, the Chaos Null Command, and of course the Viper's Pit allowed them to win a round, but they're not going to have any of those this round. But Sensei does have a very scary operator towards mid, and he will find one before he goes down. And Mars is holding his own operator as well, and he's not going to be able to connect the shot, but he will get away. 4 versus 4, still kept alive. Rafa
Cutting through.
spots out the decoy. Does not really need to be shot, as Lethal actually expect this A side push, as they're playing pretty passive here. Marzel needed to hit that shot, and now the only thing that can probably save them is that Viper Spit towards A main, because it's gonna require the one man in that position to come out and find himself these valuable kills, as Lucia has probably been expected. Yes, he will be expected, but he has got better aim than what his opponent had, and he will be able to bank upon the support of his teammates to find those kills. 8-3 here, and Breeze is absolutely gushing out of the hands of Revenant at the moment. This is absolutely unacceptable, and that's what they must be telling themselves. How is this happening? How are we 8-3 down on the map that we have known and shown to be really, really dominant on?
Exactly. It's time as well, you know, it's not one of the most played maps for Lethal Esports, but seems like they have done their homework. Revenant seem to be going through a case of what happened in the upper bracket finals as well. Their own maps, they are getting denied by Lethal. And once more, let's see. Sensei position given away. The dummy completely flashed, and this time, A side may just be up for grabs for the side of Revenant Esports. Yes. Now, Wim can plant the spike. Marzel cuts the spike, checks the corner, can't get a headshot. So, This
Spike
half may
planted.
still be salvaged. Final round it is. Revenant looking to get their fourth. Android is splashed and dazed out of his mind, but still doesn't mean he can't make value out of that situation. Now, unfortunately, he cannot. The
enemy
two defenders, they are split apart, miles away from each other, no way to support each other. And it's going to be Revenant Esports getting the fourth round on board.
Switching sides.
Still below average half, but one that they can come back from. And that kind of has been the story for the entirety of the three maps that we have seen before this, is that one team will be at a very slight disadvantage. In this case, it's going to be a little more extreme than that, but there is a good enough chance to get that comeback. So far, we haven't seen it. Now, we may just.
Well, it all depends on this pistol, man. They win this pistol, they will be able to make that comeback happen. And Knight Rider's looking for that mid pick, which is going to be heavily contested. So he needs to be careful here. Get one and get away. Even if you miss the shot, get away.
All set up.
You are not going to be well equipped to fight off three members at once, but he does have support coming in, takes the shot, gets away. And now Paradox heavily being pressured. No support from Wimp either. And Wimp has been taken out of the board as well, as now it's up to Blackhawk to find a trade, and he will find Rafa. Sensei will take down Knight Rider. And that's about it, I think.
Player standing.
Yep, Sensei takes out Loki. B side's been cleared, and they're not caring for the B side right now. They want to chase Blackhawk. He's down to 4 HP, the poor man. And no matter where he goes, he's got players of Ellie coming to find him. And it's going to be Marzel to get him first. 9 and 4. Pistol gets away. And deep trouble now Revenant fall into. I'm worried here, CCW. This could spell out to be split. I think that one, I'm not blaming anybody here. I'm not going to put the blame, but I think that as a team collective, if they decided to play that Yoru, which has value in terms of aim, Paradox has been only winning duels on the back of his aim. And while he's been doing that same teleport towards the back of side on the attack, with the flash, it's not as versatile as the Jet, is it?
Yeah, and also about the smokes as well, is that the other controller you have is a Viper who only has a single poison orb. Granted, she has the toxic screen as well, but only a single one of those cloud smokes. Jet has another, and the other controllers have abundance of them. You've got the Brimstone, the Omen, the Astra. At least they have two, at times more than two as well. But now, with only the Viper, that's only a single poison orb you have, so it doesn't help you a lot in your attacks and defenses as well. But now, though, the members of Lethal, they've managed to plant the spike in the A-bomb site. Retake for Revenant. Don't have the best of guns, don't have the best of opportunities to take this round for themselves. But still, they are trying for it. Marshall against Marshall. Sensei. Obviously, no one can beat him. He gets a double before he goes down. And it's all down to Logista. Lethal Esports, they reach double digits. Now, Revenant have been in this position before. They were down 5-10 on the map of Ascent, but they still couldn't secure the map, even if they had made a comeback to like 9-10 or something along the lines of that. Lethal Esports, if they have a lead, they know they can close the map out. Can Revenant overturn that? Unlikely, very unlikely. But this round should be on the side of Revenant because of the fact that they have 5 rifles now. If Lethal take this, it's disaster.
Well, Lethal are looking to allow Sensei to do most of the work as his knives come out to play. And if even one of those knives connect, it's going to be very useful for them, especially if it's a first pick, as he is moving in towards mid. Has the dash up draft as well as the smokes available, as he even got support by his side.
Fake
And
teleport.
he is hoping to go up towards Beaton. Oh, he's been spotted. He's even been spammed down. Wimp will take down Marzel before anybody else, though. As now Sensei is in a very difficult spot. If he could so easily get spammed here. He could even just be peeked out of doors and be killed. And he's just looking at a single angle. He's not worried about what's coming behind him. This is about a second difference. And he will die within that 1 second. Does not expect Blackhawk to be that close. And Rafa will trade back Blackhawk after he takes out Android. One more for Rafa as he tries to now put it into the works towards the A side. There comes the double peak, but it's not going to affect Knight Rider as much. He's going to be teleporting away, but he's alone right now, and he's got no support, and he doesn't even need it. It comes down from Paradox towards the bridge side, but will he survive is the question. No, he won't. Paradox will not get his trade. Not on the decoy, and Lucia now, all he needs to worry about is his own time and his backstab, which he will not be aware of, and Logi will take him out. A lot of damage done though, CCV, even though it was a buy round. Bonus round, forgive me. The economy of Revenant is going to fall a little bit lower than they were expecting it to.
Yeah, Revenant lost 3 of their players. That's 3 rifles gone. Recovering that is going to be a little more difficult. They have to invest a lot more. They may even have to sacrifice, or like on the utility side of the shield side of things. Yeah, we can see Knight Rider, half armor on him, Bulldog for Wimp, exactly what I'm talking about. Saved up credits as well, not a lot, but then again, this is the full burn side of Lethal as well. If Lethal loses out this round, it will be a lot more dangerous economically. Paradox already gets the opener, and once more, we see the battle lines being drawn. We see the toxic screen out. Lethal are ready for an A take, and they're not going to waste any time, but Knight Rider, before going out, he gets a double. You still have the back lines of Blackhawk and Wimp, you know, holding down the fort or trying their best. Spike still going to be planted very soon. Revenant are fine with that. They are willing to give the spike to their opponent. They just won the round. They just won the retake. Can they fight for it? Can they find it? Yes, they can. Rafa dies after a fight, and Revenant get their 6th. And Lethal Esports, a big blow to their side, but still, they have plenty of rounds in the bag for now.
Oh yeah, they most certainly do. And with this, the side of Revenant will have to make themselves a little bit more fortified. One round is not going to make the cut. They need a lot more from where that came. 4 more to be precise, to at least level up the score lines, and currently they are in the advantageous position to do that. A Viper's Pit, the economy on the other side of half buys, and Knight Rider finding this gap to exploit as well towards mid. Gets a very early good kill and gets away to safety as well. So he doesn't need to be worried as he finds even Marzel lurking up towards Halls. And there's no way that the side of Ellie are going to find anything in this round, let alone a round win. Maybe a couple of exit frags. No, Loki does not even give Rafa that. And now Android looking for whatever he can find by picking up that Guardian that was left behind. He needs just one shot onto Logi though. He is pretty down low. Why did I say Logi's made a pretty good comeback already in this game, hasn't he? He's already up to 8.
Yeah, consistent, you know, slow and steady wins the race, slowly building up your confidence. In the meanwhile, Logisto can put a lot more trust in his teammates as well to try and win the gunfights. But as I say that, yes, Wimp does lose one, but he's the only one who has died out in this round. Otherwise, Lethal, slow execution on their side, but still,
no.
they have made a lot of waves into the bomb side from behind. Now Blackhawk can save the day. Logista already low on HP. Blackhawk gets the kill. Logista had to go for the ultimate. That's how desperate things got for Revenant. After being up 5 versus 2, to now a 2 versus 0. Revenant still secure the round, but they had to use an ultimate and they lost 3 of their members. Unnecessary kills went in favor of Lethal Esports. Still, a round 1 is what R&T care about when you're in a round deficit. It doesn't matter how expensive a round is, you need to put those numbers up. And kudos to Revenant, they have been able to do that for the past couple of rounds, ever since they lost their eco. But Lethal are looking to get back into things, because Lethal Esports, they've got 3 ultimates, they've got rifles, they've got full armor, and they have got hunger to come back into this best of 5.
Scanning ahead.
Well, Revenant are surely turning up the heat right now. And there comes a Nightfall, and Blackhawk is pretty close to danger. He gets away somehow. The decoy has been taken care of, and Sensei's found one, but Wimp is going to trade back immediately on the other side of the same site. Mars has found 2 for himself, and that Viper's Pit is just causing so much more damage. 1 round, if you give away to Lethal, it's going to cause trouble because they're just 3 rounds away from victory. And if they win this, they're just 2 away. And that's exactly what Revenant was supposed to avoid somehow. And Logi's trying to make that happen. Found Sensei, but there's a lineup master available. Lucy has gone away, hence the Viper Spit will as well. And now Logi left to wonder where will a player emerge from, and Rafa gets in from the back of sight. 11-7, and 2 away are Lethal from pushing us to the final time that we might be seeing Split.
It has been a tremendous push from Lethal, and we may just go to the map of Split. And boy, if Lethal can defeat Revenant on Split again, kind of like how they did in the upper bracket finals, it's going to be extremely poetic, and the comeback is going to be one going down in the history books. Right now, though, they're ready for it. Revenant. Oh, again, Wimp goes off. There's still Knight Rider, and he takes down one chamber with that operator. But from behind, Sensei to the bomb side. Logista is all alone. He needs to isolate these kills. That's one. Not anymore. Logista is also gone. The scythe is in the hands of Lethal Esports. 2 versus 2. And you still need this operator to shine. You still need Knight Rider to be the clutch minister that he is. He's going to be pushing the toxic screen very, very soon. It goes down. Lucia from the sides, though. Do Revenant expect this?
Doesn't look likely. You will find one, and Lucia. Oh, Knight Rider doesn't know where he shot him from. He's no clue. He thinks it's towards main. And Rafa will make the best of the opportunity to find himself. Match point, ladies and gentlemen. Breeze is moving the way of Lethal as Revenant are stunned to the core, which, by the way, is one of their strong maps. And we move towards Split.
Yeah.
While Split is another Revenant map, the last time it was played against Lethal, Lethal beat them on it pretty well. And I don't expect anything different.
Exactly. I mean, Lethal, they've given it their all, man. They've won 2 maps against Revenant in the grand finale when they were down 0-2 in a best of 5. Lethal may just close it out. Paradox goes completely on the aggro, then looking for a deceive play, trying to waste the time on the side of Lethal Esports. I mean, I guess on defense, that's what he can do. With the Yoru ult, you don't have a lot of opportunities. It's kind of like the Omen ult on attack. Yeah, you can get some info, but that's pretty much how it works. But still, enough with me going on and on about Omen's ult and how it's practically useless. Regardless of that, now you've got Lethal Esports, a single round away against the likes of Revenant. And Revenant, they've got to win 5 in a row in order to push this into overtime where they have a chance of winning. So still, things are not very optimal, as I'd say. Revenant, though, they still have to prepare for this execution. Logista gets concussed by that Prowler. Sensei, excellent diver, double kill for him before he goes down. There's still Paradox. There is still Blackhawk. Blackhawk is going to go all the way around Castle to go for the backstab. Para needs to stay alive. Another kill with the Bulldog. Close quarters. He sees the Sova. He needs to win the gunfight. Unfortunately, he's gone. Lethal and both their members are looking to end this. Marzel in the Tour de Force. This is the Tour of Lethal. And they are going to the final map as they take the win on Breeze. Decider map split it is.
What a game, ladies and gentlemen. What a series this has been, especially for the side of Lethal to be 2 down in the series, win the map of Breeze to bring it back to 2-2. One of the strong maps of Revenant, of course. And wow, this couldn't be a better story for them to, tell to their peers that this is how we beat Revenant Esports, if at all they do end up beating them in the map of Split. For now, we're done with 4. We've got 1 more to go, and that one is the final time we will see both of these teams in this series face off against each other, and the final time they will probably be playing Split in, well, at least the near future, until another map is thrown into the map pool outside
And
the
they take
map
out
pool and
Ascent.
split. Yeah, well, let's hope it's Ascent, but I really hope to God it's Fracture, because I
Yes.
cannot stand that map when I'm playing
Thank you,
it. It
universe.
has the worst
Thank
support.
you.
Yeah, well, that's all right, no problem, of course. Well, let's, but yeah, we will go into the highlights in just about a little bit. But this clearly has been lethal, taking control start to finish. They gave away a couple of rounds, but they were just sparingly a couple of rounds, 1 or 2 rounds every now and then. But overall, the control could be seen to be under lethal. It was,
Yeah.
well, very well established. They, when they were giving away rounds, it was maybe 2 rounds in a row. But when they were taking rounds, they won at least 4 or 5 in a row. Let's go to the highlights as we speak about it, because lethal know what they want, and they want that trophy as well as that prize pool of 1 lakh rupees, and they're not backing out even if they were 2-0 down. And right now, ladies and gentlemen, this is as good as a best of one.
Ha! Hey, that's my line. Oh, this best of five has now been turned into a glorified best of one. But yeah, one thing I'm really looking forward to seeing now that we are all going to the map of split is the interview with the players. I mean, universe, get the best questions you have readied up, because no matter if it's the members of Lethal or if it's the members on the side of Revenant, we all need to hear how this grand finale was. Sure, their overall journeys in the Community Cup have been a wild ride in of themselves, but this grand finale makes up more than enough for what has happened in the past. But yeah, absolutely. I need to see Split. It's going to be the perfect ender as well. The final time we're seeing it here in South Asia for a long time. Grand finale, best of five, decider map, all to play for glory is what is most important for these teams as well, because now this is going to be a very hotly debated um like rivalry building up, and I am one like who enjoys it thoroughly. Back in the day, we always have had the G Velocity, the Val Classico. This is like Val Classico 2.0. We have newer teams heading into it, and the competition is just as fierce. Which team I support, whichever team's winning, honestly. And right now, I just want to see a lot of competition and the future as well. Lethal Esports against Revenant. Ooh, it is going to be pretty spicy what they've got in store for us later when both these teams improve even further. But as we are seeing what's taking place on the map of Breeze, one thing is for certain: it's the fact that right now, Lethal Esports, their gunfights, at least at the very least for a long time in the first half, they were on point. They were hitting their shots, plain and simple, 3Ks, 4Ks. Yes, Revenant started off with, Blackhawk getting that 4K of the Viper. Then in the second round, Paradox got a 4K as the Yoru, but still, those are the initial couple of rounds. For the majority of it, like you had said, Universe, in an overall summary, it was Lethal who held control and they never gave it away. Revenant tried to take it away. Revenant tried to snatch it, but Lethal just never let go, and they dragged Revenant on for this wild ride. And in the end, it was Lethal who still took the win.
Indeed. And even when it looked like Lethal were kind of slipping up, they actually weren't. It was here where it happened a little bit. Revenant, with their buy round, they did exactly what they wanted to. They found themselves with a little bit of footing, and they actually did, pretty well. Knight Rider here won this fight, and he was able to get his team round number 5, while Lucia was trying to do as much damage as possible. They did damage the economy a little bit, and I think while even that affected them just a slight bit, Revenant were able to put up only 3 rounds on the board in the second half, and that was this stretch of 3 rounds. That's it, where they threw the side of Lethal on an eco, and they forced them to play on a half buy post that, and that was practically it. Apart from that, when Lethal had their buy round in their hands, nobody could, stop them. Even when all of this was happening, look at the amount of damage that they were causing here. They still took out in that 4v2 that they got 2 players, and they were just constantly on the tails of the opponents. And
Mm-hmm.
amazing stuff overall from the side of Lethal, as they kept everything intact, made sure that the defensive line that they were holding did not break away. The formation was just as what they wanted it to be. And of course, they were going to find themselves a success if every single player is going to be at his useful best. As we talk about the players, the scoreboard, Rafa and Marzil absolutely tore through the opponents today. Lucia and Sensei as well. Android might have had a little bit of a slower game, but he's done his job in the first 2-3 games. And he played very well as the Fate today as well. 9 assists for him, 11 kills. His KDA is in the positive, so he's going to be happy with that. Whereas on the other side of things, Wimp again not having the game that he would have hoped for. Somebody or someone in the side of Revenant has been having a bad game, but unfortunately for Wimp, he's been having 3 bad games so far. The last game as well was not that great. Neither was the one before that.
Yeah, for the side of Revenant Esports, when they were on their winning ways, even if one or two of their players weren't like fragging out of their mind, it was fine. But now you need to. And speaking of fragging out of your mind, let's have a look at the match MVP. Everything points towards Rafa having the having the ACS of 292, almost a KD of 2. That is insane. And an ADR of over 200 goes to show that no matter the position you put Rafa in, no matter the place, the situation he is in, he is going to get the kills. He is going to deliver for his roster whenever you need him. Time after time, 24/7, Rafa is ready. And Rafa has been someone, okay, he's not always had the spotlight shown on him, but he has always been like the top 3 or like the top 4 performers every single time in his roster. And in terms of statistics, he definitely is having a great game. And now, overall, people who have had tremendous performances in this Community Cup, let's have a look at the MVP standings for one of the very few times right now. And we can see Paradox from Revenant leads the charts, 237 kills. Nobody even in close contention, 272 ACS. You've got Ezzy from Medal, Jivix from Prime 5. Still good to see these guys, the amount of numbers they put up. Really tremendous stuff. And then you have got Blackhawk from Revenant as well. Well, definitely Revenant need their 2 MVP standards like Paradox and Blackhawk to step up in the map of Split if Revenant need to take the win.
Yeah, that is true. But, ladies and gentlemen, as for all things go, it's all in the past. 4 maps that we saw played so far have been put into the dust, and it is done and dusted. But there's one map left, and that is the final time we will see Split. And these 2 teams are going to be glorifying that map for its send-off, as I might say. And for those of you who might be saying that Split is not in the pool, the tournament started before that change in the game had come in, right? So Split is going to remain in our map pool for this tournament, but only for this tournament. And ladies and gentlemen, number 5 is coming on its way. A much-deserved number 5. It's going to be OG and CCV to take this one. I'll be back for the post-match interview, and I'll be right here waiting to see which of these players will I be talking to and take a little bit of insight of their victory. So until then, stay tuned. Don't go anywhere. Just a couple of more minutes. We'll be back with the LG Ultragear TEC Community Cup, powered by Crucial and, of course, Intel, who are built for the next generation of gaming. Play, chat, browse, stream, edit, do whatever you want, because everything can be done without skipping a beat. Those are what the 12th gen Intel processors provide, because the gaming everywhere happens with Intel. We'll see you all in just a few minutes.
If you would keep me waiting, I would wait a lifetime. In tricky situations, I will be a lifeline. Nobody's meant to be fighting alone. That's why I'm taking you home. I never felt something like this before, no. Keep coming back for you time after time. Maybe I'm losing my mind, but I know I'll never leave you behind, no. Baby, I got you. When you feel like falling, I'll be there to prove, yeah, that baby, I got you. No matter the distance, no matter the rules, yeah. Baby, I got you. When you feel like falling, I'll be there to prove, yeah.
Welcome everyone again to the grand finals of the Esports Club Valorant Community Cup presented by LG Ultragear. We have our broadcast partner Loco, supported by Red Bull. We are powered by Crucial and Intel. And Intel is built for the next generation of gaming. And alongside gaming, you can play, you can chat, you can browse, you can edit, you can record videos, you can do everything without skipping a beat. That is what the 12th generation of Intel Core processors provide you. Because why? Because gaming happens with Intel. And right here in the Community Cup, we have had this 1 month long saga with over 100 teams registering, now down to the final two, Revenant against Lethal, grand finale, best of 5 decider map is in front of us. OG, take us through what has happened so far in the map, Veto. Take us through what we have to see next.
Dude, what's happened is a complete switcheroo. Revenant, they started the day off pretty hot, right? Their game on bind, all things said and done, there was so much chance for Lethal to fight back, but on Fracture, it just demolished Lethal. Revenant were brutal. Ascent felt like an affair where Revenant had so many flaws, especially on that defense. You can see them take so many unnecessary gunfights, and even in the gunfights which they needed to take, they were not really firing on all cylinders. So a lot of unfortunate circumstances has led to this being a spectacle of a grand finals. As we head into Split, ladies and gentlemen, this might be the last time we get to see this map as it is, and this might be the starting of, like what Universe said, a very, very intense rivalry. You can see Revenant's draft this time.
Yep.
They've not been hampered by that initiator cap where they don't have any dive agent. They have that neon. So something of a difference, I'd say, with that chamber involved into that mix. There's so much opportunities for taking those long range duels. So it's going to be exciting. It's going to be exhilarating, ladies and gentlemen. So scan that QR code, get your own can of Red Bull, and we should be ready for a map of immense display of skill, because both these teams, I'm pretty sure, are at a point where they've not only been hit by the fatigue of playing 4 maps, but also the eagerness of taking the throne. Revenant, more so than Lethal, considering Lethal are in that momentum comeback train, and now things are even Stevens. However, this is, like you say, a glorified best of 1. So either team not gonna have any kind of wiggle room in terms of risk, because we all know that in this Community Cup, it is the top 2 that get a chance in that prize pool, but there's also a big deficit. If you take the dub, if you take the throne, you get a lack in the bag as well. But if you take the runner-up slot, that's cut by half. Both teams now gonna vie for the throne. Both teams gonna vie for victory, and the quick play! Oh, Loki! No! That Astral well at the perfect time. The flash aided on the peak, but he's not able to find anything here. Blackhawk close range, and he's able to put Android to a stop. And all of a sudden, Lethal Esports looking dry for where it's all on Marcel on this lurk play, who gets a very nice frag on a Paradox, but instantly traded off. A little bit of room for them to sneak in through main. This needs to be the play that Sensei pulls off in a very big fashion, but it's easily denied by Knight Rider. Lethal left with nowhere to run but back.
Trying to sell the fake Knight Rider, the most HP, pushes forward, excellent headshot. Lucia, and now it's all down to Rafa, the MVP of the previous map. This time, unfortunately, can't do a lot. All alone with the classic at hand against the headhunter Knight Rider. Got 3 heads this time. And Revenant Esports, they start things off in a better manner against Lethal. Lethal, I mean, granted it's the pistol round, you know. The problem is no one has a lot of utility. The smokes are not present a lot. And I think that's why Lucia also had to wait for that smoke towards like defender spawn, that one that we just saw, because he was waiting for the free one to regenerate. So yeah, without a lot of utility, Lethal couldn't really hone in for a proper execute. They tried to brute force their way in. Didn't end up going their way, and that's that. The first round goes the way of Revenant Esports. Now we have got, Lethal ready for, well, what is going to be their essentially their eco round. That's it. They don't expect much out of this round. Revenant have gone for Spectres, full on anti-eco. You can see full armors there, and yeah, very soon this round it'll be taking a quick exit.
Serious death.
One enemy remaining.
A cleanup crew. And androids left. Oh, shorty! Oh, never mind. I was like getting a little excited. I thought we might get to see some nice, bumpy, juicy action, but nah, not the case. Revenant, they keep it close to flawless. They've lost only one member, which enables them to play this bonus. And if they're able to turn on this bonus, it'll be a significant lead that they find in the first half. But it's just that, right? It's a bonus, so they need to have something nifty up their sleeve. It looks like more or less a default setup, except for with the Neon heading towards mid. The guns are up on Lethal Esports. I think this one they might even want to contest mid and maybe play it slow. Watch for aggression through either main. That should be their game plan, right?
Yeah. You gotta watch out for that aggression, and you need to punish it whenever it happens from your opposition. And one of my favorite things has been seeing the change in like the entire boot camp and the faces of the players as this best of 5 has gone on. And right now, definitely Lethal. They're a little more stressed. They haven't gone off to the best of starts, but they can improve on it. They're full buy. They get the opener. Revenant are out without their chamber. And again, Night Rider, this is one of the things that had plagued them, that had plagued him specifically. The previous time we saw RNT on the map of split against Lethal is that as the chamber, he died a lot early on. And Lethal once more are just honing in on their craft, getting those early kills slowly. They're not committing anywhere. Even though the A-bomb set is practically empty, I mean entirely empty right now, Lethal aren't aware of it just yet. Revenant want to cut off these rotations from the attackers whenever possible. They have 2 of their members in attackers spawn right now, and they've got the Astron B. So the positioning is very interesting since you're seeing Lucia go from A main. The spike is with Sky, and Lethal are still not aware. Finally, Lucia checks the corner. He gets the headshot, and now he knows about KO as well. But this time, Blackhawk gets the better end of that deal. Now Revenant still struggling a little bit in that 2 versus 4.
One enemy remaining.
Nice frag by Marcel. Watching the backlines with due diligence. And Revenant Esports, they, like I said, needed to force something a little unique out of the bag, right? Revenant, they played slow. And on the back of that mid control, Lethal were smart not to force any fights. After a round like this, it's going to be Revenant on the buy. This is when things get a little more even. And this is where Revenant, they need to deny Lethal Esports from taking any lead whatsoever. We've seen that in the past 2 maps, right? Once Lethal Esports get a lead, it almost feels like they will 100% close it out. And in the first 2 maps, it was Revenant who were able to claw their way back up early in that first half and build quite the lead for the second. That was their winning strategy. Now, to ensure that they have the lead, they've bought Knight Rider with that operator. No armor, so this is going to be a complete glass cannon investment. So he needs to be wary of not overplaying that aggressive stance. There is Lucia on the other end who will be looking out for that push. Meanwhile, they have the chamber, that being Marcel, towards the other side of the map. They're looking for these fights. They want to take some of these fights here. And they've not been getting it. It's mid-control that's been attempted by Lethal, which is so far uncontested. With the rotation of Paradox, though, that might be a story that changes also. Marcel finding that opening frag makes the story an entirely different one. It opens up avenues for Lethal Esports. That kill, though, they might just be better rethinking their approach and maybe capitalizing off the mid-control that they do have. They've all rotated here. They're going towards B heaven. Wimp finally hears this, and they now need to give the call. No armor on Knight Rider, mind you, so it's going to be incredibly hard ask for him to hold alone. Although he's good for the first, now has a little bit of backup through defender spawn rotation as Sensei tries to force in the plant. Nobody can come in with a deny in the nick of time, and now they need to take these fights here. And Lethal Esports, they're doing that one by one. Sensei pushing the smoke, and he finds yet another. 1v2. Blackhawk needs to come absolutely alive, but he's denied firmly by Lucia. And Lethal Esports forcing the issue, taking crucial fights as they need to, secures them, and makes the score 2-2. A heartbreak for Revenant as it almost looked like they played that right. Knight Rider held on for dear life. It's the rotations, however, that were the biggest vulnerability. And Lethal Esports firmly and smartly capitalized on it.
Oh, they do. Lethal Esports capitalize on it and exploit the fact that Revenant and rotations were a bit poor, isolated the gunfights, won a lot of them, and have forced Revenant into this hellhole of economic disaster where R&T need to give up around essentially in order to save those credits. Still doesn't mean they don't have anything. They've got the sheriffs, the headhunters there, but against phantoms and vandals, nice. Can't really do much.
No!
Paradox misses. And Wimp
Flash
is one of the members.
Beautiful.
Got 2 kills.
No.
Logista, 0 bullets, got a reload. Members of Revenant low on HP.
Oh, Dink!
Player standing.
Yes, he gets another.
Spike down,
The spike has been dropped. 8 HP, Phantom in hand. It is possible.
Nice try.
I mean, credit bets due for the side of Revenant Esports. They held on so well against Lethal with just sheriffs and shorties and classics on board. Still, they dealt economic damage to Lethal. That's what matters.
Revenant can't let this run away from them in the first half. It's been something that Lethal have punished very efficiently. They've woken up in this grand finals, haven't they? They've found new form.
Yeah.
They've found new face. And right now, Revenant Esports, they've finally opted to try and contest towards mid early. So this change-up, this small switcheroo, it better work out in their favor. Because they've left main towards the Chamber and that Astra, respectively. It's a 3-man stack towards mid for this defense. They're looking for Lethal Esports to take a fight on this ground. Blackhawk trying to initiate it, and beautiful reaction. He saw Android for merely, 2 frames? Probably must be running intel, because he's got game.
You will not kill my allies.
Right now, though. Oh, you've got Android.
Bye-bye.
Showstopper gets one before he goes down. Revenant still have control of mid. Blackhawk looking to extend further with that utility dump over towards B Heaven. Easy kill for Lucia. Logista.
Oh, timing.
Off guard. Oh, okay, he can. He can. With that spray transfer,
Brilliant.
got just a little bit dicey. But you've got 2 isolated gunfights taking
Rotations.
place.
Again.
Corner. Takes down Marzel.
Timing.
You've got Sensei all alone. Logista has no idea about him. Sensei pushes the corner and Logista gets the kill. Revenant Esports still in the game, still equalize the score. We went from a 5-5 to a 3-3 to a 2-0. Back and forth. This was a game of utility that was played out around smokes, around concussions, around slow orbs and ultimates. Be it the Torde Force, be it the Showstopper, and still Revenant managed to take the win.
I'm out of here.
Revenant were so reliant on slowing down that pace in the 3v3. They found so many small openings. Is he gonna W his way in? Oh, he got played, son! That opening pick gifted to Lethal. And Marcel's gotta be feeling real happy. Blackhawk's all alone towards the side, and with Ram being alarm-botted, it's his responsibility to keep that line clean, and Marcel yet again proving to be quite the menace. Knight Rider finally a rebuttal. It's been the snipers that's done all the talking this round so far, but now we close the range down. Now it gets up close and personal. Revenant Esports, a man down, and they're gonna wall off screens. This forces the aggression in through heaven, forces the aggression in through ramps, which is something Lethal Esports are well set up to deal with. Revenant are gonna be hoping for a bit of luck in that retake, which is fading away real quick. Wimp's departure almost forces them to play a safe. Oh no, Knight Rider had that operator, but he got dissected like it's an operation. Sheesh, Lethal. They have 4 members still up. This is quite impressive, and I think this is enough dislodge Revenant for now.
Yeah, for the time being, Revenant under pressure, you know. Their previous time as well, when we saw them against Lethal on split, it was their defense that seemed to be crumbling apart, and Lethal denied them so many of those chances. So once more, Revenant have got to be careful. They need to make the best out of this half and try and have it equalize. You can see a lot of talking going on, especially from Marzel right now. Everyone else readied up. Revenant, on the other hand, yeah, you know, seeing their players, they are having their moments, but they are having the ups and downs as well. This is a particular weakness of theirs. An eco round, but Paradox gets a double. Oh, wait. Knight Rider with another brilliant headshot. Lucia is all alone. Flash. He still gets that. He gets a double before he goes down. Paradox still has the ultimate. Sensei is the only man alive. Lethal Esports, tough round for their side. No resurrection on the Sage. Long ways away from it. No armor on the Sage. So how do they recover? How do they recoup from what they have lost in this round?
This is the right play, however. The A site's vacant, although Sensei doesn't know it. He's setting himself up for a position where he can play time. And when the time ticks, that's when errors start to appear. He wants to take this early fight with Knight Rider to maybe thin the numbers down as well, which would be the right call if he manages to get this frag, and Knight Rider is very smart. He doesn't want to give away this fight for no reason. He tanks a little bit of damage, but this is Sensei's calling now. Map 2, where it was more than disappointing to see him go down in that fashion. A chance of redemption is what he's after. Full health, no armor, but he's made his way through screens and he's been overlooked so far. Revenant aren't worried about screens whatsoever. This buys him the timing and the opportunity, but no, he whiffs this first time of asking. He could have played Trigger Discipline, he could have done that slowly. Revenant. Around that, I don't think any of us expected CCV. The aggressive play from Paradox, the frag that Knight Rider took towards a main that happened in tandem.
Yeah.
It handicapped Revenant's ability to even fight back in it handicapped Lethal's ability to even fight back in a round like this. And Knight Rider is back on his operator. He needs to, however, start becoming the game changer, because it feels like the operator prowess is still missing on Revenant.
Yeah. And yeah, with the Revenant having that operator in hand, as we mentioned it, Knight Rider opener, and still, after all the trades that have happened in the aftermath of things, Paradox. Oh no. Wait, has he pushed forward?
Wait, he
yes,
did?
He has, but no, he can't land his shots. Big yikes. Logista alone in the bomb site goes down, and now spike can easily be planted. You've got Knight Rider and Blackhawk. They're there together. Null command went from the side of Blackhawk. Suppress the members of Lethal Esports. 1 versus 1. Android is still there. He only has a satchel to go for.
Spot shoulder.
Knight Rider, no! He gets it. He gets the shot with the operator. And Revenant Esports, they will be taking the lead.
Here's the thing though, CCD. With the pacing that Lethal Esports are now throwing at Revenant, you gotta feel the nerves. Revenant are gonna be in a position where now rotations are gonna be committed in a moment's notice. This opens up opportunities for Lethal now to sell fakes, which they've done it a couple of times in this grand finals. It's not worked as much the pedigree that they expect. However, I feel like the timing now is gonna be with them. If this is the time that they decide to pull off a fake, mind you, where the investment's not that great, they have weaponry, they should have a decent bit of utility, but a couple of players lacking in terms of armor. Let's see what they have in the bag. Mid control is what they have in the mind. Well dissected. Paradox finds that opening on a Marzel who's satcheled up on top of the box, and spam through the smoke is enough for Wimp to find another.
You will not
Two-man advantage in a crucial round like this is something that Lethal Esports can't allow, and they revive the Rays. Still, not even numbers, although they do have mid control. Something that Revenant are trying to play away from.
Revenant right now, they just want to deny the map control to Lethal as well. Lethal have moved on forward towards Vents. You have got Sensei just slowly infiltrating towards the defense, trying to find that one opportunity, that one avenue, and Sensei can be the perfect instigator. He is all alone. He is on a mission. But this mission may be impossible if his location is given away. Still, where the remaining members of Lethal Esports, all of them outside B main, ready for an
bait setup.
Flash
30
goes
seconds
through.
left.
Android looking for that. Paradox goes
Nice.
down, but on towards the bomb side. The entire execute is denied. There's
One
no
enemy
way Rafa
remaining.
can move forward. Yeah, he swings
Spike
right
down.
as that. Sensei
Almost.
is good for one. But Lethal Esports, they had the perfect person. They had Sensei in prime position to get a kill. He did on Paradox, but the problem was their main execute. The bulk of their attack just entirely fell flat. It did.
That's a
Yep. And what a smart bait. I doubt that they'd consider Logi was in that position. This mid play that Revenant have been going for is netting them a decent bit of early kills. It's giving them a lot of opportunities to fight back mid round, and Lethal Esports understandably want to get away from mid control and try focusing towards the side, and they've opted to go into its A. Bucky! Ooh, that could have worked. It was also a headshot. That is so unfortunate. Timing. That's everything. It's been the game for this entirety in the grand finals. No. Oh, he didn't check Lucia, but he still manages to make his way back to safety. Rafa alongside the chamber on the push. Oh, Marzel deletes him. Get juiced. Nice flick, though. Nice flick. Knight Rider's holding the line towards heaven. And that is crucial. Because, oh, never mind. Never mind, Rafa just deletes him and makes me eat my word like it's dinner. Rafa is making a meal out of the situation. And now they have the edge here. They have the man advantage. Look at the positioning for Marzel. It's brilliant.
One enemy remaining.
And Marzel, yep. Really good positioning, and then Lucia strikes from Vents. Lethal Esports, 50 win.
Last
They
round
got
in the half.
everything on board. They got the spike as well. Revenant now. Last round. Again, this is just exactly what we have been seeing for the past 4 maps. Extremely close first halves. 7-5s and 8-4s. I don't think it succeeded that. Did it on Ascent? Was it a 9-3? It was an 8-4, right?
It was an 8-4.
Yeah, it was an 8-4. Exactly. Either it's been a 7-5 or it has been an 8-4. Goes to show none of these teams are taking a very, very one-sided map. And this is the decider. This is the final map after all. Knight Rider got the Tode Force. You've got Android on the other side, waiting it out.
Look at this.
Gonna go Knight Riders.
Good dog.
The Trailblazer spots him. Still very aggressive. Got a rendezvous back. Uses 2 bullets of that Tode Force out of 5. And still Lethal Esports, they're looking for an avenue to push forward. But map control is a bit more difficult for them, given the utility dump that's happening from the side of R&T.
3 bullets of that 34 though expelled, so those bullets are a big difference maker when it comes to stopping fast plays. Although this mid play, for now stopped by Blackhawk, although a quick trade from Android who's playing up close and personal. To make a lot of space, he also has that showstopper. Although Wimp, is he gonna allow that to happen? Look at Knight Rider making his way back, and Android didn't see that coming. Wimp's position, playing an off angle here, and Marzel caught napping. The man disadvantage for Lethal Esports. Although they do have Rafa and Lucia. two standout players for Lethal Esports in the grand finals. And it's that tag team duo to claw this one back. Loki is going to make it a Rafa show if it needs to be a lethal victory. Beautiful fault line, but Rafa still finds that kill. A 1v2. A very doable prospect. Knight Rider, the Tode force, not peeking from heaven just yet. Close range, he's forcing the fight. Perfect timing on Knight Rider for that peek in the back lines. 7-5. Things stay even Stevens across this journey. And Revenant Esports, a minor lead. Nothing, however, the Lethal Esports can't come back from. They've come back from worse. They've come back from being 0-2 down in the grand finals. Now, on the last map, I hope they don't go to a last resort. They're on the defense. They have that Sage Chamber duo. A double Sentinel on this hole should be a lot that Revenant have to claw through. But they have Paradox on that Neon. We've seen this man dive in with commitment, dive in with absolutely no fear. He can't be a blue recon dart, all things said and done. But we need to see Lethal Esports fight back, because this is the easier half for them, arguably.
Could be. Beside of Lethal Esports, yeah, they are on defense. They have got a double Sentinel. You've got the Omen as well. The Paranoia can hit Revenant at any time. At the same time, Revenant, you know, Neon, they've got two initiators. You never know what can happen. So, we're just waiting for the pistol round. You need to rely on your gunfights. You need to have your crosshair placement and the first bullet accuracy. So, Marzel, oh, just in the nick of time, he goes away. Android with the Pain Shell gets the kill onto Paradox. That's your entry fragger gone, and now the entire execute can fumble. Revenant just down to Knight Rider, who takes the spike and goes back in again. Yeah, as soon as Paradox was gone, without even entering the bomb site, without even getting the kill, a lot of advantage died down on the side of RNT, because that's the spearhead of your attack, just completely eviscerated off the board. Now this chamber, can you really do a lot? Unfortunately, I don't think so. All alone.
30 seconds left.
Information's there as well. Smoke forces him into this crossfire, and that just pushes him into Android's embrace. Lethal. If everything goes according to logic, which I'll be honest, in the grand finals it hasn't, we should see Lethal hit a 7. Revenant Esports, they have the KO, they have that chamber, especially with Knight Rider having a real good performance here. It's possible for him to get a couple of frags and for Revenant to play it a little slow. They're the attack, they get to decide where the fights are taken.
For the time being, Revenant definitely want the fights to take place towards mid. Problem is the guns again. Lethal Esports this time, they've got the better weaponry. Revenant just upgraded pistols on their front. Sensei is ready. The judge is there from Android. Spectre on board. Revenant, if they push into vents, they will be encountering the judge. Android, oh, he backs off. Doesn't want to take too much of a gunfight where he can get overpowered very easily. Flooding B heaven. Sensei goes down. That's one Spectre collected. But Revenant, all of them are together. Their location is given away. Lethal have all the info in the world where these attackers are. And all the attackers, they have mid-range HP. Marzel picks up one of them against a Neon. This time Marzel doesn't win the gunfight, but many of his teammates still do. Revenant running away to A. They just want to plant the spike. And credit to them, they may be able to.
Nobody to deny. The hold, however, is going to be on Paradox's ability to stay alive by time.
Planted.
And more importantly, allow Knight Rider to be a little more lethal. He gets the first. Low HP on both the players. Android is just bunny hopping his way inside. Headhunter does a little bit of damage. Android, though, still very, very advantageous in this clutch. And that is a heartbreaking round. Again, how did we start this round, CCV? If things abide by logic and rationality. Yeah, perfect way to be proven wrong.
Ooh. For Lethal, Well, perfect. Really the worst way, honestly, to start their second half. They won the pistol, but they've lost their anti-eco. Revenant get one free round, like absolutely free. Lethal going for 3 shorties. All right, they want to go for these close quarter gunfights. Marzel still pretty open with the headhunter. Can he get a kill? Nah, he rendezvous back. So once again, for the side of Lethal, yeah, this is not a round that's gonna go their way. Paradox, oh, dies with the shorty. Can Android collect that rifle? No, he unfortunately can't, but still, the neon is gone. That's something better for the likes of, Lethal Esports. They can deal, or they can have this, they can deal with this tolerable attack on the side of Revenant. Revenant
Right
still have
there.
a major gun advantage. Again, Lucy has got the shorty. Just out. Does he push?
Yeah, I mean, Shorty's like a melody in his mind. No, he gets flashed. Blackhawk perfectly read that
Player
situation.
standing.
Well managed. Well managed, Revenant Esports. They let the utility lead the way,
Spike planted.
and they get somewhat of a safe passage into the site. Should be the 9th on the board.
Teleport's ready.
Revenant Esports in the last map, looking to claw this grand finals back in their control. It's been the Lethal Esports show for the past 2 hours. They've been putting on quite a performance to make their way all the way into Split. They need to have more to show for it though.
Apologize to them, but alas.
9-6. Revenant are now gonna face up against a buy. The logical play, I think, here is to let the chamber play towards A. You wall off mid, you try forcing them to contest you. When you force the fights, you have the ability to punish as well. When they get the punish after that initial kill, it's more than easy for them to play passive. Or another alternative is to give up mid control, wall off B heaven, and force them to go down vents and play aggressively through either main. They have options here, but what they can't allow is hope
You want to play?
for
Let's
Lethal
play.
Esports.
Yep. Side of Lethal Esports right now, many options, like you said. Revenant, they still have major advantage, and very soon they can get double digits as well. All the work that Lethal have been doing for the past 2 maps, for the past 2.5 hours, could be for nothing if they lose here on Split. And Revenant, they will complete their revenge arc. They will have their badla, as they like to say. Still, let's wait and let's watch what takes place. For the time being, though, Lethal, they're fine with the Revenant using all the time in the world. You know, we only have a minute remaining in this action phase, but now things are about to get heated
Rolling
up.
Thunder.
Rolling Thunder's there. Torre Force also ready. Revenant, they are looking for an execute.
Yep, flash play, Lucia dodges it. The quick play from Paradox doesn't help. Knight Rider though with a quick trade as he gets doinked down. They need to fall back, and that's when Rafa tries to play this aggressively. Almost lands himself the double. Logi, very important job in the trade yet again. Revenant Esports are made to work for every single inch in the side, and Sensei, he's lurking. He's waiting in the proper rat position for the rattiest play of them all. He's trying to fall back, trying to draw aggro, and that's where Android bites the dust. Marzel and Sensei left to their devices to try and claw their way back into this round, and it's all on Marzel. HP low on Logi, and he finds the clutch. The experience, the wisdom, it guides Lethal Esports on that strenuous upward journey in this best of 5 grand finals. He's been a monster ever since Ascent, as he looks like he's ascended into a league of his own. What can't this man do?
At this point, Marzel could have saved the Titanic. I mean, yeah. Right now, he has to do an equally difficult job saving Lethal Esports from the deficit they were in. Down 3 rounds, a couple more to go. 2 more before they can equalize. And they need to prevent Revenant from getting double digits. But look at Revenant in their performance. Knight Rider 19-7 as the chamber. Early on, Knight Rider may have had a couple more deaths than kills, but he has absolutely turned it around from that point forward. You know, just tilted his performance. upside down. But now, though, he has to continue it. And everyone is aware he 100% can.
there.
Problem is, Revenant Esports again are looking for that B take. Previously, it was a very hard fought round. Lethal had already denied it. But Revenant had also had the advantage of that rolling thunder and the Torde force. That luxury is gone. B Heaven is walled off. All 5 members on B main. Null command goes through. You have the aftershock, wrap up a splash, but still Lucia with the crossfire gets the kill. The sky is still here. Now yes, Rafa and Sensei go down. Lucia also in the bomb site is dead. Android has got a judge in long range, so he can't really do anything. And Lethal
Marzel,
Esports, everything depends on Marzel again.
The double satchel, and he finds another. But it's Paradox and Knight Rider to close this round out. Double digits, Revenant. And touching distance of the throne. And Lethal Esports, at least that defense, it was shook to the bone, wasn't it? They tried to play that backside aggro alongside having, who was it, Rafa? Close towards main. Sensei was all the way up towards heaven. You saw Knight Rider go for that opening pick, but it was Logi who absolutely stepped up, went above and beyond his calling. And this time, Revenant, a contact play towards A. They've gone incognito, they've gone silent. Marcel, ooh, almost lined himself up. That opening frag, no, he gets denied! Bye-bye, there goes your party, my friend. So salty.
They're looking to have a party of their own after winning map 5, because it looks like this may just be the case. Alright, round number 11. Unless Lucia can Knight. No, unfortunately can't. Triple kill for Knight Rider. And oh, this is the Revenant we saw in the first 2 maps. They are ready for it. Look at the change in their faces as well. They still know the job isn't done.
Yeah.
But they're ready. A timeout has been taken. Logista is me in my online classes, just sitting back, because like, who wants to see? And then Paradox right now is me when I see the actual things that are studied in my online class. Just I have my head in my hands, like, oh god, where's this? Why is this credit going to debit? Why is the partners changing the ratio? But anyways. I assume most of the people watching this are in science, so they don't get the joke. Like, it's a commerce reference. Never mind. Okay.
Chill, man. I was in arts. We're all different. At least the online aspect of it, I completely get it. I was in my bed in my boxers, just listening to everything and just having my eyes closed. Because, you know, lockdown lifestyle. But you know what? You know what else has been in a lockdown? This momentum that Revenant have doesn't seem to be put to a stop. They try to invest a lot of utility also in the round prior, especially that Showstopper was an expensive piece of utility that's now out of the bag. What's the change? They have the revive up on Sensei, so it doesn't really become problematic if you're trying to go for those initial kills, although we've seen how Revenant Esports just like to run over and take control of sites. So getting that revive will be a little tricky. Knight Rider, that operator out in hand. Looking for that opening pick, and Marcel, no, he falls victim. And that's the A site in peril. It was impervious a few rounds ago, but Revenant now are making it look like it's homework.
Spike planted.
As they get done with it in merely a few seconds, and Blackhawk finds Rafa. The beginning of the end.
Remaining.
Lethal Esports. The heartbreak. The disappointment is immeasurable.
Match point.
From being 0-2 down in the grand finals, they clawed their way back up to a map 5. And for them to bow out in such a fashion? Oh, one can only imagine how much it hurts.
True. It's been, what, 4 hours and 50 minutes since we have started this entire, like, map. Sorry, this best of 5. Boy, Lethal gave it their all. This buy, though, from their side, it may be an indication as to how their performance has been so far in split. Shaky and not very consistent. Still, Android, he can catch Knight Rider. He does! Knight Rider doesn't expect that. This can be the hope Lethal are looking for. Another kill going in their favor. Revenant still trying to brute force their way into the B bomb side. Black Hawk's position is gone. He still gets the shots on the Rafa. But Sensei locks down the bomb side as the Sage slows everyone out. And Para is the only man alive. Can he pull a 1 versus 4 to send things off for Revenant? Big ask, but he's definitely done stranger things.
Yeah. Although the first line will be Android on defender spawn. He hears an Android. The gun barrel spotted. The close play. And he's trying to whip out the taser. Does the close range deed. It opens up the A site. It opens up opportunities. Lucia is so low, but they've gotten the revive on Marcel. Paradox. We've seen him pull off big plays and fracture with this Neon. And he now looks to fracture the hope of Lethal Esports. The second down the drain. The third, mind you. He's gonna ace it to win it. Now repositioning in through elbow. Lucia is so dead low as they did not commit that heal. Marcel, perfect timing on the reinitiation, but he finds yet another. Paradox almost pulls out the ace clutch to brag and grab this tournament. It's denied, however. Lucia, what was he, like 2 HP, 1 HP, lol. That came very close to disaster. But what hasn't for Lethal Esports in map 5? It's been disaster after disaster after disaster. And now 4 rounds back to back to push it to overtime. Yeah, I'll be pinching myself to see if I'm the only one who thinks that's a stretch.
Still, hope is there. And yeah, this is, Revenant essentially going back to like the drawing board and thinking exactly how do we close this. They just need a single round. That is it. 1 round and it'll be done. From their faces we can see that, yeah, it has been a strenuous journey, man. They look to be tired, and who wouldn't be? Like we talked about, 4 hours and 50 minutes of high level Valorant, taking like almost all of your mental energy away. Watching this, is again just so much demanding. And then you have actually being in the server, constantly yelling and just essentially going for those kills. Well, interesting scene that we have right now, G, in front of us. 5 computers next to each other. What does that remind me of? Maybe the audience needs to follow the Esports Club on all our socials to know about that. Right now, though,
yeah,
what can be the final round? Let's start it off.
What could be? Lethal Esports, they're still fighting. They're still not out of it just yet. Revenant, though, just a step away from greatness and victory. Mid, heavily contested by Revenant, and Lucia perfectly times the smoke. Nobody that has crossed through just yet. They use the tailbaser to get additional information. Revenant are just hoping that one or the other fight comes their way, which it hasn't. They've let go of A main and B main as well. Now they're slowly regaining control of B main. Marcel is playing ultra aggressive, so they can afford to do this 4-man stack here in this A site. In this B site, mind you. Look at Android's cheeky position with this cheeky little gun. Lucia yet again is gonna try buying bait. Oh,
again. Down.
Why did he jump
30
down?
seconds left.
I think the
shouldn't have.
aftershock was on him. Was the aftershock on him? Not really sure. But I guess since his position was given away, he was like, let me try and jump down, try to get them. Regardless, first kill done. That Neon raised on. Marcel, excellent shot. Sensei still there. Revenant around to 2. 10
They get
seconds on
the double!
clock. Got to plant the spike. They have to go into the bomb set, but Lucia prevents
down.
them.
Have the spike.
That's one
No
kill.
time!
Logistan has no time, and Lethal Esports They will be getting their 9th round on board. Can Logista survive? Yes, he can. He saves the rifle even if he doesn't get the credits for this round. And again, Revenant, they're just one round away. But Lethal are catching up.
Go, go, go!
It's only one slip up though. That's all that Revenant are looking for. And the amount of pressure that Revenant are putting, especially in terms of rotations and mid control, you can afford a couple of rounds here and there. But with your backs against the wall, that is no sense of comfort whatsoever. Here are a lot of people towards a main. That nade pushes them back, so they get a lot of information on the back of it as well. With this tailblaze, they should almost confirm that there is nobody towards B. Did they spot him? Did they spot Loki?
Not sure. Logista still there. He's still peeking towards mid very, very soon. We've got Marzel. He has the operator.
I feel bad for him.
He's holding the angle. Wide. Oh, he gets
it.
one. Yes.
I thought it's going to be a dead and done deal. Not the case. But Logi's managed to creep up towards B heaven though. It's something that they might not expect that up close and personal. Look at Marzel. He's going on his repeat. Is he going to be ready for Logi's play? Quick, fast, precise. Logi finally with the punish. Man, disadvantage. They have the rolling thunder here. Where did they put it to use? Look at the other side. Knight Rider has waltzed his way in towards this ace side, yet uncontested. Sensei finally on the peak, and that's the most unfortunate angle he could have chosen.
The spike.
Down
Lethal
mid.
Esports, they find the spike.
seconds.
They find the objective. Logi finds the kill. It's a game of trades and bamboozles. Round after round, time after time. The showstopper. It buys so much aggro. Look at the time. 15 seconds left on the clock. Android, all he needs to do is hold this rocket launcher. And now it's the honus of Revenant Esports to make this play. They walk in at the juicer.
Okay, who's got the snacks?
Double digits.
Oh boy. Oh, that was something. That was something, huh? Alright. Revenant Esports now. Ooh, this is the time that now they are really sweating. Now it should be getting to them because Lethal 2 rounds away from overtime. 2 rounds. It can decide a lot. But still, what a round this one was. It was very, very chaotic and you could never know how the end was going to be, and certainly no one predicted just a Knight Rider to jump down and die by the hands of the judge in that small drop. But still, Revenant, they've got the credits. Credits, ultimates, not that much of a factor, but Revenant have the advantage in the ult economy. That's the biggest point. They've got the null command. They've got the rolling thunder. That is what matters. So now, can Revenant put it to good use? Already, Paradox pushes from A main. Sensei looking to take position towards A ramps. Just holding the angle, slow off. All Lethal want is to slow down the stake of Revenant. But can they? Let's wait and watch.
The push, they get that A side. Android though, eager to fight his way back. He finds a flick on a Paradox, and that's a beautiful opener. No reply from Revenant whatsoever. He dodges the flash, and Marzel in a very good position. Although Blackhawk finds Android. That forces the rest of Revenant to play this one a little more aggressively, and Rafa gets him with the woof woof. 2-man left on Revenant, but look at this play. They're gonna see nothing before it strikes. They're so zoned in. Loki finds Sensei. The spike is dropped towards elbow, so they're drawn into this. Marzel has found his way towards hell, and he needs to rain down hell if Lethal Esports needs to stay alive. No! Revenant, they win this!
Win.
As I myself
To
predicted.
the moon and all the way back. Everybody assumed that Lethal Esports on that comeback train might make their way to the throne, but firmly denied by Revenant Esports. What an end to such a day.
Yeah.
A day of heartbreaks. A day where Lethal Esports looked like they did just enough to make history and pull off a reverse sweep. At the dying seconds, at the dying rounds in map 5 for this best of 5, Revenant take home the cup.
They do. Congratulations to Revenant. Fair play. You know, first two maps going their way. They lost out on two maps though to Lethal. Couldn't close it out. Even here on Split, like you said, OG, almost everyone had the assumption we were going to overtime for the first time, but no. Denied again. And in one of the most unpredictable rounds. Like, it wasn't a very grand kind of ending with that final round. It was just sudden. It hit you like a freight train. And well, it definitely hit the members of Lethal as well. It was like, whoa, did they just win? Did Revenant just win? Yes, they did. And we can see on their faces as well, big sigh of relief. They will be going home with 1 lakh rupees. Members of Lethal, they'll be going home with 50,000 rupees. But most importantly, the glory of defeating, well, what I consider to be their arch nemesis right now. You know, Lethal Esports, they have defeated them. Revenant on their way. Glory is theirs. Their revenge arc is complete. I'm surprised Knight Rider didn't hold his phone up again and say like Badla complete, something along the lines of that. I was expecting it. Maybe in the post-match interview, you know, we let Universe handle all the members of Revenant and ask them all the questions that we want answers to. But yeah, for the time being, absolute stunning stuff from the side of Revenant Esports. Tremendous job that they had. The first two maps were a league of their own. They did struggle, but they persevered towards the very end, and they still took the dub.
They took the more important dub. That's all that they needed to take. I think we can relive this map as well, because it felt like such a long affair for some reason. Even though it was a 13-10, it didn't feel like a 13-10. It felt like we were already in overtime for some reason with the intensity that we had the last half. Again, that first half ended like every other half that we've had in this best of 5 grand finals. So 7-5 couldn't have been more even with either side in touching distance of the throne. Although, Lethal Esports, man, it felt like they had a little bit of a hard time to get off a flying start in that second half. We saw very big plays, especially by Marcel. I just feel so sad, because if Lethal Esports would have won this, it would have been Marcel's tournament, period. At least in the scheme of the grand finals, he was the man in charge at LE. Although that's the only thing left is an L, and that's all that they have to leave with. Of course, they have 50k in the bag, so that's a little cushion for what was not so much of a comfortable ride.
Hey, after all, you know, Lethal Esports, you can't call them last map esports, because at this time they lost it out. So that's that. But yeah, still for the side of Lethal, amazing performance. You know, they may be the runners up here. This may have been a heartbreaking loss for their side. Having a look at the highlights, we can see that they put in the work throughout the entire tournament. Before heading into the grand finals, Lethal Esports were completely undefeated in the Community Cup. They didn't lose a single map. I mean, they lost a couple of maps, yes, but they didn't lose a single best of 3. They never went down into the lower brackets, undefeated through and through. The qualifiers, the playoffs, upper bracket quarterfinals, semis, upper bracket final, just here. The final stage they had to complete this undefeated journey. And unfortunately for their side, they fumbled.
They did. Revenant Esports, on the first half, they opened up a lot of room for Lethal Esports. And Lethal Esports, I'm so happy that they went for these kind of plays, right? They required a lot of confidence. They required a lot of timings to work in the favor of Lethal Esports. So that first half, I was very happy with the way Ali played this. Revenant, they only were able to start making a rebuttal once they started contesting mid. And that trend continued for a while, with Lethal Esports then changing objective from time to time as they swapped over from taking mid control to then playing a fast setup towards main. That is something I still appreciate. You know, Lethal Esports, they have such good pacing that if we saw a little more fakes from their end, I feel like this game could have been a whole lot different. But again, everything that we say is based on retrospect, right? There are things that work, there are things that don't. And even with the thing I mentioned, like let's say they throw in a couple more fakes, there's a lot of possibilities for that to go south, especially with the fact that when you do try to sell fakes, there are opportunities where crossfires completely demolish your play. So, and The entirety of it, what do you think? Did Lethal Esports drop the ball on the defense or on the attack? I felt like the defense could have been far more better.
Yeah, I have to agree with that. There were many a times where Lethal dealt with what Revenant were throwing their way, where the Sage and the Chamber were really working in tandem on either one of the bomb sites. You had the Chamber rendezvous to escape, and Marzel got the information, maybe sometimes even got the kills. Then you had the Sage, slow orbs, the walls towards the mid, towards B heaven, all that. But still, time and time again, Revenant, they had the advantage in this 7-5 half. May not seem like much, but we are treading on very, very minuscule differences right here between both the rosters. So a 2-round difference can mean a whole lot in the context of things. But yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely, I agree. I have to agree with the fact that Lethal, it could have been better from their side on defense. Overall, still exceptional performance from Revenant. Well deserved grand finale. I mean, this is one of the very few grand finals that we have had here at the Esports Club that's gone like the entire distance, 5 maps. I'm trying to think of the previous grand finals as well. A couple of them 3-1s, three
Gauntlet?
zeros.
Snake's reverse sweeping Enigma?
Yeah. That went to 5 maps, yeah. But yeah, it's not been a whole lot of them. But still, amazing day we had, man. Even the other community cup we had for Rainbow Six Siege, from what I'm hearing, it was very, very exhausting. I'm seeing the players. It also ended just a little while ago. So 2 grand finals, and but boy, an extreme day we've had here.
An extreme is, I think, an understatement. With Revenant having so many highlight plays as well, got to be feeling happy, right? They kind of won this in style, although they almost lost it in style as well. Paradox, imagine if you managed to close out an ace at the last round to win you the crown. That would have
That would have
been
been amazing.
quite the story for them to take home. Although Lethal Esports, as soon as Revenant hit 12, even though Lethal started winning a couple of rounds, a part of me says that they won due to the measures that were taken. They needed to go the extra length to pull off something creative. And if that was something they were comfortable doing from the get-go a little more earlier, it would have maybe helped them in their resort to winning those grand finals. But again,
Yeah.
a lot of things is what we can say only with retrospect. And I think that's why they need to go to the drawing board yet again. In this grand finals, we had a lot of wacky plays. And Logi, his lurk, his play on split is what won them this game. It's what at least helped them close this game. With Lethal Esports, even clawing their way back from a situation like this where they had to give up the A side, and without the spike going down, they were able to retake this and boil this down to 2 versus 2. You have to assume if a player like Logi wasn't there, that could have been another Lethal Esports run, and this could have been overtime on map 5. Now, Revenant Esports, 13-10. Whew. I felt like the only place where Lethal Esports actually felt like themselves and had the narrative dictated by them was on Breeze. I loved how map 4 was played by them. If only map 5 could have had a little more of that essence carried forward.
True. Oh boy. But still, what a day we've had. We just crossed 5 hours, 5 maps. And I am certainly, like I said this before, but this is like Val Classico 2.0 that we have in South Asia. This is the newer one. I don't think that Lethal and, Revenant, they are going to go away anytime soon. Maybe see roster changes. I mean, I don't necessarily know. Who knows? There's a lot up for future, and then of course we'll see these players in newer forms as well in different settings, not just like this. So, lot on the line, a lot that I'm optimistic for, shall I say, without giving too much away. But still, yeah, this is going to be a fight that will have people buy the grips later on, because all of the times that Lethal and Revenant have met up against each other very recently, it has gone the entire 9 yards. Let's have a look at the scorecard on the map of Split as we discuss their previous histories. We saw them in the upper bracket finals. Best of 3 went all 3 maps. They had played the grand finals of some other tournament as well very, very recently in South Asia. Best of 5 went all 5 maps, and back then also Lethal ended up winning. Finally, for Revenant, when it matters the most, they get numbers on board, they get their revenge, and in this best of 5, in map number 5, 13-10, they ended with Knight Rider having a brilliant performance as the chamber, 25 kills.
Honestly, I feel like Logista had such a big impact as well in a couple of those rounds, especially on the attack. Man not only performed a very, very beautiful look, but also the moments that they needed the entry, like flashbacks to the round where they're trying to go towards the B side, right? And Knight Rider has that up. It was Logista who swung from B main and not only killed the player towards hell, but also heaven. So you can say the same for a lot of these players. Wimp, brilliant support. Blackhawk came in when he needed to. And Paradox, he was a hot gun in and of himself. Match MVP is, of course, Knight Rider, considering his statistics. I don't think that there's anybody to dispute it. Although I'm a little intrigued who has won out and edged out that top 4 MVP standings, which we'll get to see later on. Although the thing that I'm even more desperate about is having a couple of words from these players and understanding what the emotions are like, right? Because with Revenant's case, it was so much of a roller coaster. They started with an all-time high. They got off to a flying start. Then they had to battle their own demons when they were facing an incredible comeback train. And let's also head to that series MVP, because this entire finals, there can be so many players that can be put up on that pedestal. But I think that the boys on the back end have decided that it is Paradox who's the series MVP. Seriously good performance. I think the only other player that you can debate for having that series MVP alongside Paradox is maybe Knight Rider. The reason I say that is Paradox kind of had a very, very good map on Fracture. He was decent on Ascent. There were a lot of moments when Knight Rider was equally as capable and sometimes even more. Dude, Fracture was the clips that our man got. It was incredible, although well deserved, my friend. The series MVP, Paradox, Revenant are gonna be so happy as they head home now, and I just can't wait to enjoy the day with them.
Absolutely, yeah. For the side of Revenant Esports, amazing that day that they've had finally comes to an end, and Community Cup as well. What a journey they had. But overall, let's see a journey what the most valuable players had in this Community Cup. Let's have a look at the MVP standings. I think, given that Paradox is a series MVP, he is going to be the MVP of the entire Community Cup. But we'll bring the standings up as soon as possible. And yep, Paradox 256, the only player to break over 250 kills, 268 average combat score, 5 MVPs. You still have Ezzy from Medal on the second position. Even though, Medal were eliminated a while ago, they were the 4th team, the team that finished in 4th position. Ezzy's still keeping the ACS up, and then the final 2 members are still from the side of Revenant. So it goes to show Revenant Esports in the grand finale, they stepped up. Knight Rider, Blackhawk, 240, 213 kills. Whenever their team needed them, they stepped up and they delivered, just like Revenant in map number 5.
You have like half of Revenant's roster in the MVP standings. That's just to show how individually capable these members are. And it's surprising that you don't even have Logista up here. It's Blackhawk, Knight Rider to join Paradox in the top 4. Boy, Revenant, like I said, revenge is a dish best served cold, right? It's dinner time and these guys are enjoying it in a completely different way. Such a heated map 5. A lot of steam that these boys are now going to release. And I think they're just about ready to give us a couple of words of their own. Although that would take another minute or 2. You have to give these guys a little time, don't you? After, 5 hours of broadcast, both of us feel a little dead, not gonna lie. We both have kind of blown our lungs away. But think of the players. They had 5 consecutive maps to play to prove to themselves. And those 5 maps, they are gonna take a toll on your body. Hence, scan the QR code down below as it pops up. Grab your own can of Red Bull and enjoy what the players have to say. What do you think, CCV? What do you think are the words that are going to come out of Revenant's mouth? Because I'm pretty sure Universe is going to be like,
lot
bro,
of-
why didn't you finish it in map 3?
Yeah, I know that is going to be a very universe question, but yeah, it's going to be from the side of like Revenant and their members. It's going to be a lot of like showmanship, a lot of like I don't want to use the term ego because that has like a negative connotation, but like a lot of like we beat Lethal. That confidence is going to be there. They'll have that aura around them. Like, yes, we are the winners. We took the dub. That's what matters. End of day, it doesn't matter how we reached here. We reached the destination, plain and simple. But I definitely want to see, you know, what Revenant they'll be talking through, and the questions as well about their journey, about their future. What do they plan from this point forward, and exactly, you know, what they have in their minds, and what can we expect as audience members, you know, as people in the community from their roster, how much improvement, because they already improved so much tremendously after they lost to
Yeah.
Lethal in the upper bracket finals. They met up against Prime 5. I'll use the map of Bind as an example. They ditched their old plan of double initiator. They ditched that plan. They brought in the old meta of Astra, Viper, Sage. They made it work against Prime 5, and even here they made it work against Lethal Esports. So keeping that in mind, yeah, Revenant are definitely going to be very, very ready. But overall, I'm, yeah, definitely looking to seeing them in the future. You know, this has been, whew, it has been
Yeah.
lengthy journey. What else kind of question, you know, can Universe ask them? That's I'm trying to think. Do you have any questions you'd like to know?
Well, I think you just talked about the future, right, and what we can expect to see from them. I think it's also important that
Yeah,
we bring
yeah.
up the past, because it's been like what, a month from since Paradox has been added to this lineup. The previous roster of Revenant had Scargod, and Scargod was somebody that the team kind of based their game around. So for a team like Revenant to come into this Community Cup trying to show new face, sure, compared to every other team here, they were the clear favorites. They have history facing off against some of the best, not only South Asia, but also APAC has to offer. So with them in a position where they're trying to find new face and trying to feel themselves again like not the old Revenant, but at least a full 5-man team and with their own unique blend, it's something that's at least in this tournament worked out brilliantly, right? And it kind of feels like they've actually been put to the absolute limit in terms of what the test could be. Imagine they had a decent run in the upper bracket. They got knocked down to the lower bracket due to losing that best of 3 upper bracket finals with Lethal Esports, and then Lethal Esports were the first team to make it to that grand finalist slot. Then they had to go all the way through that lower bracket, and it was what, P5 they faced against in that lower bracket, if I'm not mistaken, where they finally got a chance of revenge. And boy, oh boy, not only was that lower bracket run worth it because that revenge was sweet, but also the fact that a few days ago, they got upsetted by Lethal Esports in a manner that I don't think any of us saw coming. So with them showing this new face, I'm so excited because the past has such a good writing of what the implications are and what the stakes are. And the future with this performance, with the present, looks so, so nice. Revenant are ready. Your players, your champions are ready to share a couple of words of wisdom and also what their view is. So let's quickly head. Universe, my man, take it away with Revenant and co.
Well, hello guys. How are you all doing?
हेलो
कैसे हो आप लोग?
बोलो सर
सुनाई
हेलो
दे रहा है? Can you guys hear me? Can you guys hear me?
आ रही है यस यस
Well, okay. Okay. Well, first of all, guys, congratulations. You are the Community Cup champions. So, a huge round of applause to you. And मेरा पहला question है, what happened after map 2? You guys had such good control, such you guys were in the driving seat. Ascent पे क्या हुआ? What happened on Ascent?
उसके लिए एक बेस्ट चीज है मैं विम को हेडफोन देता हूँ विम क्वेश्चन है असेंट में क्या हुआ व्हाट हैपेंड आफ्टर मैप 2 गाइस ऐसे मत करो हेलो फाइट नहीं कर पा
भाई होप
Yes, Vim.
क्या एक भाई आवाज नहीं आ रही है कैन यू रिपीट
Yeah, I asked what happened after map 2. You had such good control. आप लोग 2-0 up थे, एक ही मैप
Yeah,
चाहिए था.
yeah.
Ascent पे क्या हुआ? What happened on Ascent?
आई थिंक सब लोग कुछ ज़्यादा ही ओवर कॉन्फिडेंट हो गए, जिसकी वजह से
Okay.
फोकस लूज हो गया. एवरीबॉडी थॉट दैट ओके 2-0 है, इट्स काइंड ऑफ ओवर, ये वो. तो ये
होप तो देनी
बहुत
होती है
फकअप
ना
हो
अबे
गया
भाई.
थोड़ा सा.
All right, all right. Fine, then that's okay. That's all right. I do have one more question from our viewers as well. Knight Rider, you became a little bit of the fan favorite today, thanks to your Padla tweet and the जो phone पे दिखाया आपने last time when you beat
या
Prime
या
5. तो कैसा लग रहा है बदला लेके?
आई थिंक ये सेकंड टाइम है मैंने कुछ मैनिफेस्ट करा. आई थिंक फर्स्ट टाइम मैंने वीसीसी में करा था जब वी बीट ग्लोबल. आई रोट डाउन की sinus orgs before the match. This time I wrote down badla, and this time second time it happened, so it's my lucky charm, I guess, to show stuff and it manifests itself.
Well, that is good. That is good. It did manifest itself. लेकिन बहुत it came very close. I think it got a little too close for comfort. Split पे भी बहुत close आ गया था, लेकिन you guys managed to pull it out. I want to ask this one question though about Breeze. You guys are known to be very good on Breeze. You guys have had an historically, let's say better than average performance against any other team on Breeze. But what
Yeah,
was the idea behind Paradox playing Yoru?
Yoru.
क्या मतलब हाँ, what is that Yoru comp?
like right now we have been this like we have two new additions. तो अभी we are
Mhm.
trying out different drafts because we have more aggressive players. तो हम लोग
Yeah.
देख रहे
Oh,
ट्राई कर रहे हैं अलग 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 ड्राफ्ट की, कितना एग्रेसिव खेल सकते हैं नहीं खेल सकते हैं, क्या जमेगा क्या नहीं जमेगा. तो इट वाज दिस टूर्नामेंट एज अ होल वाज जस्ट लाइक वी आर ट्राइंग आउट डिफरेंट स्टफ.
Okay. Okay. Interesting. So, was there a मतलब ऐसे था कि नियॉन चूज करना है या योरू चूज करना है क्योंकि योरू
या
एज अ सिंगल
डेफिनेटली.
ड्यूलिस्ट डिड यू गाइस हैव a little bit doubt या you guys are very sure कि हाँ योरू will work क्योंकि Breeze didn't quite pan out in your favor.
या तो या ऑप्शन वही था कि नियॉन या फिर योरू. बट देन पैराडॉक्स वाज लाइक नहीं नहीं योरू खेलते हैं, मैं बहुत कंफर्टेबल हूँ, मार दूंगा सबको. लाइक ओके, इट्स
All right.
ओके.
All right, all right. Okay, Wimp, if you can pass on the headphones to Logi, I think there's a lot of people who want to ask him a question.
या
Logi bhai, most versatile player. He played
हेलो.
5 agents today
Well, Logi
in
bhai,
5 matches.
just like Knight Rider said, you are one of the most versatile players out there right now. आपने तो अलग-अलग agents. You played the KO, you played the Astra, you've played practically everything that was possible. And I just have one question for you, which I think one
या
of the players, viewers have asked. How are you so good on everything?
I don't know, just lucky. ऐसा कुछ नहीं है. I just
How
play
easy?
a lot and I try every agent in pugs. I can play chamber also, but Knight doesn't want
ओए
me to play.
भाई, ओपिंग नहीं देखी क्या आज?
All
या
right, okay. Yeah, but have you ever tried to pick up the operator? मतलब कभी try किया है?
Me and Blackhawk were playing pug yesterday, and I played chamber. So we were
Mhm.
playing in South C server, and people were saying you're so good with op, and me and
ओ
Blackhawk were
भाई.
laughing and saying that I think you should play chamber.
I mean that's something that Knight Rider should probably consider. Knight Rider and Logi, if you guys were to
Yeah.
exchange your roles, could you see Knight Rider playing the Viper, the KO?
नाउ
क्या
फाइन
Knight
नाउ
Rider वो
No,
फाइन
role fill कर
I
पाएंगे?
नाउ
know,
फाइन.
he won't be able to adjust. So
So
like
you
he was
adjust.
playing, he was playing Brimstone in bind, but our coach was like,
Yeah.
"You don't throw
नाउ
utility,
फाइन.
please play chamber."
All right, that's pretty good. Okay.
Uh,
चलिए if I can talk to
yeah,
Mr.
yeah,
Blackhawk himself,
yes,
the
yes.
most experienced player, please can we have him?
Gopi bhai,
Gopi bhai. Hello, Blackhawk, aka
Hello.
Gopi bhai. How are you feeling after this victory?
Performance was a bit sloppy in the other qualifiers. We lost to TR and Lethal 2. But for
Hmm.
this time in best of one, we were prepared. like semi prepared, not almost fully prepared yet, but yes, we are trying new draft and let's see how the outcome goes.
Alright, alright. I do want to ask you this though कि आप लोगों ने थोड़ा बहुत तो चेंज किया था अपने lineups के बारे, like you just said you are trying out new stuff. So how are you feeling comfortable about you taking up different roles? Because when we remember previous teams you played in, जब आप you've tried the jet and let's say you were pretty good at it at most times. Would you like to change with Knight Rider at times or Paradox के साथ कभी jet लेके किसी टीम के against खेलना हो?
नहीं नहीं, मेन मेन अभी जो हम लोग के रोस्टर में एक ही चीज चल रहा है कि पैरा और मैं यूजुअली जो हम लोग बैकग्राउंड से आए, हम लोग फुल एग्रेसिव बैकग्राउंड से आए, मतलब हम लोग मतलब ना सेमी पैसिव ना फुल पैसिव। ये लोग का स्टाइल ऐसा था कि एग्रेसिव भी खेलना है, पैसिव भी खेलना है, पर ये लोग एक स्ट्रक्चर में वर्क कर रहे हैं कि एक मशीन है कि अगर इसमें अगर एक भी बंदा परफॉर्म नहीं कर रहा है या एक मिस्टेक कर रहा है, सिली मिस्टेक, तो बाकी लोग को भी हैम्पर करती है। तो वही चीज है, हम लोग को ट्राई कर रहे हैं फिक्स कर देगा, और वही है कि हमारे रिजल्ट्स पे अभी थोड़े शेकी लग रहे हैं, बट यस वी आर ट्राइंग टू फिक्स, और हम लोग प्रैक्टिस शुरू है अभी। अभी तो नाइट राइडर और हम लोग का कोच एचबी के भी आ जाएंगे बूट कैंप पे 30th से, फिर यार लेट्स सी हाउ इट गोस,
देन द ग्राइंड बिगिंस।
Right, I like to hear that. I like to hear that. Okay, I have one more question though. ऐसा कोई एजेंट है जो आप लोग बिल्कुल ट्राई ही नहीं करते हो, like you guys don't want to explore that agent? There's a question from the viewers.
ऐसा तो कोई एजेंट नहीं है।
फिनिक्स ट्राई
नहीं
किया
अभी
है? Do you
अभी
guys
जितना
think
जितना
you-
देख सुविधा है कि फिनिक्स को बफ मिलने वाला है, तो लेट्स सी, मे बी पैरा ही खेलेगा जो भी डुलिस्ट खेल रहा है, कि पैरा का स्टाइल है एग्रेसिव है और उसको अच्छा लगता है कि फर्स्ट एंट्री या फर्स्ट मरने के लिए भी।
all right. Okay. एक क्वेश्चन है, you guys are the winners. You will be taking home 1 lakh rupees. कैसे? What is going to be the party? How are you guys going to
कुछ
enjoy this?
कुछ कुछ पार्टी तो नहीं होगी बेसिकली। अभी तक इंडिया में जितने भी टीम्स है, फॉर एग्जांपल ग्लोबल और वेलोसिटी जो टॉप टीम्स है, एनिग्मा, ये लोग अभी तक खेले भी नहीं है, ओरांगुटान भी नहीं थी, तो यस पार्टी तभी होगी जब कोई बड़ा इवेंट जीतेंगे जिसमें सब टीम्स रहेगी, और तभी हम लोग सुपरसीड करेंगे सबको।
All right, all right. Well, thank you, Blackhawk. If you can pass on the headphones to Paradox, जरा उनसे भी बात
Yeah,
कीजिए.
sure. Thanks a lot, guys.
Thank you. G, the latest addition to the side of Revenant, Kasif Bhai, Paradox. How has
sir.
your journey been? This is a long time coming. I think that after two years, I believe this is your first title with Revenant
Yep.
Esports. And how does it feel? How is that emotion running through you right now?
So it's always good to have some change. हमेशा से थर्ड फोर्थ आते आते फर्स्ट आ गए, थोड़ी बहुत खुशी है, सब कुछ है. Even I am like loving this team a lot क्योंकि this is completely a new fresh air for me. We were playing too aggressive in True Rippers and like there was no structure and everything. And यहाँ पे पूरा inverse है. Like you have to play in structure, passive aggressive. Like the switches are there. पूरा सब कुछ. I'm not used to this structure yet. बट अभी आगे जाके तो होगा, तो और अच्छा लगेगा और मजा आएगा.
बिल्कुल. A lot of people are loving you on the Neon, और बहुत लोगों ने चैट में ये भी बोला है कि you were born to play the Neon. I think the Neon agent was made for you. Talking about when you were in True Rippers, you didn't have that much room to explore Neon as such, क्योंकि वहाँ पे काफी role changes भी हो रहे थे, one tap god, and people used to sometimes take up the jet role. So how has it been now? You are the full-fledged duelist of the team. So how has that been for you? Like you're allowed to be aggressive. I think you must have enjoyed that pretty much.
हाँ, लाइक मेरे को डुएलिस्ट हमेशा से पसंद है. एक टाइप से लव एंड हेट रिलेशनशिप है, बिकॉज लाइक ट्रू रिपर्स में आई वाज द मतलब प्राइमरी जेट एक टाइम पे. फिर बाद में मैंने वन टैप को दे दिया, आई स्विच टू सपोर्ट रोल्स. फिर बाद में क्योंकि मेरे को सपोर्ट रोल्स पसंद है, बिकॉज वो ये चीज पहले भी बोला था कि लाइक जो राउंड एंड करने का, राउंड क्लिंच करने का कैपेसिटी होती है क्लच लाइक सपोर्ट रोल्स में, वो ज्यादा होती है. बट डुएलिस्ट भी पसंद है, मतलब मैं तो सारे एजेंट खेल लेता हूँ, तो वापस एक चेंज duelist to support to again duelist. So बस अच्छा
ऐसा एक एजेंट जो आप नहीं खेलना चाहो, which one agent that you wouldn't want to play if the team told you to play, कि आप मना कर दो, नहीं खेल सकता ये.
वैसे तो कोई एजेंट है ही नहीं, एग्जिस्ट ही नहीं करता है, बट फिर भी कौन सा एजेंट रहेगा? क्या लगता है देखो, नाइट में क्या मना करूंगा?
ब्रीच
नहीं, मैं
किसी से
ब्रीच
भी
भी
नहीं
खेलता
होता
था भाई. मैं तो सामने से मांगता हूँ, नहीं खेल रहा तो मेरे को
साइफर
साइफर भी खेलता हूँ. साइफर की तो बात हुई हमारी. साइफर नेक्स्ट अप.
नेक्स्ट अप स्प्लिट पे कौन से मैप? आई मीन स्प्लिट तो वैसे भी अभी खत्म होने वाला है. You guys are probably not going to be playing split again. So how is
Yep.
that? Because split is one of your maps that you usually go for your map pool, right? आप लोग को split खेलना बहुत पसंद है. You guys love that neon chamber combo that you both especially have. एक तरफ push करता है, दूसरी तरफ एक और push करता है. तो what is, if you could give one last note, Knight Rider and Paradox, to the map of split, क्या बोलना चाहोगे?
अच्छा मैप था. Good things always come like fall apart.
We
Bye split. Welcome Pearl. बस.
finished split with a championship. The end.
Okay, that's good. That's a good
Signed
note to
off.
finish.
We signed off with a win.
Yeah.
All right, that's good. That's good. All right. And last but not least, if you guys want to tell us a little bit about what does the future hold for Revenant? क्या हम expect कर सकते हैं? What would you like to tell us?
More better results, more practice. Like we are still a very like premature team because we haven't practiced a lot. And मतलब जैसे गोपी ने भी बोला था ब्लैक हॉक ने कि वो we both haven't merged into the play style yet. So like अभी a lot of potential is yet to be untapped. And ऊपर से with the inclusion of Knight Rider and HBK मतलब coach जो अभी boot camp आएंगे soon. So we are going to perform well. We are going to practice a lot. There are a lot of events coming up. So like we are looking up for the next events as well. And वहाँ पे हम लोग को तो practice करके अच्छे results आएंगे. I have a lot of like hopes from this team because यहाँ पे structure है. Everyone is individually cracked. सबका चलता है अच्छे से दिमाग. Especially Knight Rider 500 only IQ.
Oh no.
Only 500 IQ plays Knight Rider के. So like everything's over here. I'm very excited. अभी जो भी future में होता है R&D के साथ. देखते हैं फिर आगे.
Well,
Yes.
देखते हैं फिर. All right, let's hope for the best, guys. Thank you so much and congratulations on your win. You guys have a much deserved, well enjoyed night ahead of you. So hope you guys have fun and we will see you all in the next tournament.
Cheers.
Thank
Cheers,
you.
Universe.
Bye.
Bye.
Great interview right there from, Universe. And again, always lovely to hear the opinion of all the players in the side of Revenant, the expectations heading into the match, the performance, and what the future holds for them. Definitely one that, we'll look closely into, and we'll be following Revenant as well, being one of the top teams in our region. But OG, this interview, the grand finals, the 5 maps, all of it concludes the Community Cup. As a closing thought, in like 2 lines, 3 lines, how would you summarize what we've had in the month of June for Valorant?
I have no way. I don't think I know what to say except for revenge. Because not only Revenant, but when we got to that double elimination bracket, so many storylines, so many interesting teams going head to head. And sadly, there can only be one winner, can't they? This is Revenant's turn. This is Revenant's crown, and they've taken it rightfully so. What a tournament. What a day. This best of 5 grand finals is, I think, one to remember. There's been very few like that, not only in TEC, but Indian history that I do remember that's been this exciting, this exhilarating, and so close to being on a knife's edge. It's been an honor, though, CCV. This has been the LG Ultragear presents the Esports Club Community Cup, powered by Crucial and Intel. Beautiful job by Revenant, and cheers to them. They should be heading out for a nice of hard partying. And like you said, the game never stops, right? That's why you need an Intel processor, because that's built for the next generation of gaming. You can not only play, but you can chat, browse, stream, edit, and record all at the same time without skipping a beat, without it being any less seamless. That's what the 12th generation of Intel Core processors offer. And that's where you should be gaming, because gaming happens with Intel. And this has been the Esports Club Community Cup, ladies and gentlemen. Follow us on our social media, subscribe to us on YouTube, hit that bell to be up to date on everything esports in SEA. Also, do not forget to tune out of the stream, head over to Loco and watch some of your favorite content creators to enjoy maybe a good dinner with, because boy, oh boy, it's been a meal of a best of 5, and we're gonna have a meal ourselves, because we've been at it for like, what, 6 hours on end. That's gonna be it, ladies and gentlemen. See you again. See you for the next one. Stay safe. Take care.
the legends of memory and storage. Crucial brings you the ultimate performance in gaming. Legendary products. Precision engineered. For speed and stability. Crucial ballistics.
That baby, I got you. No matter the distance, no matter the hoops. Yeah. Baby, I got you. I got you. I got you. I got you. I got, baby, I got you. I got you. I got you. I got you. Ocean in between us, still I feel your heartbeat. There's something about you, baby, that makes me feel complete. Nobody's meant to be fighting alone. That's why I'm taking you home. I never felt something like this before, I know. Keep coming back for your time after time. Maybe I'm losing my mind, but I know I'll never leave you behind, no. Baby, I got you. When you feel like falling, I'll be there to prove. Yeah, that baby, I got you. No matter the distance, no matter the hoops. Yeah, baby, I got you. When you feel like falling, I'll be there to prove. Yeah, that baby, I got you. No matter the distance, no matter the hoops. Yeah, baby, I got you. I got you. I got you. I got you. If you would keep me waiting, I would wait a lifetime. In tricky situations, I will be a lifeline. Nobody's meant to be fighting alone. That's why I'm taking you home. I never felt something like this before, I know. Keep coming back for you time after time. Maybe I'm losing my mind, but I know I'll never leave you behind, no. Baby, I got you. When you feel like falling, I'll be there to prove, yeah, that baby, I got you. No matter the distance, no matter the route, yeah, baby, I got you. When you feel like falling, I'll be there to prove, yeah, that baby, I got you. No matter the distance, no matter the route, yeah, baby, I got you. 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 Baby, I got you. I got you. I got you. I got you. Ocean in between us, still I feel your heartbeat. There's something about you, baby, that makes me feel complete. Nobody's meant to be fighting alone. That's why I'm taking you home. I never felt something like this before, I know. Keep coming back for you time after time. Maybe I'm losing my mind, but I know I'll never leave you behind, no. Baby, I got you. When you feel like falling, I'll be there to prove, yeah, that baby, I got you. No matter the distance, no matter the route, yeah, baby, I got you. When you feel like falling, I'll be there to prove, If you would keep me waiting, I would wait a lifetime. In tricky situations, I will be a lifeline. Nobody's meant to be fighting alone. That's why I'm taking you home. I never felt something like this before, no. Keep coming back for your time after time. Maybe I'm losing my mind, but I know I'll never leave you behind, no. Baby, I got you. When you feel like falling, I'll be there to prove, yeah, that baby, I got you. No matter the distance, no matter the hoops, yeah, baby, I got you. When you feel like falling, I'll be there to prove, yeah, that baby, I got you. No matter the distance, no matter the hoops, yeah, baby, I got you. I got you. I got you. I got you. Baby, I got you. I got you. I got you. Ocean in between us, still I feel your heartbeat. There's something about you, baby, that makes me feel complete. Nobody's meant to be fighting alone. That's why I'm taking you home. I never felt something like this before, I know. Keep coming back for your time after time. Maybe I'm losing my mind, but I know I'll never leave you behind, no. Baby, I got you. When you feel like falling, I'll be there to prove, yeah, that baby, I got you. No matter the distance, no matter the hoops, yeah, baby, I got you. When you feel like falling, I'll be there to prove, yeah, that baby, I got you.